to investigate a burglary, and they requested my assistance in locating one of the suspects.
One of the burglars wore a ski mask the whole time, but one of them had his face exposed, and Marcia recognized him. This is 29-year-old Stephen White. By just after 10 a.m. the next day, the cops are at his house.
They said that y'all got me on camera last night burglarizing the place.
If that's the case, you know anything about it?
No.
Stephen is full of excuses.
I don't even have a hat. This here's my car. Somebody stole it from me on Sunday night.
But the camera doesn't lie.
The person that owns the house identified either you or him. I don't know which one. There's the picture.
And they got video too.
And we got video. That's just a still shot from a video.
Hold on, let me see here.
Stephen begins to fold.
In 90% of the cases that we work with burglaries, if we can make the victim happy, it's better for the suspect. Just straight up, between us, me and him and you. Does we get that stuff back? You know how good that's gonna make you look?
Wouldn't make me look very good.
It's gonna make you look a lot better if they don't, because we already know who was in the house. And what do you think that he's gonna say when we talk to him?
He was right here in the bed watching Nope.
We have him on video too.
The cops suggest that Stephen's partner in crime is his husband, but Stephen comes to his defense and reveals something startling.
So you're saying it wasn't him?
No.
It was somebody else then? Because that person does have a mask on.
Yep. I'll smoke another cigarette. I'll explain the whole thing. It's ugly. Because that lady is the lady who told me to go get this. Her name's Marcia Buxton. And she asked me to go get that because her husband, Harold Allen, passed away of unknown causes in December.
Unprompted, Stephen brings up the death of Harold Allen in that very house 10 months earlier.
She gave me an address. She said, hey, honey, I need you to go up in here. I need you to grab someone and go up in here. And she told me to meet this dude up there. And I did. And I went over there. She wanted us to get rid of it. And this woman has hated me for years. I'm best friends with her daughter.
Okay. What's the daughter's name?
Ashley Jones.
Okay.
She don't live here. She lives out in New Mexico somewhere right now. Because she told her mom she was not satisfied. I guess apparently Marcia asked Ashley if she could help her take care of her husband, and Ashley has a little baby that's mixed. And pardon my French, she was going on and on about how I guess Ashley's a lesbian. She's with a Puerto Rican woman. And Marcia was going on and on about, you don't need to be with none of them and sticks. You just need to come home and live with me. Trust me, after Christmas, I'll have enough money to take care of us all for the rest of our lives.
This is a whole new angle on Harold's death and his grieving family. Marcia doesn't seem to be so sad at all. Instead, she's profited from it.
She told me, and I already deleted all the messages, like she asked me to. She said, hey, I'll give you $3,000. You can go to my house. Gave me the safe code. She said, you can go down there, you can get this, and I need it all taken somewhere, please, because his brothers is trying to get into my house and they want to take me to court and take all of Harold's guns and everything.
Could the burglary have been Marcia's idea?
She told me to go on Monday night and Tuesday night. It sounds to me like she set me up real quick. The other person, whoever it was that she had, that I met up with, I don't even know this guy from Adam. He said his name was Richard, and he said no names. No names. Had me unplug my Bluetooth thing, turn my phone off, and everything. Like, dude took my phone, and he is the one who told me where to go. Like, because I had the directions in my phone. I'm like, okay, this is what I've been told to do.
It's certainly convenient for Stephen to say he felt threatened while committing the burglary.
You know, it was hard to tell at first whether he was just trying to give us information to try to get himself out of trouble that he was in for the burglary, or if he was actually being sincere. But regardless, we took it serious. We looked into it. We opened an investigation, and you know, I'm glad that we looked into it as much as we did, because if we hadn't, we would have never been able to solve the murder.
This is the kind of account that feels like the tip of the iceberg. Marcia and her family are turning out to be far more complicated than they first appeared.
Her daughter Ashley told me in November, when we were living in Florida, she said, if you ever come back to Indiana, don't put it on your Facebook, because my mom is watching you, and she don't like that husband of yours because she thinks that Nathaniel caused a rift between Ashley and her years ago. This woman is a murderer, okay? I know that. I've not gone to nobody and said anything because I don't have no proof on it. This woman's a psychopath, and I'm telling you guys that right now.
And there it is, the most chilling suggestion of all.
According to her, her husband passed away because she needed that life insurance money. But she did not get that life insurance money because the policy was set to go to his brother.
When someone passes away for a reason, it can't really be called passing away any longer. You'd call it something else.
She told me straight up, she said, look, I had to take care of Harold, maybe his name was Harold Allen or Alan Harold, hell, I don't know.
Stephen's husband leads the investigators to his accomplice.
So the person that he left with came here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that guy, was he a white guy or a black guy?
He was white.
He was white? Okay. You know what he was wearing?
I think black pants and a white shirt. I think it's a white shirt.
Okay. Kind of like what you're wearing right now?
Yeah.
Is that somebody you're familiar with, though, that you talked to before?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's his name?
I think it's King Napier.
King Napier. Okay.
So Stephen is lying. He did know his accomplice, 28-year-old Kane Napier. But does that mean he's been lying about the rest?
Kane is my friend that I fucking took home. Well, I went and picked him up from his girlfriend's house last night.
Was he with you when you were unloading the guns here?
This morning?
Yeah. Whenever you got back with all the guns.
He was passed out, yeah.
Truth that you have told us in the
You've given us partial truth. We need the whole truth.
You know, don't.
And we already know that Kane was with you. So there's no use in protecting him now.
Yep.
He admits it was Kane.
The reason I haven't told you is because Ashley's the one who set this up.
Okay.
And
You were the one that set it up?
no,
Ashley
not
was.
me. Ashley did.
So,
Because her mom, she told me her mom gave her $28,000. Let me keep drinking that because I'm going to go to jail. But I want to hit that one more time. Ashley was the one who said everything, but the reason why was because everything that I just said to you.
okay.
This woman's murdered her husband, and if you go into her computer files.
So Stephen has changed his story. Now he's saying it was Marcia's daughter, Ashley, who was responsible for the burglary. But he's doubling down on the idea that Harold didn't die of natural causes. That, he says, is the truth.
I called her daughter, who explains to me mom has gone crazy and her husband died of unknown causes, but I think it might have been a heart attack, but I know it wasn't that because he was just fine. Everyone was drinking on Christmas Eve. Marcia went into the kitchen and made a root beer float with whipped cream and sprinkles on top of it. And she poured something out of a bottle into there. And she told Ashley that that was his little extra shot because he likes spiked root beer floats. That's what she told her daughter. And she gave it to him. He drank it. I guess her granddaughter went to take a drink.
What?
And she like grabbed her, yanked her away, and started screaming, "You're supposed to be in bed. You need to go to bed. I want to drink a Pops root beer float. You're supposed to be in bed." That's what Ashley said to me.
I hear you.
Stephen recounts an incident
Thanks.
around Christmas time. It's secondhand, so he gets the date wrong. By Christmas Eve, after all, Harold was already dead.
The story I know was Marcia had took all their phones and put them up while they were drinking. I'm gonna put the phones on charge, guys. We're gonna put them in the back room. We don't need them ringing and waking the girls up. You know what I mean? Because we're gonna have our drinks. We're gonna have our adult time. Blah blah blah. And then it was. I think Ashley said it was horrible because like an hour and a half later, he started saying, "Oh, I'm tired. I'm drunk. I gotta go to bed. I don't feel right," but he only had that one drink, apparently, and like maybe 2 beers.
From the sounds of it, someone had put something in Harold's drink, and the consequences were fatal. But who did it? And if we're to take Stephen's story seriously, who set up the burglary? Marcia or Ashley?
I talked to Ashley, sometimes still on the phone. I'm pretty positive that that was Marcia.
Stephen's pretty set on who to blame.
Marcia done killed her husband. Sorry, Mom. Marcia set me up.
But the cops can't take anything for granted.
So to initially start investigating the murder after we received the information from Stephen White and the burglary, we brought Marcia Allen in on September the 20th, 2023, and she was giving us information about the burglary and the items that were taken. And before she left, she was asked about her husband, Harold Allen's death. During that interview, a detective asked her if she would give consent to a phone download, and she agreed. Once we received the phone download and was able to, start dissecting text messages, emails, Google search history, things like that, that was probably the moment that we realized the information that we had received during the burglary about Harold Allen's death was real.
Based on this digital evidence, the investigators get a search
Damn.
warrant for Marcia's house.
How's it going, Marcia? We're here today because we got a search warrant for your house, okay, to go
Uh-oh.
I know you probably feel a little bit, maybe intimidated with all the officers here.
Well, no, because I mean, I'm nothing to hide.
Before I ask you anything, though, I want to make sure you understand your rights, okay? Then I can talk to you.
The warrant is for all her other electronic devices.
Uh-oh.
They carry it out
There we go.
early on October 16th.
What stands out in my memory about the day that we executed the warrants at Marcia Allen's home is probably once we got her back to the sheriff's department and started interviewing her again for like the second time. And this was the time that we actually were able to present text messages to Marcia, show her the text messages on my computer and say, what's this mean? Help us clear this up. And she had an excuse for everything.
Like before, the cops start with the burglary and her home security.
I had like maybe 15,000 to 20,000 in there. Well, when I went back to put it back into my savings, I only had like $3,000-4,000 left.
And it was in the safe.
It was in the safe. And I didn't have cameras at the time, so I couldn't prove anything.
But the only person, I think you told the detective at one point
It was me, Ashley, and my husband.
Of the three people who knew the combination to the safe, one of them was dead, and one of them was Marcia herself. And either Ashley or Marcia must have given Stephen the code to the safe later on, as the CCTV footage shows Stephen looking at his phone before opening the safe.
Was the reason for the cameras because the money went missing?
No.
Or just...
I had never left my cats alone for that long before. And I had a bad feeling. I thought maybe one of them would have died or something. And I felt bad if I didn't know about it. But I got them to keep an eye on my cats.
Mm-hmm.
I never in my life would have thought I would have caught anybody coming in the house. That shocked me.
Especially somebody you know. And
I didn't know who it was. It scared me. I'm still scared. That's why I got the security surveillance cameras, because every time I hear a noise, I jump.
Was Marcia just paranoid? Or was there a reason she was so jumpy after Harold's death?
Was there any reason you think anyone else, or maybe even Ashley would have wanted to hurt Harold?
No,
reason. Maybe.
I thought things were fine. Obviously, they weren't. I had no idea. If I'd even had an inkling, I wouldn't even let them in the house.
I'm just, trying to put two and two together. Like the money was missing, she got the money. Maybe she knew that there was a life policy.
Mm-hmm.
And life policy wasn't that big. It wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Was he mean to you? Was he mean to her?
No.
He wasn't mean to the kids or anything like that, where she would have had some kind of way or some reason for any kind of retaliation.
I don't understand.
Okay.
According to Marcia, it was most likely Ashley who engineered the burglary in September, and Ashley who killed Harold 9 months earlier. Marcia claims to be ignorant of the whole thing.
Just from the messages alone, not including other stuff that is going to come to light, but that something was done to him. We're really trying to wrap our minds around it too, because unless these messages mean something totally different, but if you know that she did something, I don't want you, and I know it's your daughter, and I have kids, I have 3 daughters, I have 1 son, and I know how hard that would be. They're young, mine, not as old as Ashley, so my kids haven't had the chance to betray me the way
that your daughter has betrayed you. And I can't imagine the situation, being in that situation that you're in. But I just want you to know that we are talking to you first. And if you do know something,
Well, you should buy one for.
make sure that you tell me today. Because when we talk to her, I don't think she's going to hold back.
The investigators present Ashley as suspect number 1. They're giving Marcia the opportunity to get ahead of the story by telling them what happened.
You're human. Everyone makes mistakes. And if, my feeling is if it was a mistake, then we need to know that.
I guess, yeah. Well, you kind of need a good one.
Why you think that?
She's a child. She'll say things. And I always call it telling the truth without telling the truth. She'll say something, make it sound like she's joking or something, but actually telling the truth.
The investigators try to draw out any natural friction between mother and daughter. Ashley's been living in New Mexico with another woman, also named Ashley.
I mean, did you support her with, being with another woman?
I don't care what she's, as long as she's happy.
I mean, if she did do something to hurt Harold, is she going to tell? I mean, she's probably not going to tell me that,
I don't really see why she would. That makes no sense to me.
Ashley has been married in the past to a man named Tarson Jones, who died suddenly in 2019.
This is all I have of my nephew.
William says Tyson was found dead in his home in 2019.
Wait.
Just days after he received an inheritance from his great-grandfather. He says family members were unaware of Tyson's death until they got a call.
No, Skeleton Master is better damage.
Quick, fast, and in a hurry. So before the family could even ask for an autopsy or to have anything done about it.
What happened to Ashley's, her husband?
He had the front part of the heart had a blockage in it, and they said that no one would have known it unless they caught it when it happened, and it ended up killing him.
Yeah.
So I guess he had a heart attack. I'm not sure.
It's an eerily
With Ragnarok stuff, but still.
A coincidence?
There's literally 0 point to not have.
When the investigators bring up the supposedly poisoned root beer mentioned by Stephen.
We all had root beer floats. If that happened, we all would have had something done to us. I didn't even know Stephen even knew where I lived.
And then to, make the accusation that you did something to your husband.
I did not do anything to my husband.
Did Harold actually die on the 20th or was it the 19th?
He died on the 20th.
What was like, you could just tell he was going downhill fast, or?
He wasn't talking right. He was slurring his words. But he had been doing that for a couple of days.
Marcia paints a picture of Harold's ongoing health issues, which we know now were caused by more than just bad luck. In response, the cops show her a screenshot of one of her text exchanges.
Okay, so I need
She had the order pulled up on
sugarcane hole. I don't know. This one sucks ass. This is kind of bad.
It says, how much do you need?
She asks me for money all the time, mainly just for cigarettes.
The order, dated December 14th, is for half a gallon of ethylene glycol. Odorless and colorless, it's used in things like antifreeze, and when ingested, it's deadly.
So that's like the UPS tracking code for this ethylene glycol.
She sends me UPS tracking code for everything that she orders for Christmas and everything. I never look at them.
But this one was sent from you.
If Ashley used ethylene glycol to poison her stepfather, Marcia's trying to claim she didn't know anything about it. But her digital footprint suggests otherwise.
He takes it all the time.
It has showed when you deleted them on September 20th.
The burglary took place on September 19th. The very
Wait,
next
so
day,
I need
Marcia
Crop Hero in
deleted
this,
her
right?
text conversations with Ashley, perhaps because she knew the police would now have a reason to look.
Luckily, we were able to still retrieve those text messages. You could see on the download when the messages were deleted, and she actually deleted them while she was in the interview with our detective.
Thanks to the messages, they now knew what to look for when overturning the original autopsy.
So once we find out
60
about
mil,
Harold's
damn.
death, we have to contact
Nice.
the hospital and ask them about the autopsy and receiving the autopsy or the coroner's office. And we learn at that point that this autopsy, they had removed Harold's heart and still had heart tissue at the hospital. We learned that the hospital keeps any organ tissue that they remove during an autopsy. They keep that for 1 year. So we were within that 1 year. We were pushing 1 year, but we were still within that 1 year. So we had the heart tissue, and we also had
Yeah, I guess. Well, you gonna spend it on?
So we were able to hand deliver the heart tissue and his blood to a lab in Philadelphia. Ultimately, we were able to determine that at the time of Harold Allen's death, he did have ethylene glycol in his system.
It was the ethylene glycol that killed him, the poison that Ashley and Marshall had collaborated on ordering. Marcia's been trying to cast blame on Ashley, but she was just as involved.
I don't know that there was ever a time where we thought Marcia was more guilty than Ashley, or Ashley was more guilty than Marcia. It was a duo. They were both equally involved and are both equally just as guilty as the other.
On December 17th, they discussed the imminent arrival of the poison.
You guys maybe thought that the order was coming, and then she wanted to know about
Diamond 60.
That seems a little bit odd to me, considering that we were just talking about
What?
an order of ethylene glycol coming.
On December 19th, it arrives.
Not a better weapon?
Smiley face.
So, what is being claimed is that you guys poisoned him.
Which is not true.
But that's what's being claimed. And that's what we're trying to figure out, because when you look at these messages,
it looks sketchy, I know.
But it's saying that root beer float is what it was done.
You know, it was only put in his. If the ethylene glycol was only put in Harold's and not yours or Ashley's or the kids, I mean, you guys would be fine.
Undeterred by her excuses, the investigators dig in deeper to previous conversations.
What are foxglove seeds?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I know what foxglove is.
What's foxglove?
That's a plant that's around different areas.
Anyone ever come into contact with any of that stuff?
Yo, this farm place actually sucks with pests on it. Oh my days.
She would ask me about different plants that were poisonous.
This farm is ass with pests.
Into it, or because it was too little, she didn't know what it was when they went places.
You said I need foxglove seeds, and she says I think I can get them at Walmart.
They're pretty flowers.
And then she said, thank you, we are watching a new movie on Netflix with the kids, and those are traceable.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either, and you see why that's concerning, because she says those are traceable.
I don't know what she meant by that.
Marcia's response to Ashley saying the seeds were traceable? If they look for it, LOL. Foxglove seeds are toxic if ingested. They can lead to symptoms like vomiting.
I have a job to do. Want anything? I have a job to do.
On November 3rd,
What?
Harold showed up at the hospital with these exact symptoms.
So you said, I am irritated and can't sleep. This is on November 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Can't sleep peacefully. I need this to be over. It's hanging on by threads, and he's mean and narcissistic. Like, it's hanging on by threads. What's it's?
My nerves.
He snaps and acts all sweet and innocent, like I am being mean to him for days now.
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, and it is hanging on by a thread. It's so long because he's big. Moves slow and has to build. You say, I wish it would reach its climax and be done, LOL. She says, agreed. She said, close though, it's sentence, then that.
The it they were referring to could be none other than Harold himself. Marcia had poisoned him, and they were waiting for him to die.
You know what she means by the second one where it says, if not, we'll do something else?
We tried everything. Get rid of the flu, the COVID. We tried all kinds of meds.
This same day,
Wait, I'm actually curious about if I can use.
His condition was almost all they talked about, but he rallied and he got better, so they tried again.
I think you ordered something for her. She says you can't touch the plant when they come, just saying. Gloves. You say laugh out loud, that's what I was going to tell you also. You will need gloves.
Yeah, those are the plants that were in the basement.
She said, aha, I think you said, aha. She said, oh, I know, I'll need to wear gloves and have some time alone to prepare the route.
This was on December 2nd. Ashley had
The
placed
fuck?
an order for a water hemlock plant the day before. It's the most toxic plant that grows in North America. Just a tiny piece of its roots is enough to kill a horse. Marcia put it in a chili, a Sprite, and a margarita for Harold. He got sick, but he didn't die. And these attempts had been going on for a month. In September that year, Ashley ordered pong pong seeds on eBay, another poisonous plant that could be slipped into food. In October, she texted Marcia to say they were arriving that day. Marcia responded,
Wait.
Yay.
The medical history of him going to the hospital was always misdiagnosed by ER staff. So, but it was common symptoms like diarrhea or stomach pain. I think he had blood in his stool at one time. They had diagnosed him with some diverticulitis. He was also on insulin. He was a diabetic, so
I think I
the
should
symptoms
actually
that he was experiencing were
just
consistent
keep
with
doing
what the ER staff
moonflower
was
because
diagnosing him with, but they were also consistent with, being poisoned by pong pong seed or by water hemlock.
If someone had noticed the implications of his symptoms, he might have realized what was going on. But they didn't, and he continued to eat and drink whatever his wife gave him.
Harold thought he had a wife that loved him, and he had a
what the
stepdaughter
fuck just
he
happened?
loved, who had a child, and he welcomed Ashley and her child into his house and let her move in. He loved spending time with his wife. He loved to go on vacation with his wife. But, my impression of their relationship is Harold being that guy who just likes to spend time with his wife and, has no idea that they're trying to kill him.
Did you guys go to school together?
We did. We went to high school together, graduated together. Didn't know who either one of us was. We went to our 30-year class reunion and then got to talking, and we've been together ever since.
They'd only been together for 3 years, but that was enough time for their relationship to have soured. As
Am I missing
evidenced in
something?
the
Why
text
is my speed so high?
They were fighting, and Marcia said she
Why is
had
my speed so
lost
high? What the
trust
fuck
in
is
him.
happening?
Ashley was with her every step of the way, but the investigators still try to keep her confidence.
I can't imagine how you feel being betrayed by your daughter. But at this point, there is so much content there, and I would almost call it evidence.
In using this word, betrayed, they're using the language of her own text messages. On September 19th, the evening of the burglary, Marcia accused Ashley of betraying her by stealing from her.
I feel like Ashley.
But this is the wrong way, though.
And maybe you were dragged along the same day that this is delivered. There's root beer floats, and then the very next day, Harold's dead.
The investigators turned to questions of motive, such as life insurance.
1 year's pay, which was $64, and then he had a $50,000 one, which paid for his funeral, and I had to pay off a couple of things on the house because I wouldn't be able to afford to keep the house payment plus that.
So, was there any talk between March and September when the money was taken? Was there any talk between Ashley, like her wanting to know how much money was there, or her like? Is there still money there, or maybe she felt entitled to getting some of the money?
I honestly don't know why she took it.
She wouldn't feel like you owed her money for her helping you kill Harold.
No, because I did not kill him.
And there's stranger things to come.
Me and another detective are reading through it, and it's like, do they think he's possessed? That's literally our thought process.
Marcia and Ashley talked a lot about Harold's dark energy, calling him demonic and possessed.
I always ignored that stuff, which I probably shouldn't have.
And then it says it's looking for someone to attach itself to, and then she talks about the grandchildren, and you say, well, that's not going to happen. We'll make sure that doesn't happen. But at this time, whatever's trying to attach or attack the grandchildren.
Okay, what's actually happening? Why?
According to the messages, it's in him, and
she's always said that, but I've never believed it.
And she thought that was some kind of demon that was in him.
She's always talked about stuff like that. I just never paid attention to it.
Either Ashley or Marsha or both believed that there was some kind of demon or something inside of Harold that they were going to try to kill.
This is a new, disturbing layer to the case. But Marsha insists she never believed in that, and she sticks to her story.
Oh, yeah, right.
I don't know if you guys are going to fight over who gets that ticket, but somebody is going to use that ticket.
I already know what she's going to say, and it's all going to be lies.
Marsha doesn't take that ticket. She admits to nothing, and the investigators terminate the interview. Marsha leaves the police department under a cloud of suspicion. She isn't under arrest, but it's looming, so she takes matters into her own hands. That same evening, she dies by suicide.
So we're going to interview Ashley Jones on October the 17th, and which is the day after her mother just passed away. So Ashley Jones didn't know that Marsha had passed away yet. And we had a decision to make then. Do we tell Ashley about her mother, or do we interview her first and then tell her after the interview? And it was my decision to not tell her before the interview. And the reason that I chose that decision is because I wanted the truth in the interview. I didn't want to give her an out as far as being able to push this on her mom, who she knew had already passed away.
We'll be with you in just a minute.
All right.
What was your relationship like with Harold?
He was nice.
Okay.
You know, we didn't really talk much, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
What did he pass away from?
I don't know. Mom didn't really say.
So far, she's playing ignorant.
Was she having financial problems?
She said he would just blow through money, make $4,000 a month.
I think this is the right one.
Talking about Harold?
Yeah.
It was around August 2022 when Ashley and her kids moved in with
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna just farm this today
just before
because
the first poisoning attempt.
How did Harold feel about you guys moving in? Was he cool with that, or did he ever get kind of grumpy?
I don't mind it.
No, he was actually very nice about it. He loved the girls. He said, I never had a chance to be a dad or a grandpa or anything, and we were eating that up.
She's painting a picture almost too good to be true.
Do you remember anything ever mentioned?
So she still doesn't know that her mom
having
offed herself.
some kind of demon, or I think it was referred to as.
I mean, that just basically confirms everything.
When his moods would flip. Like that was pertaining to whenever he began snippy with her.
And she downplays the extent of her mother's belief in demons.
I thought that more was like just a metaphor.
But this doesn't match up with the text messages, where Ashley was frequently sending her mother Amazon links to energy cleansing candles and talking about cleansing herbs from the Bible. So they try the same strategy on Ashley that they used just yesterday on her mom.
I think at some point she probably dragged you into something that you didn't want to be in, or there was something to do with those demons or something, you know, with that. But we just want to know the truth, and I think you know the truth.
There was definitely ethylene glycol that was ordered.
I mean, is your relationship with your mom good?
Yes and no. I kind of just put up with what she does. She's always trying to drag me into whatever she gets into. And
The way Ashley seizes the investigator's words and quotes them back at him is a major red flag. She knows she's in trouble.
Like I said, she said all the time, can I use your phone to look something up? Which I thought was weird. You got your own, but whatever.
Okay. Somebody in that house that night did something to him. So
Somebody gonna get her.
we either have to look at Marsha, you, or Ashley, your fiance, because I don't think the two kids did it.
Yo, why is it so hard to find this in the cane?
Ashley, your fiance, I don't think she did it. Okay, so that's why I'm trying to get through to you. That this
Somebody gonna get her. She's dancing like a stripper.
there's basically there's gonna be one ticket here, and I don't know if you and your mom are gonna fight over that ticket, but we already know what happened to him.
But with Marsha dead, there is no ticket. Ashley is the only one in their crosshairs.
Was there a life insurance policy that you're aware of?
There was, but it didn't go to her.
Who did it?
Her brother, his brother. She she wanted to be free of him completely. She wanted him dead. And I said, you're going to go to hell for that.
She's happily casting all the blame on Marcia,
Mm-hmm.
but that isn't good enough.
So my question is, did she ask you to help by placing the order for her?
Blood doesn't know. The mom is already dead.
For something like that.
You do remember it being ethylene glycol, right?
53 minutes in, she admits to buying the ethylene glycol for Marcia. Marcia sent her the money for it, $32 through Cash App, a transaction the cops can trace.
For that woman, I just do what she asks and always have since I was a child.
She also admits to helping with the foxglove seeds.
Was she concerned that it wasn't working?
Yeah.
What concerns?
She said, I'm never going to be free. And I'm like, okay. Because it's not supposed to be. She kept begging for the same help. She kept saying, I can't live this way. And it was the same repetitive cycle. It was until she gets sedated, she doesn't stop, and she'll make life's hell if she doesn't get what she wants.
Let's not forget that it was Ashley who said on November 28th that if the foxglove seeds didn't work, then they could try something else. She's making herself out to be far more passive than she actually was.
Yep.
You knew she was going to be putting ethylene glycol in the drink?
I knew that she intended to.
Manipulative, but also easily manipulated.
The demon stuff. Can you tell me any more about that? Did she really think that he was possessed?
She thought he had something in him. She did. I thought she was just, like I said earlier, dissociating what she didn't like from the man.
Okay.
And making it like a character. But the way she would word it, she really believed something was inside him.
And
that it was going to attack everybody in the house and it was making her mean, and she really believed it.
But the burglary, organized by Ashley, suggests a rather different reason she kept her mouth shut about her mother's beliefs.
As time went on, it seemed like Ashley probably didn't even really believe this. It was just a motive for her to get her mother on board with killing Harold so she could gain financially.
So how much money did your mom end up with from the insurance?
Only 60,000. You killed for 60K.
60,000.
They had also looked into how much all the guns that were worth and that were in their safe. They had also looked into how much the property in the house was. I think at one time they said the house was going to be around $350,000. So they were going to sell all of his property. They were going to sell his truck. They were going to sell his motorcycle. They were going to sell his house. They were going to sell everything that he owned to gain financially.
Ashley could claim it was her spiritual mom's idea all along, but the digital evidence and the cold hard cash tell a different story. She expected to profit from her stepfather's death, and when Marcia withheld the proceeds, it looks like she enlisted Stephen to help her steal them. She practically said as much in her text with him. On May 16, 2023, she sent him a link to Harold's obituary, saying, "Mom owes me and f***ed me over." Little did she know that the burglary would be her undoing, and Marcia's. After the interview, another cop comes in.
So, I'm here to talk to you about something completely different. Okay? It's not going to be an easy conversation. Okay? After your mom was here yesterday and spoke with us, we got a call to go check on her welfare at her home. And she's passed away.
What?
She passed away.
What happened?
Without going into a lot of detail,
What you can tell me?
It appeared that there was something ingested possibly, and passed away on her bed.
Well, yeah, you were cooked. You just lost your mom and your own life.
For her defense, but it's too late. She's confessed.
So, we wanted to tell you in person that you are...
The death of her mother changes everything for her defense, but it's too late. She's confessed.
So, we wanted to tell you in person that you are under the arrest for the murder of Harold, okay? And conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder.
As the state prepares for her trial, they think they've got all the evidence they need, but Ashley continues to surprise them. In April 2024, they're approached by one of her fellow inmates who shows them a letter Ashley gave her to smuggle out of the prison. In it, she talks about a prayer list that she wants to add people to, including Stephen White and Kane Napier. Prayer list here is code for hit list. The investigators get the inmate to wear a wire. A lot of the audio is difficult to make out because Ashley's careful.
What?
With a high-powered rifle back right there, back in that.
It was a high-powered rifle mentioned and maybe 2 shots to the neck.
Okay, right here, she said, can your people get guns, scopes, high-powered rifle? Right here severs every nerve and kills you instantly. And right here, okay? I mean,
So
right
that's
here.
how she was wanting these
She
people
touched
taken
me.
out.
Ashley specifically.
The inmate gets Ashley to write another letter with more
Oh my
details of her
days.
proposed targets, including addresses and a map.
This is Stephen White's mother. This is her handwriting, not mine.
So she wrote all this?
Yes. This is the layout of the permanent building where she's wanting them to shoot. Because I told her about the
Who
private.
were they wanting? Who was she wanting her to shoot?
Ashley Neves, and she was to take up the little girl. I don't know if you guys heard that.
According to this inmate, Ashley was putting out a hit on her own fiancé.
Did she say why she wanted Ashley Neves taken out?
Because she said she was there when she poisoned Harold.
This is not the behavior of someone who was coerced by her mother into helping her kill.
You know.
Ashley is a killer herself.
Some of the messages that stick out to us the most is probably the LOLs, laugh out loud, smiley face.
Yeah, they find it
emojis
funny, huh?
When Harold is suffering and, you know, in severe pain, or even at the ER because they're trying to kill him and they're laughing about it. I remember there was a text message where Ashley laughed that the ER staff sent him home. Her text message was LOL, they dismissed him, or they dismissed him, LOL, one of the two. But she was like, she couldn't believe, like just laughing that the hospital staff basically dismissed him from the hospital and let him go home. And they had gotten away again with trying to kill him.
Worse, it's
Bro.
a pattern of behavior.
Ashley Jones had been married before.
And they went,
Her husband
didn't they
died
try again?
of heart problems. Marsha Allen was living with a man in Crothersville, which is also in Jackson County, and he died of heart problems. So it was like this continuously, like it seemed like the men that they were around were dying, and they all were dying of heart problems. I believe that they have done this before, and I have no doubts if they weren't stopped and if they weren't caught, they would have kept doing it and probably done it again already.
Ashley pleads guilty to level 1 felony charges of conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder in 2025. She's sentenced to 50 years in prison.
And I am very, very happy with the 50-year sentence. I think that the 50-year sentence is probably the biggest sentence that anyone in Jackson County has ever received.
Both Stephen White and Kane Napier plead guilty to a level 4 felony charge of burglary. They're each sentenced to 1,095 days, to include time already served. Ashley's charges on conspiracy to commit burglary are dismissed in September 2025. She's already behind bars, so it doesn't make much difference.
Yeah, true.
Escaped justice. The kicker, in that year before her death, she wrote a book about her husband's death.
First look, we thought, you know, this maybe is just a woman that's grieving her husband. But then, you know, after the evidence and the text messages, and we see the true Marsha Allen for what she was, you know, it seemed to be more of a deterrent. Like the book was something maybe meant to throw us off of her.
Published on Amazon on June 8th, 2023, just 3 months before the burglary and everything that followed. The book was called From Surviving to Thriving, Rebuilding Your Life After the Loss of a Spouse.
One thing I do know about the book is that the date of Harold's death is wrong, which kind of told me that it was an AI written book. She didn't even put her thoughts into it.
Even after Harold was gone, Marcia was trying to profit off him.
He loved his family. He was a hardworking man. You know, he wasn't a rich man. He worked every day of his life. He worked the night that he was killed. He worked that day. And on his way home from work, he stopped to get wood pellets for the stove to keep the house warm for his wife and stepdaughter.
To repay him for this generosity, they killed him. And if it wasn't for Ashley's apparent greed in setting up the burglary, no one would ever have known. If you or someone you know is experiencing abuse, the U.S. National Domestic Violence Hotline is available 24/7, 365 days a year. 1-800-799-SAFE-7233 or thehotline.org. What do you think about this horrifying story? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Until next time, stay safe, keep up with our channel, and we'll see you very soon on The Decoder.
To remain on these coasts of secret coolers. What?
President Zelensky of Ukraine is issuing a warning to Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. If you try to get around
Can I ask you a
the
question?
sanctions that were being imposed
No.
before Donald Trump took office, Ukraine is going to impose its own sanctions on Russia in the form of
Are you happy with
Ukrainian
your life?
drones destroying
I don't
Russian
know.
ships, Russia's
I guess.
military,
Why not?
Russia's oil pipelines. Ukraine will not hold back. And Donald, as you get more desperate and now you try to cut off more weapons
Oh, I should do piss.
being sold to Europe, which in turn would be sold to Ukraine, as you continue to remove these sanctions against Russian oil and allow
Do
Russia
piss.
to try to make as much money as possible to go
Bro,
after
don't you think it's
Ukraine.
actually
Zelensky saying,
gonna be the end
we
of me,
are
dude?
not afraid of you anymore, Donald. We're not going to try to suck up to you. No more trips to the White House where we try to play nice. We are done with that, and we are treading our own course right here, uniting Europe, and
Bro,
Ukraine
did he
will
get a
now
new?
be a major global power. That's the message
I bet
coming
he
out of
then
Ukraine
gave
right
up
now
with
to
the
both Donald
20
Trump
GG's,
and
bro.
Putin. Just take a look at what President
GG's.
Zelensky has been saying just over the past 24 hours. He writes the following and shows a video of Ukrainian drones striking Russia's fleet, Russia's pipelines, Russia's military. President Zelensky writes, our warriors continue to apply sanctions against Russia's shadow oil fleet. 2 such vessels were struck in the waters at the entrance of the port of Novorossiysk. These tankers had been actively used to transport oil. Not anymore. I am grateful to the Chief of the General Staff, Andrei Hunatov, for leading the operation, to the counterintelligence officers for the security service of Ukraine, and to our Navy for consistently delivering effective results. Ukraine's long-range capabilities
Absolutely
will
not.
continue to be developed
There's way too
comprehensively
many
at
sloppy
sea,
updates
in the air,
that
and
are
on the land.
released and are gonna
Glory
keep
to
coming.
Ukraine. Also,
It's
in the
just
past
not
12 to 24
interesting.
hours, Zelensky posted the following. Another Russian caliber carrier down. Major General Kamara reported on the successful strike against targets in the port of Primorsk. So you had the port of Novorossiysk, the port of Primorsk. It was a joint operation by our security services of Ukraine, the unmanned system forces, the special operation forces, the defense intelligence, and the border guards. Thank you all, warriors, for your
You mean
coordinated work.
Rift? I mean,
The
Rift is so easy. What
Tarakot-class
the
missile
fuck?
ship was hit, along with a patrol boat and another tanker from the Shadow Oil fleet. Significant damage was also inflicted on the infrastructure of the oil terminal port. Each such result further limits Russia's war potential. I have also approved Additional entirely justified responses by the security service of Ukraine to Russian strikes on our cities and villages. Russia can end its war at any moment. Prolonging the war will only expand the scale of our defensive operations. Thank you, everybody, for fighting for Ukraine. Then they go on to talk about, based on the results from April, our long-range sanctions have reached a new level across 3 components, reducing Russia's oil revenue as well as the range and intensity of
Well, then,
sanctions.
I love
It is
fishing
important
and
that
I
not
love
only is the target
mining,
itself reached as
but
defined
farming
by
is
the
kind of
operational
trash, yeah.
objective, but that the downtime of the target is increased, or at the very least, its operations are significantly reduced. And so post after post. Now, Zelensky's also in Armenia right now, where there is a meeting of the European Political Community. It's the European Political Community Summit, and in this summit, it's the first time a non-European country in Canada is going to be there. Prime Minister Carney arrived, and guess where it's taking place? In Yerevan, in Armenia. Armenia flexing its independence from Russia, saying, we ain't going to be
Wait,
a
what's
vassal
Armenia? Is that a
country of
country?
Russia. Armenia wants to look more towards the European Union. And meanwhile, Donald Trump, America first, means
Wait, Armenia is
America
a country?
all alone. And
I
you
don't think
think
that's a
about
country.
that settlement that Donald Trump tried to force on Armenia, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, you'll recall, and Donald Trump said, what a great deal, what a great deal. Donald Trump thought he was doing that in service of Putin to kind of force this down Armenia's throat, but the lesson, I think, more widely shared by Armenians,
But where
this
even
shows
is
that
Armenia?
we've got to look elsewhere, because
Is it
in
in
talk
Asia?
between America and Putin, who are basically
And fiber
one
is
and the
not gonna work.
same, we've got to pay our attention and become more closely allied with Europe. And so that's what's taking place in Armenia right now. And I think it's an important development as well. Also, it should be noted, as Zelensky has been calling out, the United States delays. All you do is talk, 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 talk. If all we have is talks, Russia doesn't feel any pressure. Watch what Zelensky just said in an interview he gave with Newsmax. Who do you think he's trying to reach here by going on a state regime media in the United States for MAGA? He's making this message directly to Trump. Play this clip.
That if we will have just talks, Russia will not feel the most important thing what America can give us.
Who's Newsmax?
The United States can push pressure with more sanctions, but they now lifted, yes, because of Middle East, and we feel this. And I afraid, of course, because Russia doesn't feel the pressure, and for them it's okay to continue this way of war. By the way, they are not in a strong position. They are not winning. We are in the best position during last 9-10 months. I mean, about battlefield. But in any way, it is better to stop the war.
Then we heard from Kaja Kallas. She's the European Commission's VP. She also serves basically as the
why are they
minister
still at the war?
for
I
the
don't
European
understand the
Commission,
point.
the European Union Commission. Here's what she has to say, and this is clearly also being
Like,
directed
what
at
is
Donald
Putin
Trump.
achieving?
We
He's
should
not really achieving
humiliate
anything.
ourselves by saying, please, Putin, we beg you, please talk to us. Who do you think she's talking about here? Play this clip.
Russia does not want to engage in any kind of dialogue. We should not humiliate ourselves by being the demandeurs that please, we beg you to talk to us, but we should put them in a position where they actually go from pretending to negotiate to actually negotiate. And that's why we have planned to discuss with the foreign ministers of European Union in Cyprus.
More from Zelensky saying, when people act like people like Trump and others are saying Ukraine should withdraw from certain territories of eastern Ukraine. Zelensky's like, no, that's our home. Our people live there. You withdraw from your house right now. You withdraw from where you live. How about that? I'll lecture you on you withdrawing. What a powerful message being sent to Donald Trump. Let's play it.
What kind of precedent does that set for, all the
we never spoke about Ukrainian territories.
just like about territories. All the territories, it's not only land, it's our history. It's history of one or another family, a lot of family, thousands families, and millions, and their roots are there. It's not about the question of territories. We are speaking about values, about people, about their children, about their houses. It's bigger than just territories. That's why when somebody says that you have to withdraw, please try to withdraw from your house. Thank you.
And obviously, not just Trump, but you've got Putin running scared. I mean, Putin's got that big May parade coming up, which they call their Victory Day parade. But take a look at what they're doing in Moscow right now. As Jay and Keefe says, nothing says great Russian Empire and resounding victory like makeshift drone nets in front of the Kremlin, as Putin is terrified that drones from Ukraine are going to strike inside of Moscow.
If you're like me, instead of learning to skateboard, you wish you were learning
Drone
to
nets.
Instead of scraping through college, you wish you bought
How's a
Bitcoin at
drone
less
net
than a
gonna
cent, or
stop a
secured a few
drone from
Nvidia shares
exploding?
before they boom. We
What?
may be the FOMO
That makes no
generation, but
sense.
don't miss out on protecting your future. For around the same price per month as one of your streaming services, you can break our generational cycle and secure your and your family's future
Wait,
by
what?
finding life insurance
How's a net
at
just gonna stop a
SelectQuote.com.
drone?
If you're new to life insurance, you're not alone. Thankfully, I found SelectQuote. For over 40 years,
With
SelectQuote has helped
explosives?
more than 2 million Americans understand their options and get the coverage they need. Over $700 billion in coverage and counting. As a broker, their mission is simple: to find you the right insurance policy at the best price. SelectQuote takes the guesswork out of finding the right life insurance policy. You don't have to sort through dozens of confusing
I'm
options
actually
on your
kind of
own.
confused. How does a
Instead,
drone
one of
net
their
work? I
licensed
want to see that.
agents will find the right policy at the right price for you, comparing plans from trusted, top-rated insurance companies to find a policy that fits your health, your lifestyle, and your budget. And they work for you for free. You'll be covered faster than you think. SelectQuote works with providers who offer same-day coverage, up to $2 million worth, with no medical exam required. And you're not out of luck if you have pre-existing health conditions, because SelectQuote partners with companies that offer policies for people with conditions like high blood pressure, diabetes, or heart disease. SelectQuote makes life insurance simple. Even if this is your first time thinking about it, head to SelectQuote.com and a licensed insurance agent will
Bro,
call
we
you
don't
right
care
away
about no
with the
select
right
quote.
policy for your life and your budget. Life insurance is never cheaper than it is today. SelectQuote. They shop, you save.
Come on, bro.
Life insurance is never cheaper than it is today. Get the right life insurance
Oh,
for
yeah.
you for less and save more than 50% at SelectQuote.com/Midas. Save more than 50% on term life insurance at SelectQuote.com/Midas today to get started. That's SelectQuote.com/Midas.
You also had pandemonium in the Moscow airport right now. Take a look at what this Moscow airport looks like. We'll run some B-roll there as well. Other European countries stepping up. Sweden detaining yet another Russian Shadow Fleet vessel in the Baltic Sea. The ship was sailing under a fake flag known for transporting Russian oil. And we see Sweden, we see the UK, Russia. Oil, and we see Sweden, we see the UK, we see other EU
Shadow
nations rather
vessels.
on the front lines as well, making sure that some of these ghost tankers, these shadow fleet vessels, are being captured. By the way, here's the headline from the Kyiv Independent. I talked about this at the outset of the video. U.S. to delay arms shipments to Europe, potentially affecting Ukraine, Financial Times reports. The worse things get for Putin, the more extreme the lengths to which Trump will go to save him, Jay and Kyiv writes. Not only announcing that they are pulling 5,000 troops from Germany, the Pentagon tells Europe not to expect weapons for Ukraine anytime soon. Washington has warned its European allies to prepare for delays in U.S. weapon arrivals, including missiles used by Ukraine to defend against Russia. Republican Congressmember Don Bacon, veteran who's no longer going to be in the Congress after this term, Here's what he just posted. Just as history for great reasons been kind to Churchill and not so much to Chamberlain, or not so to Chamberlain, history will be written on how we responded to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and our stewardship of NATO. Appeasement and moral blindness towards Russia will be ugly chapters. Speaking of which, it's all on videotape, folks. You had the Senate hearings that just took place where you had senators questioning Undersecretary of Defense, Secretary of Defense, and others, top military leaders. And watch this presentation of the utter betrayal of the Trump regime of Ukraine. Let's play it.
I think this is significant, Mr. Chairman, that we're basically abdicating a quarter of our responsibility in terms of this budget. Let me move on. One of the factors of this budget that hasn't gotten any publicity is there's zero funding for Ukraine. That's correct, isn't it, Mr. Hurst?
That's correct. There's no USAI funding in this budget.
And there was $400 million that was appropriated last year by a bipartisan, bicameral act of Congress. What's become of that money? My understanding is not a dollar of it has been dispersed.
It was released very recently, and again, we got these funds, I believe, in March, and it takes time for funds to flow through the department, but it's going to get put to work very shortly. We're going to work with the UCOM commander to make sure we use these funds in the most appropriate way possible.
I didn't want Senator Sullivan to be the only one with an exhibit. This indicates what's happened to our support for Ukraine over a period of years. The orange bars are U.S. support. The blue bars are Europe. As you see, Europe is 99% in the year 2026. Same thing with humanitarian and other aid to Ukraine. And yet this is, I believe, an existential struggle for the future of democracy, where we had an aggressive country invade a neighboring country without any justification whatsoever. And by the way, that invading country is the major winner so far of the war in Iran. They've gotten, the estimates are $40 to $80 billion of additional revenues from oil and the relief of sanctions as a result of the war in Iran. Secretary Hegseth, why are we abandoning Ukraine?
Senator, if you would hold that chart back up, yep. I think that's a beautiful chart. I think that's exactly what we want. We want Europe stepping up and funding and shouldering the burden. They are rich countries worth $20 trillion versus an economy of $2 trillion. Europe can step up, Europe can fund it, and they have through our Pearl Initiative and through our European Command. That's exactly what the American people want to see.
And then you have Senator Blumenthal just giving receipts. Let's play this clip.
When I've visited Ukraine, often I've gone to the drone manufacturing facilities, which have grown in sophistication and number. They're producing, I think, 1,000 drones a day now. And what has so impressed me is they work on the evolution of their drones on the assembly line. They'll get real-time information from the battlefield, and they'll make adjustments literally as they are manufacturing. And I don't know anything in our industrial base that is as nimble and agile and quick. I hope this panel agrees that we need to move more in that direction.
And here he talks about the false narratives that Ukraine is somehow not winning this war, when in fact Ukraine is winning this war. Play this clip.
In my view, Ukraine has not only not been militarily defeated, but the point that I was trying to make in the last exchange with the secretary, there's a false narrative based on my last visit to Ukraine, which was my 9th, my conversation not only with President Zelensky, but with our own military on the ground, as well as our intelligence community. In fact, Ukraine arguably is winning. There is this false narrative, Russia's winning. Putin wants that false narrative to be our official narrative. I'm not putting words in your mouth, and you don't have to respond. I understand your reasons for not responding, but the American people should know that the President of the United States is undermining our security because Ukraine is holding the line against Vladimir Putin, who will keep going against Moldova, which I also visited on my last trip, against our NATO allies, and we still have an obligation under Article 5 to come to their defense, just as they did after 9/11, as King Charles so eloquently reminded us. And my view is, and this observation is hardly novel, that China is watching what we're doing in Ukraine.
And finally, Hegseth was cross-examined when he was testifying about just how he got it so wrong, right? I think it was Democratic Congressmember Smith who said, "You told us last year that Ukraine had no cards to play at all, and that Ukraine better cut any deal with Russia because Russia was going to overwhelm it. Then you completely defunded giving military equipment to Ukraine. Yet, over the past year, Ukraine's counteroffensive has pushed Russia back. Ukraine has not only held its own, but now is one of the major military powers in the world. And in terms of technological advancement, Ukraine leads the world, probably any country right now, in its nimbleness, as you just heard from Senator Blumenthal, in its ability to quickly adapt to the battlefield." Play the clip.
So on Ukraine, a year plus ago, your advice, the president's advice, was Ukraine had no cards to play. They should go cut the best possible deal they could. Clearly that was wrong. What did you miss? What did you miss about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine that you didn't see that Ukraine was going to be capable of doing what they've done in the last 14 months?
What we didn't miss, and we're here in this committee, is that Joe Biden, with no accountability, gave hundreds of billions of dollars of our weapons to Ukraine, to an outcome that never would have happened if President Trump was president. So he pulled out you guys don't talk about that. Ultimately, President Trump believes there should be a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine.
But you didn't expect Ukraine to be where they're at right now. I'm asking you, just from a strategic standpoint,
I think the Ukrainians have shown great courage, and I appreciate that Europe is now paying for any weapons that we provide.
All right, I yield back. Thank you.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Let's do it together. We're getting close to 7 million. Seriously, if you see if you're subscribed, double check. If not, make sure you subscribe. We appreciate you as always.
Thanks for watching. Be sure to add the Midas Touch podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts for new updates every single day.
It was as good as an ambush. She charged me, she came into the grapple.
She just went crazy.
She fought ruthlessly.
Something tells me he's hiding something.
It seems she called several men, I said, what do you want to do, get killed?
When a mother of two vanishes without a trace, investigators uncover a tangled web of online dating, jealousy, and deception. As the details of her disappearance start to unravel, a shocking confession changes everything.
And how do you know she was with other men? She would show me.
The following is based on official police records released to date, and the footage has never been seen before until now. On Saturday, February 18th, 2023, Todd Howery heads to the Indian Harbor Beach Police Department in Florida to file a missing persons report for his ex-wife.
We were going to, if she didn't show up until Monday afternoon, we were going to file the missing persons then. Okay, so her name is Nancy Howery.
Todd and 44-year-old Nancy divorced in 2019, 4 years earlier, and share custody of their two children, a 12-year-old daughter and 9-year-old son. Their children had last seen their mother on Monday and received texts from her on the morning of Tuesday, February 14th, 4 days earlier.
This last Wednesday, she failed to pick up the children from school. Now, she has done that in the past. Let's say in the last 2 years, she may have done that six-ish times.
On Wednesday, when the school attempted to reach out to her, Nancy's phone went straight to voicemail. Neither of her children could get in contact with her, and Todd said the message he sent was never read. Then the next day, Nancy once again failed to pick up the children.
2 days in a row is out of the norm. This has never happened, that she's disappeared like this.
Todd and his children then drove by Nancy's house and the storage unit she works out of, but there was no sign of her vehicle at either location. They reached out to Nancy's mother, and it's soon determined that the last day anyone saw or heard from Nancy was Wednesday, February 15th. To add to the concern, Todd shares that Nancy has a turbulent past.
There's been a number of welfare checks. She has a history of alcohol abuse. a pretty pronounced history with both Satellite Beach when she lived there and with Indian Harbor Beach.
Court records show that in 2019, Nancy had been charged with battery domestic violence, though the prosecution decided not to proceed. In 2022, she was charged and found guilty of driving under the influence and resisting arrest without violence. According to police documents, Nancy is currently on probation.
She drinks like a fish. Okay, and it's far more than alcohol abuse.
Todd and Nancy's daughter, who had insisted they report her missing, soon joins him in the interview room.
She's done things like this in the past, but not all just out of the blue or for no reason. I mean, she did lose in court. She didn't lose. She owed me quite a bit of money.
As part of their divorce, which they're still attempting to settle, Todd says Nancy owes him approximately $60,000.
She was very upset about that. Okay, I gathered from my children that she was upset about that.
Well, was this recent?
Oh, yeah.
This isn't all that Nancy is currently dealing with. She'd also just been informed that her lease would not be renewed, and she would need to find a new place to live at the end of the month. As well, she is in a legal dispute with Bank of America.
Nancy has a lot of secrets. She keeps secrets, okay?
Todd is assured that they're treating it as a missing persons case. They check local hospitals and neighboring counties' police databases for any sign of Nancy, but there's nothing. Attempting to uncover some of Nancy's apparent secrets, investigators reach out to her mother.
I know that the whole thing, the trigger on this whole thing was that she lost in court, and that just blew her mind. And when she lost the case, she went to the depths of her heart in the horror and the desperation and everything. If you want to see what she was like before she started this, go on YouTube and look up Nancy Howery and see the mother she was, the wife that she was before he destroyed her.
Nancy's YouTube channel, which was most active between 2015 and 2016, 7 years before her disappearance, features videos of her family and children, along with cleaning tips, baking, and book reviews.
Olá, aqui é Nancy. Hoje eu estou aqui para responder tag.
While she's certain the divorce proceedings were a catalyst, Nancy's mother also had a few other theories about what may have happened to her daughter.
It seems she called several men, you know. I mean, everyone's focusing on the fact that she drinks and there were men involved.
I understand.
You know about Matthew, right? Matthew, the first guy she met when we went to Florida. They were together for 2 years. And he, you know, when she tried to break off with him, he broke into the house. He had heard her one time. He almost choked her one time. But he always kept coming around. There are police records of Nancy, Kenny, and Matthew. I don't know his last name, but he could have revenge on his mind. I don't know, or he could have made a deal with
When was the last time they were supposed to meet, Matthew and her?
that date. I don't know. One girl told me that she just went crazy and she got drunk and she said, I've got 5 meetings today. I'm going on my 3rd one right now. One of them was Daniel, one of them was Matthew, and then the other ones were some friggers off of Timber or whatever that station's called. Timber or Tinter, I don't know.
Tinder? Okay.
And she just went crazy. And I think it was like Valentine's Day, and she was going, you know, that's the day you look for love. And she was looking for someone out of her desperation because of what Todd did to her.
Nancy's dating habits had actually come up when Todd and his daughter first reported her missing.
My daughter was just telling me right now that she's on a number of dating apps. She met some guy on Tinder. She sees a lot of men.
The person he's dating right now, because she dates a lot of guys.
Okay.
Right now, she is in contact with this guy named Daniel.
Okay.
He's in the military.
Oh, do you know how old is he? Is he like an older individual?
I want to say he's 40, 50, and he has weird hair.
She was just looking for comfort that day. It wasn't because of she was looking to get drunk or to celebrate or she was sex crazy or something like that. She was trying to find someone to console her, and she was trying to find it in these men.
With a few lanes of inquiry, officers from the Palm Bay Police Department tracked down one of the men Nancy had met on Tinder, 32-year-old Daniel Stearns. They arrive outside his house the day after Todd reported Nancy missing. Before they approach the house, the officer has a concerning update about the investigation.
So her car was located in the group, and I remember that call coming out earlier today. Yeah. And her phone was pinging last night at our gun range.
Earlier that day, Nancy's vehicle was found abandoned and parked partially on the side of the road near a wooded area in Palm Bay. Inside the vehicle, they found her credit card and Florida identification on the driver's seat. As well, the last known location of her phone pinged in the area of the Port Malabar Rifle and Pistol Club. As Daniel lives with his parents, his mother answers the door.
Is there a female that's
Mm.
Her name is Nancy?
No.
Okay.
But please, when you talk to my son,
Yeah.
it's easy. He's a army, but he have a PTSD.
That's
Oh,
fine.
me
He's
too.
not in any trouble.
Me
yeah.
too.
I have both of those.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's not in any trouble.
Yeah.
Okay. Just have to ask him if he knows where Nancy's at. That's it.
According to police reports, Daniel served 2 tours, with at least one being in Afghanistan.
Hey Daniel, how you doing?
Hi. How are you?
I have a question. Are you familiar with Nancy?
I've fallen out because you haven't spoken to her.
When was the last time you spoke to her?
I couldn't say.
Okay. Was it like, has it been days, months?
Weeks.
It's been weeks? Okay. Do you know where she might be at?
Oh, no.
You have no idea.
Typical hangout she likes. Is she like any particular bar, restaurants?
She had a friend down St. John's Parkway.
Do you have her phone number?
No.
Okay. So you guys are not like that. You guys don't talk on the phone or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
One of Nancy's friends also spoke with an investigator and a translator, and was far more forthcoming about Daniel and Nancy's relationship.
Pero ellos ya hace años que se conocen, están juntos, pero nunca como novios serios, eran amigos con derecho, como se dice, ¿no? Y entonces ella siempre me estaba hablando de él y tal, que él tenía problemas como porque él era militar y siempre estaba preocupado con eso, no podía dormir, a veces se despertaba de noche agresivo y relembrando de esto.
Always fighting, always having, arguments.
And when you guys spoke weeks ago, was that through phone or did you guys meet up somewhere?
When we spoke weeks ago, I mean, it's just like, no, it was, yeah. We fell off after that.
Was that over the phone? Was it in person?
Over the phone.
Over the phone.
But you since deleted her number?
Deleted the number.
Yeah.
Even blocked her.
That's all I got. All right. Thank you.
If you hear from her or if she shows up, would you let us know? Because obviously Indian Harbor Beach is looking, so.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm probably guessing a lot of people have contacted her if she's missing.
Yep.
So, I mean, if I hear from her.
If she shows up or you hear anything, just let us know, man.
All right.
Thank you.
As the officers leave,
Oh,
they
yeah.
take note of something inside Daniel's truck.
What's that?
What the fuck? Yeah.
Airsoft or is it real? Looks like SIG.
Something tells me that he's hiding something.
As it would turn out, the officer was right, and no secret stays buried forever. It won't be long before they discover exactly what Daniel is hiding.
He started pointing that way to where her car was found on the group.
Oh.
But then he said the Heritage Parkway. You notice that? He said her car, might want to secure that before you lock up tonight.
What are we talking about?
In your truck.
Don't grab it right now. But as we pass by the vehicle, we glance in vehicles when we walk by, and when we see a pistol on the dash. Bro, I just don't want somebody busting the glass and taking it and getting a kid taking it.
At night. So
Please show us the courtesy of letting us get out of here before you snatch it up.
Okay.
But yeah, that worries me for burglaries. I was going to come back up, and I'm glad you came out.
Yeah, I probably would have seen within a half hour, so.
Yep. All right.
have a good one.
All right.
Take care, man. Good luck.
For the next 2 weeks, there's no sign of Nancy. However, investigators already know Daniel was more involved with Nancy than he's willing to tell them. On March 6th, 2 agents from the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, who have now taken over the case, once again try to speak with him. This time, his mother warns them about their effect on Daniel.
I just let you know, he got kind of nervous, like upset what happened.
Did he know what happened?
No,
Nancy's friend shared that Daniel had a similar reaction when she reached out to him about Nancy's disappearance.
He just like was freaking out, the guy, Daniel, on the phone.
I know you said you had a falling out. What made you guys fall out? What was that about?
Yeah, just we're not clicking. Not following boundaries, rules, relationship rules like that. So I'm just like, I don't want to continue. It's not good for me.
So she wasn't following rules, or both of you, or just her?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want someone who goes and sees other men.
Yeah.
So,
While this is the first really truthful answer Daniel is given, he still denies having seen or spoken to Nancy for about a week before she went missing. However, Nancy's friends have contradicted him.
So she thinks that Wednesday morning, Nancy and Daniel were communicating, and they were trying to set up where they were going to meet and get together that day, and then Daniel ended up sending Nancy an address to go meet Daniel.
With it growing more and more obvious that Daniel's story simply isn't adding up, Brevard County game over agents begin to conduct surveillance, watching his every move. On March 8th, they follow him to a spot known as the Compound, an undeveloped area in Palm Bay containing miles of abandoned roads. Though they don't see what he does while there, the next day, on March 9th, the game over agents again followed him back to the compound, where they watch him carry a shovel into the woods. Again, they can't see what he's doing, but heard digging. A few hours later, Daniel emerges from the woods, and the agents follow him to a canal. There, they see him carrying a bucket and decide to detain him. Daniel is then brought into the Brevard County Sheriff's Office for questioning. It's here that his dark secret will come to light.
Okay.
Unfortunately, these are not the conditions for me to ask the questions.
Okay.
Despite
What?
this answer from Daniel, the detectives carry on and read him his Miranda rights.
No, I don't want to see this. I want to see.
At first glance, it had all the makings of a tragic accident.
Yo, what's good everyone, it's Zigzag here, welcome back to another GeoGuessr video. In today's video, we're seeing if I can get a perfect 25,000 point score without any words on the map. So this is how it looks, it completely removes any words from the map, and getting a 25k score with this is of course way harder than normal. Now in part 1, I almost achieved this feat with 24,999 points on an easy map. No. And this part 2 comes from a much harder map, a tweaked world, which is what I accidentally set myself to. So halfway through this attempt, I realized that it's a much harder map than I anticipated, but I kept on going anyway. I hope you guys really enjoy this one. It was almost 2 hours of filming, if that gives you an idea of what you're in for. Hope you all enjoy it, and let's get into the video. Okay, we're back in, and we got a hard one in South Africa. That being said, I actually know a decent number of places in South Africa. Not exactly where they are, but roughly where they are, so there's potential here. Let's get out onto the main road. So we're in like a big petrol station here. I mean, firstly, it is South Africa, right? No,
Wait, so how is he gonna do this without the name?
for trouble here. Then again, Namibia has far fewer roads than South Africa, so that is kind of good in that regard. And let's get the angle of the road. So we're headed east-west through a road. Region guess-wise, what do we think here? Like kind of center or south of the city, of the country, I would say. Maybe a road like this, for example, could work quite nicely. But it's not quite that wild. Maybe this is actually stop towards Windhoek instead. I don't know though. It's like interestingly east-west here. Probably along this road if I had to guess. Okay, so now let's get a sign, preferably to Windhoek, but we could use other signs too. So we have a bunch of them here. So Windhoek is only 150 k's with the airport as well nearby. So there's Windhoek. We should be along this road. The airport's there. So we should be kind of, I guess, like over here somewhere, right? So let's see. Distance-wise, Windhoek, airport, that's 50 k's. So I guess another 100 k's would kind of put us around here somewhere, which is interesting. And we have this big four-way intersection.
How does he know that?
Probably would be quite findable on the map.
How does he know that's 50 kilometers?
This town here. And yeah, can we get this intersection? I'm thinking of that. I think we're here right now. So let's see. That road bends off. Does it straighten up? We want it to straighten up. It straightens up, but it doesn't bend off enough. Okay, so it's not that intersection. That's okay. Let's find another four-way here. So it could be that one. That one kind of goes off. Yeah, we're at this intersection right now. Great. So then we should be a bit further over here towards this kind of stuff here, because we came, I think, we actually came from the west. Okay, so we're here. The exit of the town is to the east, yep. And so we reset, and we're just at this pavilion, like, petrol station thing.
What?
Main road is like here. We're about to exit town, right? And then we got this like slip lane along the side of it, which means we're right here. And then we were like at this intersection here, I want to say. So let's reset. We just go to the south, and there's like a four-way intersection. That's kind of weird, I gotta say. I don't quite understand, like maybe we're actually here. So let's see, let's just continue on. As we look west at this point, it bends to the north. So we like there? I don't know, this is confusing to me, guys. Is there any better way for me to do this is my question. So we've got like this building off to the left here. Maybe that's that, and maybe we're here. And then this would be the petrol station, and then we have two buildings. Yeah, this makes more sense, and then that would be the intersection we were at. Yeah. Okay, we're there. I'm pretty certain this is correct. We're just like right here. Nice. Okay, that was the 5K. Not the fastest, but not the slowest either. Not too bad. Next one here, Norwegian village. Okay. Norheim. Don't love this one, but it's pretty scannable at the same time. The hills are pretty low. It feels pretty southern to me. It's like a north-south fjord here. That's got to be something for us. It's got to be pretty useful, right? We've also got a pedestrian bridge and a car bridge.
So this is Norway. Yeah, I can see it. This is stone.
Opinion, just because of the way that looks. I feel like I could probably find that without too much difficulty. So it needs to be a thin fjord, it needs to be pretty southern, and it needs to be a pretty big town over on the east side of the fjord. Not huge, but a big town over on the east side of the fjord. So let's get to it. How far inland does this feel as well? Hard to say. Hard to say at this stage. I could definitely go for more information, but... Scanned a decent area now. How sure am I that this is the south? This could also be the north, I guess.
Nulheim, isn't that north?
Ooh, this one has a pedestrian crossing and a car crossing. I think the landscape's a bit wrong. This looks way too vast. Although, it does raise an interesting question. So if we were in line with the pedestrian bridge, then we'd need the car bridge to be further south, which it is not. So it's not that town. Okay, I'm gonna get a better idea for the lay of the land here. Let's get a better idea from our region guess. I mean, actually, yeah. With Norway, I mean, I know that the highway numbers are very organized. So even just a highway number, even if I don't know the place names, it could be really useful for us to get a region guess here properly. And then also, even we just get the exact bridge. If
Fair
we
enough.
onto the bridge, that could be super useful too. So here we go. That's sometime. Nothing crazy, but obviously that's the pedestrian bridge. We can't go on it. We'll have to go to the next one. We do have a little sign here. Nothing with places I know the names of, but that in itself, slightly a clue. Okay, here we go. We get to the intersection here. So the 225 and the E6. I'm thinking 255, sorry. Gonna be fairly south, right? Maybe we're even over here somewhere. That is something I didn't really consider, but with 255, yeah, maybe. I don't think there are any. I don't think the hills are quite big enough here anyway, but let's get onto this bridge to get the angle anyway. Oh, wow. Switching to night mode coverage. Okay. Here's our bridge. So yeah, we get a really good view of the entire landscape here if we just angle it up right here. So the fjord's not that long. It's windy. The hills are
What I feel
short.
like I've driven here before.
Crazy coverage. Maybe we can use this sign as well quickly before we angle it up. Koya. Okay, this is nicer coverage as well. Okay, so let's set our checkpoint here. Angle it up. North-south-ish fjord, kind of northwest-ish fjord with this angle of bridge. Okay, well let's get to that. Gives us a better chance, I would say. This bridge is almost the perfect angle. There's no pedestrian bridge in this town though. Otherwise looked pretty good. Sometimes when you find something similar, it's worth looking inside the area. That being said, I feel like this is wrong. Yeah, not gonna be the right area, but it's interesting.
No.
Oh man, I hate scanning. I'm really not good at it. Ooh, wait, pedestrian crossing bridge and a normal bridge. This looks pretty good all in all. Let's have a look what this intersection's like. Yeah, okay. I think we found it. Beautiful. I was kind of giving up hope there, guys. Cannot lie. So where was this in the end? Yeah, just a bit more inland than I thought. This didn't really give me the vibe of being so inland at first, but yeah, okay, so we came north from this roundabout. We're probably like around here, maybe next to this church. I think we can just reset here. So we're in line with the pedestrian bridge. Perfect. We're next to a church.
Yeah, it's definitely right.
Shape of the church looks good. The problem is that church has like buildings next to it. So I guess not right here then. Let's see. So we meet up with the road underneath us. That's the road to our east. So that feels really good. And yeah, we're right in line with the bridge. So I feel like we actually have to be here. I feel like whatever these buildings are here, they don't show up on the map, which is a little annoying, yes. To be fair, in that this road also doesn't show up on the map. That building does though. Okay. And then we get here.
What?
Like some kind of a bigger complex. Yeah, we're definitely here. Has to be there. Okay, not the fastest again, but really the aim is just to get 25k. Okay, this is Argentina. I don't like it either. Massive mountains northwest.
Oh, this could be difficult.
So why is this pinpointable then? In theory, we're gonna have some nice sign. Okay, so just moving to the southwest so far. Very slow movement and buggy movement here, unfortunately. Let's see what we got on these signs. So something RP. So Bajo Caracoles.
Doesn't say anything.
Caracoles, the RP39. Obviously, that would be a massive help here if we could see the place names, but we can't. We're looking something like this onto like
What?
massive mountains. This kind of
RP39. I think you can get this one.
We probably just are along here somewhere. We do have hills to our east. They're kind of small.
You can scan this.
Like what I've clicked here, right? We have a bunch of buildings though, so that's going to be of.
You can definitely scan this one.
Between us and the mountains is very flat as well, and they're kind of northwest of us, which is interesting. So it makes me almost think we're a bit more like over here or something like that, right? Have any towns here? I don't know. It's just so sparsely populated that we probably can just find it with a bit of luck. Yeah, northwest. It's like a very weird combination.
Bro, give me some good visitors.
Here shouldn't be though.
Or not.
Should just be over here somewhere. I mean, Lago Hostas. That means lake, right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it means lake. I think it does. So we enter the town to the north, and it bends.
I don't know. I just don't know what to do. I don't know.
The lake is 75 k's away.
I don't know.
It would be nice if we could read the name of these lakes, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so I'm gonna checkpoint reset. See the exact 5k here. We have this town, which is entirely to our west, and I guess maybe this sign over here might also play a bit of a role in the round. It does. Don't know any of those places though. We got more signs. Feeling like this is a toughie, but it is barren. Okay, we have this north ridge though. I like that actually. Look at that. Looking north onto a ridge. We're probably like around here somewhere. Looking north onto a ridge in that way. The ridge kind of continues. Yeah, it kind of continues on. I like that ridge right now. Are there more examples of that maybe? It doesn't really have that down here.
There's still a bunch of rain outside there, and it was kind of nice.
I'm kind of locking into this as my.
Is that weird?
That's good. The problem is the angle is not great for that. And also we need to be 75 kilometers away from the lake, right? But we have a whole town. That's confusing me. So right now our angle is we
I kind of vibe in the rain.
South, yeah, like 75 k's. Is it possible? South of us, we also have ridges. I don't know, guys. This is tough for me. Let's get this extra sign here. That's the one we'd had. And then we're just on the open road. Okay, let's get this angle then. North-south angle. We're a decent way from the lake. And to our south, it bends around west. Okay, the way the road kind of stops here makes me feel like we could be like maybe in this kind of area. It's just so much to check. I might be checking way too far south here. I don't know. It just definitely reminded me of deep south. Since Argentina. This ridge here also looks kind of good. Would make sense for Northwest Mountains. Are there any towns over here? Kind of feels less likely. All these roads are they're just nothing, bro. There's no towns. We need to be looking for the dark blue lines here anyway. This is clearly, in my opinion at least, a paved road. Gonna be the dark blue color.
Wait, did I get XP? Yo, Scott, like XP.
Wow. Screw up that Albania, man. I'm gonna continue on to see how it bends, right? There's not that much land to scan here, so if we can just get an idea of how it bends up to the north, that could be huge. Copyright's 25. That also makes me feel good about where I'm scanning. And then, yeah, it bends to the west. And then we have that.
This is so deserted. What the fuck is this?
It's very findable. Very straight section. Bends west both ways, right? Especially to the north ridge. my thing, guys. We have to be west here, in my opinion. We're like somewhere between here and here. And it's a very straight north-south section. That angle's wrong. But we should be able to just scan the remaining north-south sections and get it. In theory, it's a pretty similar angle. The problem is it bends east, and we clearly bend west here. What about this one? Also similar. Okay. Bends west down here. Okay. But then there's just no town. But this is the best looking one we've had so far. I mean, everything really lines up nicely for this road. Slightly wrong angle, I guess. Okay, that's fine. I feel like we're getting closer. You've got to be kidding me, man. This is so difficult. What if we're down here? West Bend. I'm feeling like they're actually back down here, man. It's low-key what? They gave Gen 4 coverage to this, right? Okay, let's have a look at it, I guess. Did they? I don't think they actually went down here yet, guys. I don't think they covered it. Doesn't make sense anyway. Okay. At this point, we're so committed. Let's just get a better idea, even of how this goes. So the angle is true north-south, and of course it's slow moving. Like, what is this, bro? We can't move properly. Oh my days! What is going on? Lovely. I love this mode, man. We can't. Okay, we can't go forward. Great. Fine. I'm going back to the start. We have north-south, and then we have this angle. This is a nicer day because we got the view onto the mountains.
But dude, it didn't show the shorty.
Not really letting me move properly.
I didn't know Argentina was this trash.
Before we get into the north-south.
I thought Argentina was a bit better than this.
Anything else on here? We've got a road here that leads to the lake. I can't imagine this is going to be too useful to us, but maybe we could scan the roads that lead in Santa Cruz to lakes here. So let's say, because we're at the like one of these ones, famous lakes that you might want to go to. You can start here to get to that one. You can start here to get to that one. You can start here. That looks good. That looks really good. Okay, we found it. That was good logic in the end. Obviously a horrible time. We should be at one of these intersections, and the question is which, because we have like a rickety old path leading to a house here, but I guess it's probably this one because of the house here, but we may as well make sure. Yeah, it's going to be this middle road, because we got one road to our south, one road to our north, therefore we're in the middle road here. Thank goodness. Okay, we're good. Where was that road to the south? Oh my gosh. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. We got the 5K. I knew it had to be close. Oh, we got Australia. Perfect. I know place names in Australia, guys. We're going to be fine here. Jindabyne. Cooma. Cooma is this town here. Jindabyne, I'm not really sure, but Kosciuszko Road surely is... Now, where's Kosciuszko exactly? Kosciuszko...
Wait, you don't know Barry Dale?
I guess this might be Kosciuszko Road here. So that means Cooma is this direction, though, to our southeast. So, not sure exactly. It's fine. It's kind of a... This is a difficult round, but the fact that it's Australia makes me a bit more happy to see it, because I was thinking, like, surely Australia won't be too bad for us. Okay, okay, so I don't know these places. Kosciuszko Road. I just don't exactly know where Kosciuszko is, you know? It's not my area of the country. We had New South Wales plates here, and now we're into Gen 1. Okay, that's problematic. Can we not be in Gen 1, please?
Gen 1 is insane.
I'm sure this road would not be Gen 1. That's really annoying. But it seems like the Gen 4 coverage just kind of ends. Or what? That's really weird. Okay, whatever. Back to the Gen 4 here. Just kind of trying to get my bearings a little bit. Reset. So
Yeah, how is that even possible? Does the car just drive to the end of there and then just doesn't keep driving? Like, the fuck?
Kind of bend, and then it really swoops all the way around, so...
Does the driver just head home?
Good. In theory, we should head north into a town, which we did. Was it a town that big? Would be my next question, because it doesn't even have coverage, right? So, I mean, we have shops and a petrol station, but not a town that size. Well, to be fair, there's this settlement over the other side of the lake here. We even have kind of like a little island thing here. Oh, right. Okay, this is now Gen 4. That's perfect. One before. Kosciuszko National Park. I feel like that does make sense. I feel like we're headed northeast into Kosciuszko here, and we're on this lake. So let's see here. So we want this angle, which is concerning because I'm not seeing that at all. Okay, but we're headed north, so maybe... Nah. Okay, that's fine. So water's to our east here.
I mean, yeah, water just makes it way more doable.
Here then, I would assume. The water's to our east, so yeah, this doesn't work either. Where are we? This is an easy one, I know it. Cooma. We're not...
Yo, what's up, bad?
Cooma is this town here, or one of these towns here. Okay, just continue forward, I guess. So we can get a better...
What's up, Unc?
Big old lake.
Are you still farming? Nah, I'm not farming right now.
Island, right?
Why are you wondering?
And then we know it's not that one. We're near Kuma. What other lakes do we have here? Feels like the only one that was really an option. That's my real problem with this. Like this one? It looks like this kind of thing, but clearly there's no roads against it. So again,
I wish so too. I'm gonna do
here. I didn't expect us to be on such
because
a
it's Finnegan. What the fuck?
Which means we were like on this bend here, I would say.
It's derpy soon though, so dungeons.
Road, you know what I'm saying?
I guess dungeons is soon.
South we do have this church here, which I'm assuming is going to be that one. And then we just need the exact angle, which I guess is right about here. It's kind of a dodgy one. Northeast, we have the water. We can see it is there. We can see this little creek here. We're about to pass over the creek, right?
It's Finnegan, but when Finnegan is gonna, I'll probably do dungeons.
Nice. Okay.
On alt account.
Not been great gameplay, but we're making it happen. And far out. What is the point of this? Oh, don't tell me. Like, this actually feels almost impossible. I actually think this might be impossible, guys. Okay, we have the temple here. Okay, let's try and see if we have any massive landmarks. So we have some rocks. Oh, don't tell me, man. This is horrid. What? Okay, there must be something nearby. There must be coastline, like right here. Not even. Oh, please. Guys. No. Yo, I just don't actually see how this is gonna happen for me, man. Because even if we have like a Bangkok sign, like okay, maybe an airport. Okay, let's see. So Wat Tam Kawong, Imad Isai.
What?
No, that's all crap, bro. What? West Mountains, at least, maybe. This is just impossible. Tweaked. Wait, I'm playing Tweaked World? I ended up on the wrong map, guys. I'm goated. Of course this was harder. What the heck? Okay, I'm about to do a blank map 25k apparently. Oh, but we can be here forever. Oh no. Guys, this is a crazy demonstration of like, if you don't know that your wings have been freed, I did not think I would be able to get 20k points on Tweaked World blank map. That's crazy. Okay, but we're still on this map. This round, I still don't think this is possible for me, guys. But I just tell you what, I'll give you 10-minute attempt, maybe 15 minutes. See if we can get at least close. Oh, this is gonna be a horrid one. Okay, Watsing, Bunrai. I don't see any metas at all. There's the temple. It's quite a famous one, at least. I was like, why is this so difficult? Even the last one just felt way too difficult for pinpointable world. Like, how was that pinpointable? Anyway, I mean, of course it was pinpointable.
How are you gonna actually get? Is this possible?
This says one of these probably says the province. I've forgotten how to read them though. Okay, so here's our landscape: Northwest Mountains, West Mountains, but none of them are really big enough to make me like actually believe I could find them. I think this would be a really hard round even if we didn't have the blank map. That's the real problem here, guys. We have a lot of coconuts. Like this could be the south. We have the snake traps. Like okay, if this is the south, then maybe
snake traps.
We do also have sugarcane. Like okay, Krabi. Which one would Krabi be? It's like one of these ones, maybe. Okay. West Mountains. Maybe like we're around here. South, we have mountains too. Okay. Southeast, we have mountains too. Like, I feel like we are around here, but obviously we don't have access to anything like road numbers. I'm trying to think here. Southeast, we have hills. West River. Like, this could... I could have just clicked where we are if I remember where Krabi is. Like, this could be Krabi. I mean, at the moment, we're looking at like kind of a needle in the haystack situation. I would say, respectfully, it's going to take like giga scanning. I do now believe we're in the south at least, which is nice. Checkpoint here once we've actually worked out where we are. It's like a fairly doable road angle. There's nothing that really lines up though. Maybe here? Could we have been along here? I would mean we're going around the mountain.
Wait, what are the there's no way he gets this.
Guys, surely I'm not capable. Can we get a better view here? Yeah, we've just passed this mountain, KB. If I remember correctly, that says KB, and I think we're going to be in Krabi, which is like kind of very lucky that it's ones I recognize again, but probably not actually going to help us that much because I can't remember which one Krabi is.
Where's Krabi?
I don't know. Okay, here we go. Banrai Utai Tani. Utai Tani is southern. I don't remember which one it is. I feel like this one could be Utai Tani. I'll checkpoint here. Banrai. I mean, what could save us here is like hitting the coast. Obviously, we're gonna hit a town here, which is nice in theory. So we hit the coast here.
Okay.
Tani, Nongchang, Banrai.
Yeah, this is gettable for you.
This big intersection. So we've traveled like pretty much directly west to get to here, and we have a big highway. Okay, I want to set the checkpoint here. Nice, okay.
Alright, for him, this should be gettable, though.
Really
Am I crazy?
But okay, let's see here. So, Jewel carriageway road going north-south. If what I was thinking was correct, we'd have to be over here, but I'm gonna say this is just not Krabi unless... Yeah, I'm gonna say it's not. Okay, so then we're probably looking at this road here. Actually, dual carriageway could be significantly helpful here. We could actually work out where this is, you know. We've just driven west, southwest
I need at least like
quite some time. This could be
6
Krabi.
more sunset
Let's see.
books.
We have mountains north, right? So that's going to be our other big clue here. So mountains north on the divided, because that's kind of a rare combination as well, I want to say. Is this divided here?
After that, it will probably become a bit harder.
Now that I see this, believe it's possible. We have this checkpoint, right? We came from the west to this, through a town, and we got these north mountains with the... I think we just have to follow the road. This is going to be like the most... If I'm going to get this, I'm still like at least 10 minutes away from getting it, but just because I like you guys, I'm going to try. Okay, I just got to continue this road until we see something else useful. West is very flat though, actually. So the theory was that we were in Krabi.
Is it not Krabi?
Which, in a way, is kind of nice with the west flatness, right? The problem is the lack of desirable road angles, but West Coast seems to almost now make a lot of sense with East Coast.
I think you're kind of tired.
The lack of desirable angles here is really the killer.
I slept a lot though, so I don't know why.
We're committed now. And it finally bends to the east, but it's a slight bend. It's not a crazy bend. And we got some signs, which again just feel not that useful. We got a wildlife sanctuary, could be nice. Northwest, we see even more mountains. We get onto this angle as we head into another city. Okay, so pretty much north-south, then bending. That is so findable, but even when we find it, it's only one part of the puzzle, right? So, come on. I just want to see it, man. This one looks good. Wait, this road looks really good, actually. Bends? Nah, but the bend's wrong. Ah, that was a bait. I'm gonna continue on for a bit.
Yo, he likes when it bends, huh? You prefer it when it bends?
I mean, guys, I might be looking in the wrong part of the country just because the snake traps, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a distinct possibility, guys. Okay. See, there's a lot more that fits up here. Now that I think about it, okay, Chai Pum has that kind of thing, right? To be fair,
Chai Pum.
It's actually, I don't know. I was very committed to the south just because I thought it was Krabi, but maybe not. Was there anything definitively south? Probably not, right?
Why did he think it was Krabi? Was it only because the text on a bullard?
Trying to scan at this level.
But was only 2 letters?
All divided roads, the ones I'm looking at. Continuing on. It also just a single place I actually know. Like, I do know a fair number of places in Thailand. This almost feels Bangkok-like, you know? I feel like if it's Bangkok, that's even worse. That would probably explain why we didn't see any place names I knew. Okay, now we're actually onto divided. But I'm so unsure about where to scan that I'm just gonna keep going. Like, we eventually have to come to something, right? Like, I don't know, finding the temple is gonna be such a pain though when we actually do find something I know. Oh man. What was the stuff I did know? I did recognize at least something. It was Utai Tani, right? I can't remember where that is. Maybe it is like over here somewhere. To be fair, this does not really look that much like the south, does it? West Mountains now. What? Yeah, these are like Bangkok poles, right? Oh no, man. That would make some sense, to be fair. But this road is also very
Bangkok.
long, so kind of feeling like now scannable.
What?
Resetting to the temple here, which is where we went down. Just gonna see what is this direction. We never even checked this direction. Maybe there's something crazily useful this way, you know? We have like north poles. I mean, like this is like the kind of pole that you normally find out here, right? So that would have saved me a great deal of time. And we hit like more temple stuff. Not really great info here at all. Okay, so we're gonna reset.
I mean, yeah, you need to learn the language, huh?
The temple and check out the other direction. When we get to the temple, well, here. Just gonna head east for a little and see, like, maybe there's some crazy sign here. Yeah.
Why is there a profile gamer semen powder setup?
Go back to the checkpoint and drive south for a bit. Because, right, this was perfectly north-south, was it not? Basically. Nongchang, Utai Tani.
What?
Yeah, I can't remember where Utai Tani is. I know that's a problem.
What do you mean with semen powder? What the fuck does that mean?
Feeling less sure than ever, guys. I do not know where we are. We were headed south. 2 more minutes, just in case I find something nice. Guys, I'm giving up. I'm officially giving up. Snake traps. Do the snake traps ever happen up here? I think the mountains have always been too small for up here, and it's been too flat for up here anyway. I'm giving up, guys. I can't remember where Utaitani is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's find out where it was. There we were. Utaitani. And the stretch of North-South Road was so tiny on the map. Everything was so tiny on the map. This I all could have found. Like, yes. I'm trying to think, did I ever look over here even? It's just so tiny on the map. I was looking for the bigger roads. That was always going to be so tough without the label, guys. An hour. I did that for an hour for you guys. We were on pretty good pace for the blank map. We'd only used like 35 minutes or so on the first rounds. Which, yeah, to me is like, that was honestly really great, but Thailand was just too killer. So guys, if you want to see me do this, how many likes? I will complete this
What just
on a
happened?
tweaked world or an equivalent world map for 10,000 likes. For now, I'm gonna go rest. Thank you all for watching. Hope you all enjoyed it. What a crazy video.
Just oh no. Professional stalker, what the fuck? Artist by day, stalker by night. Pride, she, her, West Midlands, England. I'm gonna make you guys deep dive videos, sure. It's not interesting. What?
Hello everyone, I'm Skyblock and I will be your guide for today's trip. I request that you stay in your seat at all times and enjoy the show. Because this was a show, much like the circus that I saw. The smoke in That's why Wilbur was there, okay? We don't need questions. Shut up, even in my voice you anyway.
Is it?
Sure it's fine.
What is?
Yeah, from like what? Can't remember what day it was, but that Tommy in it thing, can we leave that in the past, please, Spain? Stop giving me nightmares.
Donald Trump is throwing J.D. Vance under the bus after it appears that J.D. Vance got caught leaking information about Donald Trump and the Trump regime as J.D. Vance jockeys for power. And Donald Trump just humiliated J.D. Vance in public, and he basically elevated Marco Rubio vis-a-vis J.D. Vance, especially as right now people are saying, you know, who's going to come out of the Republican Party as their next potential presidential nominee?
Hopefully none.
Rubio or Vance. And after what Vance has been doing, Donald Trump throwing Vance under the bus, frankly, both Rubio and Vance, in my opinion, are treasonous traitors and vile pieces of trash. So let me just say that from the outset. But let me describe what just went down of Donald Trump throwing Vance under the bus heading into this new week. So Marco Rubio, it has been announced, is being dispatched to the Vatican over and above J.D. Vance. Our friend Christopher Hale at Letters to Leo, or Letters from Leo, was the first to break this story in a major diplomatic snub in Donald Trump giving the middle finger to J.D. Vance, the highest ranking Catholic in the federal government. Donald Trump announced that Marco Rubio will be going solo and Vance is not allowed to even go this Thursday to meet with Pope Leo XIV. This comes as lots of people in the MAGA movement believe Rubio's star is rising and Vance is falling, and lots of people are saying
Isn't
that
Vance beefing with
Vance
Pope?
is continuing to humiliate Donald Trump, although I think Trump is frankly humiliating himself. Let's take a look at Christopher Hale's article, then I'm going to come with some more receipts to bolster this article. So Donald Trump is sending Rubio. On Thursday, Rubio will be the one going to meet with Pope Leo XIV. J.D. Vance will be home, all alone in Washington, sidelined from the administration's first cabinet-level audience with the Pope since Donald Trump publicly broke with him over the Iran war. It's a remarkable snub. Vance is the highest-ranking Catholic in the federal government, the Vice President of the United States, the man who flew to Rome last year.
Does the Pope even want to
Rubio
talk to J.D. Vance
embrace
though?
the new American Pope. Remember, There's that famous scene, though, where Vance was asking, this was last year, Pope Leo the 14th to show up for America's 250th celebration in July, and Pope Leo the 14th, I'm going to Lampedusa. I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be in Italy. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. And he kind of snubbed J.D. Vance as well. And lots of people are saying that this shows you the rift that's developing inside the White House, where Vance is being pushed aside. Rubio is now the guy. And by the way, Rubio was seen in Florida this past weekend DJing a wedding while Donald Trump's naval blockade in Iran continues to fail and falter, as Iran continues to reject Donald Trump's lies about fake
Okay,
negotiations.
okay, I'm gonna be honest
Secretary
here.
of State
I understand what
Marco
he's saying
Rubio
here, but
was
people
DJing
still need to
weddings.
be able
That's what
to
he's doing.
live
So
normal
let's talk
lives
about, though,
besides
where this
politics
snub,
24/7.
I think, is originating from as
Of
well.
course,
So
there are
The
politicians, but
Atlantic,
of course, you
of
can
all
do some
places,
stuff.
The Atlantic, which
Great that.
has
Obviously,
published these
what they're doing in Iran
exposés
is
on
fucking
Donald
stupid.
Trump, his
It's
regime,
absolutely
Kash
retarded.
Patel, and others. They published this expose about the Trump regime in chaos. And in the Atlantic story, J.D. Vance is basically the hero. There were all these aides and advisors to J.D. Vance who were giving quotes either on background or somewhat off the record, if you will. And it was pretty scathing about how all of these people around Donald Trump are horrible and Trump doesn't know what he's doing. And J.D. Vance is the guy who told everybody, here's what you got to do. Here's how you got to handle things. J.D. Vance is giving all of the warnings. So J.D. Vance was brought on state regime media, which calls itself Fox. And he was asked by the host, Will Cain, well, what do you make of this article? And J.D. Vance is like, well, look, I don't know. There's all these sources that are not people. This didn't come from us at all. And then he confirms the story on Fox, just so you can see for yourself what went down. And so you had this incident. Then you have Donald Trump basically saying, yeah, J.D. Vance, you're sidelined. Here, play this clip.
Atlantic. And it says that sources inside your office are telling the Atlantic that you've been expressing some real concerns about missile depletion through the war with Iran. They read as follows. In closed-door meetings, J.D. Vance has repeatedly questioned the Defense Department's depiction of the war in Iran and whether the Pentagon has understated what appears to be the drastic depletion of U.S. missile stockpiles. Are you concerned on this front? Are you concerned about our missile stockpiles?
Well, let me say two things about that report, Will. So first of all, most of these reports I ignore. This one I actually read because it ascribed views to me and things that I had allegedly said that I'm just 100% certain that I have never said. And in particular, there's a lot in that story, Will, and you know how this game works, that is attributed to people who describe themselves as Vance advisors. An advanced advisor could be a staff member that I see every single day. It could also be a random person off the street that I've talked to once at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. What I feel confident about, Will, is that nobody who actually knows what I think, nobody who's close to me was speaking to that reporter, because if they did, then it would have been a totally different story. Now, to answer your question, Will, of course I'm concerned about our readiness, because that's my job to be concerned. But I think that Pete Hegseth, our Department of War Secretary,
What? So you just admitted it?
Our Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they're doing an amazing job. But it's, of course, my job to ask these questions. It's, of course, my job to make sure that we're on top of every issue. And, of course, it's the president's job, too. And I think that both of us are very focused on that. But we've got a great military.
And then it wasn't just that, right? The week before that, or about a week and a half before that, when J.D. Vance was talking at a Turning Point USA event.
Bro, are the people still doing that?
Epstein files is, he goes, I don't want people being involved. I don't want powerful people being involved in this disgusting behavior regarding the Epstein files. Hint, hint, he's probably talking about you know who. Here, play this clip.
I don't want powerful people, being involved in this disgusting behavior. But I have to defend the president on this.
And then J.D. Vance, we all remember when J.D. Vance was on Sean Hannity and talked about how, look, Donald Trump's healthy, but if something were to happen to him, I'd be ready to step up. We all remember that, right? Let's play that clip.
You seem to go with the flow pretty well.
Do you have quiet moments you think about that?
Yeah, honestly, Sean, I try not to. I mean, one, I serve under Donald Trump, who is very healthy.
He casts a pretty big shadow.
He casts a big shadow, but if I served under Joe Biden, I'd probably be worried every minute of every day that he was going to croak and that I'd have to become president. But because I serve a president,
have a bat phone. Okay, did it just happen?
Like, I'd never be able to sleep. I'd always have my cell phone as loud as possible. But no, the president won.
Why are people still? Why are Republicans still talking about Joe Biden, bro? Oh my
Also, one
god.
of the things that Donald Trump surely was watching was when JD
How are they
Vance was
not
at the
tired of
Supreme Court
talking
case
about him yet?
event recently. He said, this is where he said, Pope Leo the 14th better be careful about what he's saying about Catholicism. You better be careful, Pope. And then also there were people in the crowd who were calling JD Vance out and Donald Trump for genocide in Gaza. And then JD Vance starts like yelling at the person in the crowd and got really unhinged. Let me show you what went down. Here, play this clip.
I think it's very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been, again, hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first. But I think one of the issues here is that if you're going to opine on matters of theology, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure it's anchored in the truth. And now, to respond to this guy here, he said, I believe he said the administration supports a genocide in Gaza. And here's my response to that. When we came in, the humanitarian situation in Gaza was an absolute catastrophe. You know who's the person who got a peace agreement in Gaza? Donald J. Trump, the president. Excuse me, sir. Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years. Because we have taken that situation seriously.
I believe it for a second.
It's strategy.
That's not true.
The easier the routine, the more repeatable the habit, which is why every person needs a Tushy bidet, the gateway upgrade for habit staffing.
Tushy bidet?
You all know by now how much I love the Tushy bidet. First off, the install is incredibly easy, and it naturally fits the vibe of my bathroom. After using a Tushy bidet, I feel much cleaner and honestly ask myself why I didn't start using this sooner. The Tushy bidet transforms your bathroom wellness for life. Gut to butt to bowl. Soothe your
bum wash.
Instantly warm water that never runs cold. 99% of people who wash with Tushy warm water bidets feel cleaner and fresher after going to the bathroom. Tushy bidet gives you 2-in-1 benefits, reducing irritation and preventing micro tears with soothing water instead of scratchy toilet paper or damaging wet wipes. It's also easy to use. Sit, cleanse, and dry using the built-in air dryer.
Bidet actually seems kind of nice. Is it expensive?
Is now hands-free. People who made the switch to Tushy use up to 80% less TP. No more clogged toilets. No more wasting money on something that does an inferior job cleaning your body. Every Hello Tushy bidet comes with a 30-day hassle-free return and a 12-month warranty. Stop guessing you're clean. Start feeling it. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off their first bidet order when you use code MIDAS10 at checkout. That's 10% off your first bidet order.
Yo, bidet seems kind of fire, isn't it? It's really so expensive though.
We also shouldn't forget
Expensive.
that JD Vance, lots of people were saying it was like, did JD Vance kill the last pope? Right? JD Vance met with Pope Francis, who was the predecessor to Pope Leo the 14th. And then literally the next day, Pope Francis died. And remember, JD Vance was commanding this audience in front of Pope Francis. And then Pope Francis was sick and frail, and he met with JD Vance. And just I'll remind you of what went down. And then the next day, Pope Francis died. Play this clip.
Hello. So good to see you. God bless you and good morning. How are you? Good. Yeah, thank you. Happy Easter to you, Father. Wonderful. I know you've not been feeling great, but it's good to see you in better health.
Pope Francis, yeah, wasn't he? How long was he a pope for? A whole minute, huh?
These are the gifts. These are also gifts for you as well. Right? It's beautiful. The Vatican tie, and then the rosaries for your wife, for your children, and the red one is the red. Thank you very much for your visit.
Of course, and thank you for seeing me. Pray for you every day. God bless you.
Also, you have a lot of the right-wing podcasters mocking J.D. Vance as like a dork and saying, you have all these MAGA dorks, and J.D. Vance thinks that he's a cool guy. And so when J.D. Vance was asked by Benny Johnson on Benny Johnson's podcast, so what do you make of Joe Rogan saying that, there's all these MAGA dorks out there and we don't want to be part of these. Why are these dorks part of our movement? Watch what J.D. Vance said.
Who says MAGA's full of dorks? What do you think? You consider yourself a dork? Because MAGA's dorks.
I think we have many fewer dorks than the far left, but everybody's got some dorks. We love our dorks. We love our cool kids. We love anybody who wants to save the country.
He also got roasted by Pete Buttigieg. Here, let's play it.
Nor can I imagine any leader we support telling the Pope what he ought to do on matters of That's crazy. He's been Catholic about as long as I've been middle-aged, and he thinks he can lecture the Pope on Catholic theology. Anyway.
Let's also not forget that when this alleged incident happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the Secret Service took J.D. Vance before Donald Trump, which I think was also on Donald Trump's mind as well. Like, wait a minute, they took Vance before me? They went to say Vance first? Is Vance working with the Secret Service behind my back? Just so you remember what happened. Watch, they take Vance first. Then Donald Trump falls all over himself. Here, play this clip. Should also be noted that J.D. Vance is the least popular vice president in American history. I mean, Trump's the least popular president in American history. Less popular than Nixon at the time of Nixon's resignation. J.D. Vance, the least popular.
How is that even possible?
Play this clip to show you the numbers. Let's play this clip.
So Vice President Vance, how's he doing? How popular?
Yeah, J.D. Vance is not doing too hot to trot at this point. Look at this. Okay, J.D. Vance's net popularity, this should actually be a plus. There we go. Plus 3 points. Then we go to minus 18 points at this point. That is a 21-point swing in the wrong direction. J.D. Vance started off his vice presidency in plus territory, and now he is in negative territory. Down he goes. J.D. Vance getting dragged down along with the President of the United States.
Where does he run? Maybe.
Well, yeah, because
because of that we don't know that. But where does he rank among other vice presidents?
Yeah, you look at other vice presidents. Look at this. At this point in their vice presidency, historically the worst at this point in a vice presidency. Kamala Harris was at minus 13. Mike Pence was at minus 7. Joe Biden was at plus 4. Dick Cheney was at plus 37. This might be part of a longer trend of vice presidents becoming unpopular, but we can say J.D. Vance is historically the least popular vice president at this point in their vice presidency.
Yeah, that is notable. It may just be a thing where Americans over time, we just hate everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Increasingly hate
But I love you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Even though a lot less
Wait,
in
who's
2002.
Well, all of this is going on. Here was Marco
who's Shaney?
DJ
Plus 37.
at a wedding. He's a wedding DJ, everybody. It's not like, important things are happening. I'm being sarcastic. Here, play this clip.
That's gonna sound like
And then finally, let me share with you what the perspective of a well-known political scientist, Professor Mersheimer, over in University of Chicago. And he's like, look, again, this top professor, University of Chicago on International Affairs. He's like, look, Iran won this war, okay? Trump lost this war. He's like, so now you have Rubio and Vance. They don't even want to be affiliated with the negotiations in Iran at all because they know that America lost this war, and so none of them want to be seen as the person who gives concessions because then they'll be viewed as a loser, so they're trying to avoid it. He's a good perspective. I agree with this, what Professor Mersheimer says. Here, play it.
One, understand that there are two members of the administration who desperately want to become president in 2028. One is Marco Rubio, and the other is J.D. Vance. And both of them understand that if you get involved in these negotiations, you're, in the end, are going to end up making significant concessions to the Iranians because the Iranians are in the driver's seat here. We've basically lost this war. And if you make those concessions, if you're the point person for making those concessions, you're going to take a lot of heat from the Israel lobby. You're going to be in trouble with the lobby. And that's going to make it hard to become president. So you can rest assured that J.D. Vance has no interest in going to Islamabad and being the point man in the negotiations with the Iranians.
I don't know if he can wash that stain off his hands. I agree with you, but he might be indelibly damaged already.
I think that may be true for sure. But I would just say to you, Rubio has done a brilliant job, given the fact that he's Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, at staying out of these negotiations because he fully understands, I am sure, that he just doesn't want to get involved because in the end, we're going to lose. The lobby and Israel itself are going to be outraged by any compromises that we make. And whoever actually makes those compromises is going to pay a significant political price.
Let me know what you think, everybody. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to others. Let's keep growing together.
Oh.
My Strange Addiction is back. I know some of you may have the urge to laugh or make fun. Let's try and be patient and be empathetic in watching some of these videos because they're quite unusual, but clearly they're impacting people's lives. Let's get to it. Oh, are we gonna smoothie everything?
Ugh.
My name is Catherine. I'm 31 from Alexandria, Virginia. I blend every single food that I eat.
Okay, that's not that strange. I feel like drinking eggs, though, maybe it's because I had a bad experience in my childhood of being forced. I don't know why they did this. They forced me to drink raw eggs before an ultrasound.
What?
And I don't know why. Is there a medical reason?
Your dad, the doctor, made you do this?
Yeah, hold on a second. It's a local weird practice that some people do. Okay, so I don't know why anyone made me drink raw eggs, but I had to drink raw eggs.
Breakfast is served.
I thought she was going to drink it.
And I'm addicted to snorting all of my food.
I thought she had a swallowing condition where she wasn't able to swallow. Snorting her food?
When it hits the back of my throat.
She's so smiley about it. I love
It's
it.
very different, but at the same time, I taste all of the same flavors as if I was to have food and drinks normally.
So why not drink it normally?
My favorite way to start my day is with an omelet and coffee.
I mean, there's a lot of risks here because the nasal passageways are not equipped to handle food in this way. And as a result, you're going to increase risks of sinusitis, even eustachian tube dysfunction, where the eustachian tube in the back of your nose there connects to your middle ear. That tube can get inflamed and clogged. You could even develop issues with your septum there that can be problematic and disfiguring long term. Plus, this could end up in your airway. This is a much easier way for food to end up in your airway, leading to inflammatory pneumonitis, aspiration pneumonia.
My relationship with food was very normal up until the point where I was in community college. It started, honestly, with a dare to try snorting a flavored fruit drink.
I wonder how she deals with spicy foods.
It was an odd sensation at first, similar to if you accidentally get a little bit of water through your nose in the pool.
Interestingly enough, that's a sensation people dislike.
And it was phenomenal.
It also looks like it increases her like intracranial pressure. She gets quite flushed when she does
I have been having my entire diet nasally for about 5 years. I don't have an aversion to chewing, but I have an aversion to the weird textures that come with food.
That can happen. Absolutely.
You don't like the way it feels in your mouth.
No, I think it's awful, and I think it's like primitive, you know what I mean?
I don't know if she's saying that sarcastically.
I do not see snorting my food as a problem. I think it has a lot of benefits, no risk of choking.
Well, you can absolutely aspirate.
I don't overeat. I consume less calories.
I was about to say, thank God this popped up, because I was hoping that she didn't do this as a way to curtail her calories, because I don't know if that would be a healthy coping mechanism. I think this was one of those scenarios, much like intermittent fasting. People think there's some sort of miraculous benefit to doing intermittent fasting, when in reality, you're just shrinking the window, the time period in which you are able to eat. Therefore, you consume less calories simply because there's less time. Here, there's less volume. The nose is smaller than the mouth, so you consume less volume of food. This would really need to be investigated further to figure out what is driving the sensation, the need, the aversion to chewing, because there could be a very unhealthy outcome, especially as one ages.
It has really no drawbacks, except that is spicy. Nobody accepts my habit. Nobody accepts me.
Well, that's unfair. I feel like people should accept her, but also at the same time present the risks that could come with this, because it's very clear that she believes there are no risks, but there are definitely risks.
I have been dating this guy, Justin, for several months now. I want to take things to the next level, but he has no idea that I snort my food.
How is that possible? You don't drink water around him?
Do you guys need any recommendations or anything like that?
Are you able to blend the food?
God, I hope this is not one of these reality show situations where they're faking it.
Catherine, what the f are you doing? What are you doing?
And they took her to a restaurant so people can judge her? How is that helping her? Like, if you're a producer on the show, you're clearly taking advantage.
So this isn't just like every now and then.
Well,
this is what you do. And it doesn't burn going through your nostrils, down your throat?
No, I've been doing this a long time.
I have never seen anyone ingest food any other way but through their mouth, which is, in my opinion, why we have mouths.
I mean, at the same time, you have to be reasonable enough to understand that this may shock someone because it's so unusual and not typically how humans consume food. He's not being disrespectful. At least I don't feel that way. He's just shocked that you've kept this from him, which is, again, a reasonable emotion. So while you want him to validate your emotions, you should also be validating his emotions. It's a two-way street.
This is something that is a big deal, Catherine. So
I'll catch you around, Justin.
She broke up with him?
I'm going to try my best to stop snorting my food. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to go about it.
Well, working with someone who specializes in eating disorders could be a good place to start from a mental health perspective. And just exploring that, spending some time exploring why you have that drive. And definitely visiting with an ENT and just doing a fiber optic exam where they put a little camera. They're not putting you to sleep. They just spray a little nasal numbing spray. And then they put in this tiny little camera. I've had this done to myself, and you could actually see the back of the nasal passages as well as all the way down to your vocal cords.
My name is Tara, and I live in the remote desert of Southern California. I am a ritual priestess and musician. And I'm addicted to sunning my perineum.
I've seen this on social media.
Perineum sunning is the practice of allowing natural sunlight to reach our perineum, the perineum being the area between your genitals and your butthole.
I love how all of the words were very scientific: perineum, genitals, and then she didn't want to say anus. She went for the butthole. That's another thing I never thought I'd say on the channel. She reached for the butthole. I mean, this is a spiritual experience. The only risk I would say here is because this is not a frequently sun-exposed area, it is more sensitive to UV and therefore has a higher chance of burning.
What I would do is be barefoot or nude in nature, and my legs naturally open and I could feel the sunlight. So I discovered it pretty naturally and organically of just like, wow, that feels really amazing.
There's no scientific health benefit. I've seen some claims on social media about better hormone production or vitamin D production. Sun exposure helps with vitamin D levels for sure. But whether it's on your perineum or other parts of your body, as long as the majority of your body is being exposed to the sunlight, the conversion for vitamin D is still happening there. That's a lot of hours per day without sunblock, so you have to be careful. And I say careful for the fear of developing skin cancers.
And I do my morning ritual sunning my perineum.
Her home is awesome.
I like to place my perineum directly towards the sun.
Also, she's doing it when the sun is setting. That's already a better situation because the UV levels are lower then.
Tara's exposure to the sun is a lot. It's not only the perineum, it's everything, the anus and vagina. So I hope that she is really, really looking after it because it'll add up over time how much sun exposure happens.
That's a great point, and I hope that she has a good relationship with a dermatologist who can do skin exams very thoroughly because honestly, when you get skin exams, you should be checking all parts of your body, even non-sun exposed areas, because those are the unique places where skin cancer can form. Melanoma does appear there. I mean, he is sunning. He's sitting in the sun.
My name is Charlotte. I live in Philomath, Oregon, and I have 2 children. My daughter, Raciana, is 7, and my son, Malachi, is 4. I make sure to give them love, compassion, caring, and that's what every mom brings to their family.
That's very important, and one of the most important variables that predict childhood success into adulthood.
Can I ask you, Mom, a milky, please?
And I'm addicted to breastfeeding.
So her child is 7 and she's breastfeeding. You know, generally we say after the age of 2, it's until both parties stop. And then also we think about nutritional gaps that could be formed by continuing breastfeeding because you want to consume solid foods in order to get all these nutrients. Things that jump out of my mind, vitamin D, iron, even protein with just breast milk alone is very difficult, if not impossible, to get solely from breast milk.
Currently, my kids breastfeed a couple times a day, but also I have pumped extra breast milk.
It seems like they do it for comfort more than anything else. And as long as there's no coercion happening, because she pointed out that she's addicted to breastfeeding. So as long as she's not forcing it on the children, something also that you need to be careful of is dental caries, cavities forming, because there are milk sugars in the milk that after breastfeeding, especially if it's happening at night, it could predispose you to having higher risk of dental caries.
I kept breastfeeding when I learned about the benefits of it.
So there are benefits to breastfeeding, but not extended breastfeeding. We don't have proof that that is actually beneficial.
The hormone oxytocin is released, and that's the love hormone, and that just floods your body and it floods your brain, and it is a euphoric feeling, but also it helps the health of my children immensely. There's cognitive benefits, there's emotional.
All the things she's talking about are true up until age 2, and at that point we don't see those benefits continuing long term. And we do see even a change in the quality of the milk after a year of breastfeeding. It does become higher fat content. There's also a social stigma attached to this, bullying that can happen in schools. Those things, while they may seem trivial, are actually really important in a child's development.
I also use it when the children might have ear infections, if there's a fever.
Unfortunately, breast milk does not cure ear infections nor fevers, so that doesn't work.
How far would you go? Is there a cutoff age?
The longer you breastfeed, the benefits increase. So as long as they're still willing, then we'll keep going. I do worry because I'm getting older. You know, my milk supply is lessening, but I'll seek out the help that I need to help support me through that because For right now, there's nothing that would stop me from continuing to breastfeed my kids.
Nothing that would stop. What if some evidence comes out and shows that this is harmful for your children? Like, that's why these conversations are very interesting with people who are passionate about a subject. When they say nothing will change their mind. But what if it's you learn something new? I feel like you have to be at least open-minded to some degree.
This is a breast milk jewelry making kit. I know that I have to be very diligent about taking my vitamins and making sure I'm eating protein so I can make sure that the milk is going to be pure and perfect.
I don't know what it means for milk to be pure. There's this natural fallacy that some folks have that everything in nature must be safe and we need to live like we used to in the good old days. The good old days, we died from stubbing our toes because they got infected because we didn't have antibiotics. We didn't have clean water filtration systems. In fact, when I did my debate in Jubilee, one of the people I was debating against kept saying, like, I want pure water. I want pure water. Look, pure water is filled with bacteria and streams and parasites. Like, no, you want the water that's disinfected by your local water treatment facility and has fluoride in it because it helped your teeth form. You don't want pure nature all the time. There are some times where natural could be better, or there's a natural approach that can perhaps be with less side effects. And if the condition is not so severe and there's no harms, maybe natural is the way to go. But man, you can't just have a blanket policy. It's like, imagine as a doctor, I said, I don't use lifestyle modifications at all in my patients. Only pharma, only meds. You'd think that I'm not a great doctor, and you'd be right. Much in the same way as if I claim to be able to cure all sorts of conditions with just lifestyle modifications. It's not true. There's a balance to be had there.
I am a licensed cosmetologist. I have a full background in skincare, all things cosmetology. And now I'm ready for the good stuff.
Product has arrived, babe.
Thanks, baby.
Look like you worked hard for it.
Of course I did.
This is good.
Is this semen?
And I'm addicted to semen facials.
That means something else. I like that she's dosing it with the syringe, a 1 ml syringe. Now again, man, I hope the show is not just trying to be funny and like take advantage of people, but besides maybe some initial hydration that is very temporary, there's no real benefit to be had here. This is interesting.
I love the way that it feels on my skin. It's nice and smooth, has a very sticky texture to it, and I also love the glow that it gives me at the end of the day.
I mean, the majority of it is water, and you have some sugars, salts, proteins. None of the, like, even zinc is in there, but it's not like it's a stable zinc that the skin is ready to use. A big part of creating a product for your skin is not just about the ingredients, it's about the stability of those ingredients, the usability of the skin for those ingredients.
I usually give myself a semen facial, I would say twice a day. In the mornings, I'll get a fresh batch, which usually means it came directly out of my husband. And then later on in the night, I really love the way that it feels, especially when it's fresh and warm.
Also, this could be comedogenic. Like, it can clog your pores, lead to acne, folliculitis. And, okay, I know this is her partner, and I don't even know if it's a monogamous relationship, but STI concerns are real, especially if you have open abrasions, because semen can transmit infection. It could also dry out the skin. And you know what's also interesting? Semen allergy is real. It does exist in people, so it can cause an irritant dermatitis.
So one of the other ways that I like to store the semen is in these ice trays.
Good old semen in the refrigerator.
When I know that my husband is gonna be gone from me, let's say he's gone for a weekend, I know to go ahead and stock up. I've definitely become obsessed with the product.
Well, that's good that she's calling it out, that there is an obsession component here, because that can signal to me my mental health alerts are being on the focus, on the identification track.
I don't like to go 12 hours without it. I can't go 24 hours without it.
She's saying a lot of things that are leading to a potential diagnosis here. Can't go 12 hours without something. I have an obsession over it. I'm curious what happens if she was to go without the product.
I'm so used to using it all the time and reaching for it. It does stress me out when I don't have it.
Is this a compulsion of hers? Again, a little bit more investigation is warranted here.
Another method I like to do with the semen is to support in my little handy dandy steamer. So I just like to go in before I apply either my skincare or my makeup.
This is another thing. She's saying her skin improved, but she's doing skincare on top of the semen. So which is actually giving the benefit? This is like one of those scenarios where you institute 3 treatments and you are not sure which worked. Or on the flip side, let's say you remove 3 foods and you feel better, you don't know which one of them was causing the symptoms. Look, if this is a romantic thing and it's not causing any harm, it's okay. Again, very limited risk here. The only thing is, like, if your friend's coming in to give you a kiss on the cheek to say hello, they'd probably want to know if your husband's semen is on your face.
And I'm addicted to vabbing.
Vabbing? Is that vaping with vabbing?
I stick my fingers in my vagina and I rub it on my body so that people can smell my pheromones.
That is not where I thought that would go. Interesting.
When I first started vabbing, it started from maybe once or twice a day to then more, like 50 times a day.
This is becoming quite the sexual episode, but vaginal fluid can potentially be infectious if there's an untreated STI, so that's of concern. And also, let's rewind a bit. She said something about pheromones. The existence of human pheromones has not been scientifically even proven. The idea that there's some chemical messengers and signals have been initially proposed and some scientific evidence exists for. But to say that we have a bioassay of human pheromones and we can point to it and we can explain what it does and it's replicatable, no, we don't have that yet. And what's interesting is we do have them in other animals.
I feel like vabbing is something that kind of like boosts my confidence because I'm not that great with talking.
Oh, that's a good point that she's raising. If people are doing this because they think that this will make them more appealing and there's a placebo effect in there because it allows them to feel more confident, that is not any miraculous scientific impact from vabbing. That's from your perception of what vabbing does.
I have no social skills. I have the social skills of probably a goldfish, and I'm a 32-year-old woman.
That could be investigated as well because there are certain diagnoses that can predispose one to having poor social skills. Or it could be a lack of experience. Obviously, don't know her.
What gave me the idea to vab was social media.
Oh, social media, bringing all the interesting health trends to light.
I usually put 2 fingers up there, so. Okay.
I mean, this is clearly someone that has something going on mentally that they're fully taking advantage of for the production of this show. It's really disappointing.
When I first started, I would go up there, and the more I did that, I started to create rips in my vagina.
Rips, but also potentially introducing other forms of bacteria, leading to potential diagnosis of bacterial vaginosis.
I'm always sticking my hands in my vagina, so I wash my hands a lot. If I got a boyfriend, it would be really amazing.
She's looking for connection, and I wish she would find some way to get help where she doesn't feel the need to vab in order to find connection. This is something that can be discussed in a cognitive behavioral therapy session, not necessarily to change her, but to allow her to reflect on how this is impacting her everyday life, how she feels addicted to it, whether she truly needs to continue doing this. And those type of reflective conversations would be very valuable. He only eats French fries. Click here to check that out and some other TLC shows. As always, stay happy and healthy. People have some strange addictions, and they actually made a show about it. And while you may be tempted to laugh, hear me out and my points first before going to judge. Be whoop.
My name is Nathaniel. I'm 27 years old. And I'm in a serious relationship with my car.
Interesting.
Morning, baby.
It's a pretty car, I'm not gonna lie. I'm digging the color.
It was love at first sight. His body and then his interior and everything just together just seemed to fit. And I just felt an instant connection.
You know, this objectophilia seems like it runs in a similar pattern as animism, where someone believes that an inanimate object has a spirit that is living on, and that's why they fall in love with it.
Nathaniel's relationship with Chase goes beyond dates and presents.
We have our times when we get sexual.
Does that feel good?
There has been some research that
What the
has showed a sexual gratification or objectification of inanimate objects does sometimes run in a similar course also with autism. So I don't know if autism was in fact diagnosed in this case.
Stanley might be 31 years old, but for the past 18 years, he has gone to remarkable lengths to remain young at heart. Very young.
Okay, I understand if you're watching at home and you're quick to judge this gentleman and say, wow, this is clearly a disorder. Wait, the way we decide in medicine, in healthcare, whether or not something is a disorder is based on the patient's own life. If the patient is not having an issue maintaining a job, maintaining healthy social connections, maintaining a relationship, if all these major developmental aspects of life are normal, this is not a disorder. We have to be very careful with our definitions here.
And he doesn't just talk the baby talk. He dedicates 8 hours a day role-playing as a toddler.
That's
an issue.
important fact to hear. Because if you
That's an
don't
issue.
dedicate 8 hours of the day to do this, can you maintain a job? Can you maintain social connections?
It's a feeling of being safe, something I didn't have when I was growing up. And being an adult baby became my way of coping with the world and my own problems.
Humans are great at finding unique coping mechanisms. This works for him. Something else may work for you. Just we have to make the decision together with a patient and a doctor whether or not that coping mechanism is A, appropriate for who you are, and B, whether or not it is distracting or detracting from your everyday life.
Stanley has even tried baby formula, but like every other toddler, he can be extremely selective.
I mean, baby food like that is basically just like mashed up fruits, so it's not like the end of the world eating that. Baby formula, breast milk, all that really high fat content, you really have to be careful.
I don't have any broken bones, but I'm addicted to putting orthopedic casts on my body.
What?
I'm perfectly fine, perfectly healthy. I like the feeling of the cast around me.
Just wear a compression sleeve.
I've done like 2 full arm casts, 2 full leg casts. I've done 2 full
What?
leg casts and an arm cast.
What?
I've put on so many different casts, it's ridiculous.
He just wants to be cuddled. I get it. I need that too sometimes. I just don't go all the way to getting a cast done. But like sometimes I do that with the blanket and then I lay on top of it so I feel like I can't get out. It's like being swaddled.
I was 12 years old. I broke my arm rollerblading and I got my first cast. I got a lot of attention with a cast on. And it's just kind of been an ongoing process ever since then.
That is a medical diagnosis, actually. People who feign illness in order to get attention or sympathy, that needs to be obviously diagnosed and addressed if that's the case.
My name is Dave Gracer, and I'm obsessed with eating bugs.
Initial impression of mine is this might not be so bad because
Yeah.
they're actually kind of nutritious.
He has eaten more than 5,000 bugs over the past 11 years.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Keep track of the numbers of bugs? That's interesting.
When it comes to getting bugs,
What's wrong with this?
kill them, and there's a variety of ways of doing that. I prefer freezing them because you go to sleep.
What?
I think it's the most humane way.
You don't just go to sleep. You're viciously cold, and then you go to sleep. It's not like he's giving them a paralytic agent to knock them out and then freezing them.
David's interest in eating insects just kept getting bigger.
Grasshopper, grasshopper, grasshopper.
And bigger.
Fly pupa, cicada.
And bigger.
Scorpion tastes kind of like this weird plastic.
And you enjoy eating weird plastic? Like, I want to know his explanation. I have follow-up questions.
I started going into the woods and getting my own bugs, and I think the first ones I found was a whole log full of carpenter ants, and I tried those.
Ants are very rich in protein.
Ants,
grasshoppers,
yeah.
Grasshoppers almost have the same amount of protein per 100 grams as red meat does.
When he wants something more exotic, he goes
Damn.
to his personal supermarket, the pet store. Today he is picking up a specially ordered bug he has never encountered.
That is a monster. I will eat a monster.
You want to make sure that you're thinking about toxins that the bug has inside of them, the bacteria.
Yeah,
the bug.
that's a good
Also
point.
think about anti-nutrients that are actually meant to discourage predators from eating them by not allowing us to withdraw the protein from the foods. And it actually stops the protein absorption inside our bodies.
The Vietnamese centipede is the only species of centipede to have ever killed a human being.
Right in the oil. I'll season them again just real quick with salt and pepper.
How does he know
W bugs.
to season it with salt and pepper? How does he know those flavors go together if he's never eaten it before? That's just like throwing salt on an already potentially salty food and being like,
The heat not only cooks the insect, it also breaks down the poisonous venom.
There you go. Take a peek and see what we've done today for you, Dave. Oh my God!
It's still got very much the look of the beast.
The look of the beast.
But there's so much muscle tissue.
I feel like I was about to throw up.
I understand why you say that. This concept isn't that out there for me because by eating
Yeah,
more
same.
insects, we can place less strain on our land, have
Exactly. I don't mind this at all.
protein-rich foods brought to our diet,
I'm just,
especially
what's
in
wrong
areas
with eating
where we
bugs?
don't
I don't understand.
I've actually tasted grasshopper before. Not too shabby.
We're the strongest
Family in the world.
Nick, Callie, Dylan, and Jessica Best
You can do it.
train their bodies up to 240 hours each week.
That's a lot of hours of training.
While some pediatricians warn against weight training for kids, 11-year-old Dylan routinely deadlifts 130 pounds.
I do like working out. It's like my coffee in the morning. If I don't do it, I don't feel right.
I love that this kid is so mature. Initially looking at this, 11 years old is probably on the earlier side of starting to lift heavy weights. The idea is that you risk injury when you have non-fully formed muscles, tendons, ligaments, bones, and start lifting heavy weights. It can be done safely. You just need to be very careful and monitored by a professional. Kids like below the age of 7 shouldn't be doing weightlifting at all. Starting at age 7, you could start incorporating strength training. That's good, but just not with heavy weights.
Oh my gosh, JJ.
Experts recommend children her age train with 1-pound weights. But she can lift 100 pounds.
That's probably not ideal. That being said, I doubt that this was going to do any real damage to her growth plates. That was kind of a myth that we had published by the American Academy of Pediatrics in 1983.
Nice.
Potential risk. And then as time went on, we saw that happen less and
GG's
less,
to him.
especially with proper training.
Dylan and Jessica consume nearly
I also got that.
recommended calories for their age.
While we do give recommendations on
From tier 3 or tier 4?
a wide-ranging recommendation needs to be individualized. So for children that are highly active like them, and we see how their weight and their BMI is trending, we can make different changes to their diets and to their recommendations. So the fact that they're eating a lot more than an average child isn't that wild to me because they're burning a lot of calories by doing all these workouts several times a day.
Hi,
What?
I'm Kelly Athena, and I'm obsessed with rescuing food from dumpsters.
Okay, that's gonna work.
We waste so much food in this country while other countries starve. I don't think this is a terrible idea. I just hope they're doing it safely.
The average American household spends over $500 a month on groceries.
And we oftentimes
Are we doing the new event? Yes and no. Kinda.
just as tasty.
Everything I have in my fridge, I got from the dumpster. Apples, cucumbers, pickles, condiments, grapes, cantaloupe. Here's some soy milk I had, and it even expired more than a month ago.
Sometimes it's a full-on expiration date, but you really need to understand what that date is for, because that date could be like for ideal freshness or for ideal taste. It still might be calorically, nutritionally valuable.
I'm not afraid to eat right out of the dumpster if it's good stuff. There's this peach. If I peel it, that'll be eat. If I eat out at a restaurant, I don't know who's preparing that food back there.
I don't know if I'm a fan of that logic. You don't know who's preparing the food. At least it's cooked. Here, you're getting food that's been living in a dumpster. What if a raccoon pooped on it?
B is spicing up the 4-month.
Yeah, you shouldn't be just. You should. Maybe if it's protected, that makes sense.
Tomatoes Kelly found a week ago.
Maybe a little diced fennel.
Fennel found at the bottom of a trash bin just this morning.
Well, it's a fresh dumpster fennel.
And frozen chicken.
Chicken, if it was even not frozen for a short period of time, bacteria can start proliferating on it, especially if it wasn't stored or prepared properly. Oh man, I've had a personal close friend of mine who eats thoroughly cooked foods, eat out at a restaurant, get an infection from one of those foods, and
Really?
develop an abscess, which is a pocket of infection inside his brain, and he still has neurologic effects as a result of that. So this isn't like totally benign.
I'm addicted to coffee enemas.
What?
For the past 2 years, Trina hasn't been able to function without her daily coffee enemas. A procedure where liquid is injected into the colon to clean out the lower intestine. Her addiction is so intense, she does up to 4 every day.
Okay, let's just do it right off the bat. Coffee enemas have not been proven to help with any medical condition. In like the 60s, 70s, we used to say maybe for constipation, but that's
What
been
the fuck
dropped
is
in the
this?
literature. We have so many better ways of handling constipation that
What
this
is this?
totally unnecessary. They're saying coffee enemas are used to clean your colons. No, they're not. It's a self-cleansing part of the body.
My initial reaction was, my God, that's disgusting.
Pretty judgmental response.
I tried it, and now I'm addicted to coffee enemas.
2 years ago, Trina turned to this unconventional ritual after a series of health issues.
I had a lot of
Hey,
stomach
X-Lugs.
problems, digestive problems with my kidney, my liver. I started to do research, and it led me into the coffee enemas. Immediately, I really started to feel the benefits.
It's understandable someone that is having symptoms, who's struggling, looking to
What?
find answers online.
So you're just putting a tube in your fucking anus
Something that they can do on their own and tries it. That
and
doesn't mean it's
letting
the right treatment or it's something that most
what?
people should try. My concern is that there's something else going on in these people's bodies that can be missed and potentially get worse over time because they're not seeing a doctor. Problems with kidneys needs to be investigated because if kidneys start failing, that's a threat to your own life.
My name is Julius. I'm 62 years old, and I'm addicted to balloons.
I love balloons.
They're beautiful. They're soft, smooth, delicate. I have a connection with them.
Is this like gonna be similar to what we've seen in the previous episodes of like objectophilia or even animism, where you believe that certain physical inanimate objects have a soul or spirit, or maybe you become even sexually attracted to them? I'm curious.
Now Julius has filled his home with over 50,000 balloons.
50?
He
That's
can't
a lot of
sleep
balloons.
unless he's surrounded by them.
What the fuck?
Spherical one.
Honestly, I don't see what's wrong with this yet. He likes decorating his house with balloons. Some people like painting their walls. I don't know. They put wallpaper on. Some people put paper on their walls. Teach their own.
I mean, yeah, but isn't he kissing them?
Goes beyond shapes and colors.
My love for balloons, it's also a sexual love. When I see a beautiful balloon, my heart starts to flutter, and I get aroused. I'll take a 12-inch and I'll inflate it to 11-inch. That way it can take a lot of abuse.
There's a potential connection between objectophilia, animism, and autism that one study tried to explore.
What the fuck?
I'm interested in exploring that subject to see how connected those two conditions are.
My wife thinks it's strange, but she accepts it.
Again, like, you have a job, you have a partner, you live a good life, you take care of your health, and you're sexually attracted to balloons. Not really a disorder. Disorders are based on ability to perform life functions, get satisfaction in life, reach goals in life. Let him sit in his room and blow up balloons and squeeze them. Like, why is he even a thing on this show? It's kind of weird. More power to you, sir.
I'm addicted to butt injections.
What?
I'm curious if this is butt injections through like a BBL where they do liposuction and re-inject the fat.
Carmelo's had 54 butt injections, yet she's never bared her behind to a plastic surgeon. She receives her shots on the black market, getting pumped with an unregulated substance that's been known to include metal lubricant and cement.
Yeah, I mean, that's really dangerous. There's so much that can go wrong.
Oh my
This
God.
isn't a traditional BBL. Even BBLs are dangerous. Like 1 in 3,000 individuals who has a BBL has a complication of a fatty embolism. The fat actually gets lodged into their blood vessels and can be lethal if it travels all the way up to the lungs. I've actually had patients that have had huge complications as a result of bad injections like this. They were done abroad in other countries. But
Well,
they
is
ended
this
up getting
silicone in your ass?
cellulitis, abscess formation in the buttock area where like major surgery had to take place to take out the necrotic tissue, dead tissue. So they ended up losing a part of their buttock.
What brings you in today?
Dr. Yoon, welcome back to the channel.
Do you have any idea what she injected you with? Did she tell you?
Said liquid silicone,
Okay.
but I'm not sure if that's really what it was.
Did she do anything afterwards?
You put
Did she
silicone in your
stitch up the
butt?
incisions?
She put super glue.
There are times we use glue in medical settings in the ER, but not for deep wounds, not for big wounds, not for wounds that could potentially become severely infected. So like there's a time and place for all
What the
medical
fuck? A
tools,
super
that's
glue
not
is.
the place for super glue.
This is so
Here,
wretched.
This is your thigh, the fat in your thigh, which is smooth and normal. But up here it looks kind of spongy, this texture, and that's definitely not normal. So even though you're healthy, it just takes one bad injection to literally kill you.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad she was able to decide not to do that again.
My name is Margaret, and I'm 53
Good.
years old. I live in Morning View, Kentucky, and I'm addicted to stinging myself with bees.
Ooh,
What?
Kind of mean to the bee, because doesn't the bee die after it stings you?
Margaret has been addicted to bee stings for the past 10 years.
What the fuck?
It could be an endorphin rush, because when you do experience pain, when your body tries to relieve that pain, it sends endorphins to try and decrease the pain.
Her addiction started innocently as a way to relieve her arthritis.
You know, there is some preliminary evidence, weak evidence I'd call it, bee venom helping individuals with rheumatoid and osteoarthritis. However, when you compare it to the treatments that we have now, you can get better outcomes with less side effects and, most importantly, less pain.
First time that I stung myself, it didn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. And
What the fuck is this?
every time.
And it's great that she doesn't have a bee allergy. I mean, some individuals, they get stung, their whole
This
arm
is so
blows up,
strange.
their mouth can
You're
even blow up,
addicted
they
to
can go
getting
into
stung by
anaphylaxis. People
bees.
carry EpiPens for bees.
What?
And you know, even though allergies are more likely to happen early in life, they can develop later in life as well.
But every time Margaret stings herself, the honeybee dies.
Yeah.
Something Margaret is all too aware of.
Every bee is precious. I get sad when I watch them die. I prefer to get an older bee. The younger bees, they've got their lives ahead of them, and it helps me feel less guilt about killing the bees.
It's a sad situation to see, because I would love for her to find pain relief in a way where it's not damaging to the bees, to her mental health, and potentially can give her longer lasting relief, depending on what the cause of her arthritis is.
My name is Mark. I'm 20 years old, and
Yeah, why don't they just masturbate?
15 inflatable animals. My mother
What?
wasn't there for me when I was a child. First time I hugged my inflatable whale, I actually started feeling all that love and compassion.
Could be oxytocin, which is one of the hormones that your body releases when you're cuddling. This is actually why animal therapy, I mean, it's a little bit different, obviously, but why animal therapy works quite well, especially in those newly diagnosed with autism, because animals are not judgmental. So you can show an animal affection and pet them and enjoy their company without them judging you. And there's less risk there for humans to be hurt, so they enjoy their time with animals. That's why equine therapy does quite well. Emotional support dogs, etc.
Now he's so dependent on his inflatables, he can't be separated from them for more than a day.
This is again entering the realm of what we categorize a disorder, because he can't be without them. So as a result, it can impact his ability to live a fulfilling life, reaching his major milestones, going to work, having relationships, etc.
If I could,
Yeah, true.
I would, because I am that much in love with her.
But Mark and Lila haven't taken their relationship to the next level yet.
Me and Lila Dragon don't have sex together. We keep our relationship clean.
You know, we've talked about objectophilia, which is when someone falls in love with an inanimate object or has sexual desire for an inanimate object. And there's been theories as to why this occurs. They're saying there's some pattern with those who've been diagnosed with autism, those who have these sensory situations where in feeling certain things, there's a crossover neurologically that when they see this inflatable dragon, that they also engage their sexual desires. Not because they've trained that way, but because the body's made that way.
The therapist helped me realize that my inflatables are getting me used to more socializing with them rather than real people. From now on, I'm going to start spending a little less time each day with my inflatables. I'll still have my inflatables in my life, but they're not going to be the primary part of my life.
If something's going on mentally where you are finding a lot of value in these inflatables, just taking them away abruptly can cause more harm and trauma. Because as you can tell, this person has an adverse childhood event. I'm actually curious about his job situation, whose house that is, how does he provide for himself? Because those are the questions that you really need to learn about this person, more so than
Yeah,
what the
fair.
diagnosis
That's
is
fair.
or what his romantic life is with these animals. That's what's going to tell me who he is as a human and what impact these inflatables are having on his life.
I'm Amy. I'm Becky. And we're 45 years old. And we're addicted to being identical.
What? Addicted to being identical. You either are twins or you're not twins.
For some reason, Amy had gained a teeny bit more weight than me. Yeah. And people would go like, oh, you're the big twin, you're the smaller twin. And literally from then on out, we eat the same exact bites of food and drink the same sips of drink.
You know, I know some sisters and brothers that are like this.
They
not
don't
to
look
this
the same
degree, so
size.
I feel like they are closer than what is expected of normal, but that's just cultural expectations. See, this is where it can cause a disruption in someone's life to the point where it can become a disorder. If you can't be apart from each other for more than 30 minutes, you have to sleep in the same bedroom. That makes accommodations difficult.
My main concern is that one would actually die before the other, and the other one would be lost completely without.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would say that's probably a little bit of an irrational worry. Later in life, absolutely, you need to start planning for that. But right now, as young women, to decide whether or not they need to learn how to be without each other shouldn't be based on the fact that one of them may die. That's a fairly lower risk thing to worry about.
I've never heard of them being in a long-term relationship, and that concerns me a lot.
That concerns you, but what if they don't want to be in a long-term relationship? That could be totally appropriate.
So I set Becky up on a blind date.
Hi, Becky.
And the show obviously tells them both.
Twins, my
Beautiful.
sister and I told Jillian I would go on this blind date.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
I technically
She did,
lied.
we just left a little part
We just left a little part
which is
out.
neat.
It's not exactly how I envisioned it.
Hey man, if he can get both.
Tell me.
We're kind of married to each other.
Yeah, talk about setting up a guy for failure without giving him a heads up. The date didn't fail because there's something different about them. The date failed because the guy didn't get a heads up that they're very unique. It's like setting up someone who doesn't want to be married on a date. And then the person goes and says, do you want to get married? They say no, and then the date ends horribly. Could have seen that one. Oh! That's a lot of cockroaches. You know what's funny? I grew up in Brooklyn, and okay, maybe it wasn't that bad, but there were cockroaches in certain areas all over the place.
Ooh.
Hi, my name is Shelby Counterman. I am 9 years old and I collect cockroaches.
Oh. Oh, wow. She kisses.
Kissed it.
When I started collecting roaches, I only had 5.
You know what I just found out the other day? There are roaches, or some kind of insects that look like roaches, that breathe through their body that make hissing sounds. And it literally kept me up all night.
What
Can
the
you imagine
fuck?
this thing walking next to you and just going...
Hissing?
Now I have thousands.
Wow. I mean, roaches don't like bite. They may scratch you accidentally or something, but they don't bite. But they do spread diseases, like bacteria especially, salmonella, strep, staph. They can even cause cholera, dysentery. So you got to be careful with these roaches.
I could do without them.
The father says I could do without.
These are my Madagascar hissing cockroaches.
Wait, are they like running around?
Sometimes they're too noisy. I will hiss at them.
They're not actually hissing. I think they're breathing.
They're not harmful at all, except they may be a little stinky once in a while.
Yeah, also you're keeping like 10,000 of them in like a Tupperware container meant for Legos. I don't know if that's ideal storage for roaches. Like, why do you need 10,000? Can you have one roach? One friend roach?
My name is Samantha. I'm 20 years old. I consider myself pretty responsible, independent, like to have fun, and I'm addicted to tanning.
Oh, tanning is so bad. I mean, tanning is incredibly
That's
problematic,
disgusting.
especially as a young person. If you're below the age of 20 and you tan even once, your risk of melanoma goes up like 50%.
My typical tanning day is going to 3 different tanning places, 20 minutes in the bed for an equivalent of an hour a day.
I think you're almost like guaranteeing yourself cancer at that point. Not only are you increasing drastically your chances of developing cancer, you're destroying your appearance because skin becomes dried out, becomes poorer quality.
This is
looseness
disgusting.
occurs.
Tanning is my everything because it makes me really happy. Anytime I'm sad or upset, going tanning just makes me like perk right up.
There is some evidence showing that going tanning a lot and then stopping can cause like withdrawal symptoms. So we try and help that.
Jeez, nasty,
Sending
bro.
patients or working with them to go to therapy or even take medications.
Think about tanning when I wake up. I think about tanning in the shower. I don't think there's actually ever a point where I don't think about tanning.
That's worth exploring. Is she thinking about how she feels in the tanning booth? Is it afterwards? Is it the appearance? Is it something she doesn't like about herself? Like, all these are questions that one might ask in a visit to try and figure out where the source of thinking about tanning comes from.
I'm not really
Well, that's a
worried
good point,
about
actually.
aging because that's why they have Botox, plastic surgery, facelifts.
The problem is that doesn't enhance or solve the problem of what tanning creates. Like, if the materials themselves, aka your skin, and the foundational blocks that make up your skin are damaged permanently, all those things that you just discussed do not target or solve that issue. This is a
Sure.
perfect example of an individual that would benefit from meeting someone who was also addicted to tanning and seeing them 10, 20 years later, just to get a sense of what can happen. Because I think that's a good reality wake-up call for many.
you're actually very fortunate. I don't see any signs of skin cancer, which is great, but the risk of melanoma is still huge in someone like you.
I'm pretty excited that the doctor didn't find any skin cancer, so now I can go home and tell people I told you so.
That's not how it works.
What?
Say it raises your risk of skin cancer. It's not right now.
What?
It's across your whole life.
Yeah.
And a lot of young people have that mindset of, oh, I don't even want to live till I'm 40 or 70. I'd rather get all my fun in now. And you only say that up until you're 30 or 40 or 50. And then you realize how much more you want to keep living life and enjoying the different stages of your life.
I am Sydney, I am 29 years old, and I am making my neck long.
What this thing does is not make your neck long.
What?
Make the appearance of your neck long by pushing down the clavicles, which are your collarbones here, and literally changing the angle of your top ribs. So it looks like your neck is longer, but it's actually not becoming longer.
Because of the necklace, I had to change everything in my life. Even the way I eat. I can feel my throat pressing against the back of the necklace when I swallow.
If you're limiting your
What
range
the
of
fuck?
motion, you're actually creating restrictions in blood flow, weaknesses in the
This is so
stabilizing muscles
stupid.
of the neck, and as a result are setting yourself up for future tension headaches, compression headaches, maybe even circulation problems, depending on how tight the neck rings actually are.
The idea of stopping has not crossed my mind because it's been in my mind my whole life. Look where she's at and look where I'm at. I would love to get my neck as long
Oh my
as
god.
Remember, the way that the ribs move follow a very specific pattern to allow maximal expansion of your lungs. And when you're limiting rib mobility and changing the rib mobility,
Norway.
you're actually decreasing your ability to take a full breath, and as a result, starting to impact your cardiopulmonary performance.
I don't feel very good after removing the necklace.
Why does she use that?
Really bruised. It's a little upsetting to see the bruising.
When you have constant pressure on your skin, you could actually
So you're bruised and you're still doing it. Like, what the
basically
fuck?
what happens
You,
in a
how
hospital
stupid are
when
you?
someone stays for a long period of time and is bedbound, can't walk, can't rotate in the bed. They could actually develop pressure ulcers. They could get so deep to the point where the skin gets broken down all the way to the bone, past even the adipose or fat tissue.
This is my destiny, and this is what I've chosen for myself.
People take risks all the time doing things that they find valuable and pleasurable, and if this culturally means something to her, who are we to judge?
I'm Justin Jedlicka, I'm 32 years old, and I'm a living doll.
A living doll? Is that a
What
profession?
the
Is that a
fuck
hobby?
is
I've
that?
had 125 procedures,
It's a lot of procedures.
and it's been $158,000 to make me really resemble a doll.
See, I wonder if at any point did his doctors have a discussion as to why he wants this. Is it healthy to keep going for surgical procedures?
No, they don't
If
care.
there
It's
are
the
other
money.
options, like getting in shape where your muscles can look big without having to get implants. And I'm only saying that because that's a healthier alternative, not necessarily he has to do that.
I started having a couple other nose revisions. They all get a little fuzzy after a while, but at the end I've had 5 nose jobs now.
Because I'm not a
Why?
plastic surgeon, I don't know what the qualifications are of a person that should not get plastic surgery. But I think if you're getting multiple facial revisions and you're doing it to replicate an imaginary being, I think that's worth an evaluation with a mental health specialist, at the very least.
We're at a critical stage here. You're gonna die pretty soon.
Today, we're watching Family by the Ton. I'm not gonna lie, not a huge fan of the title, but let's see what the show has to offer and learn something along in the process. Let's get started.
I would just eat until I'm dead, probably. A normal day for me is wake up around 12.
I've seen this guy,
figure out something
and he's
to eat
actually
immediately.
just average American now, isn't he?
So it's interesting that you see him drying himself off with a towel in that specific way. When you have excess of body weight and you have excess skin, excess fat tissue, you have to be really thorough about drying yourself because it's really easy for a candida infection to begin. And as a result, you can get really bad redness, irritation of the skin. It can then become a full-on cellulitis where bacterial infection sets in. So it's really important to dry skin folds in order to decrease the likelihood of this happening.
I never would have thought at 34 I'd be living with my father and I'd have no job, have no real money, and just be playing video games all day and eating.
When you're trying to address someone's situation where they're morbidly obese,
Otherwise, that just
you have to
what?
look at what are the reasons that contribute
What's the
to
dad
this
doing?
occurring. What can you do in order to prevent it from recurring?
Look at triggers, look at mental health factors, look at sleep schedules, daily activities. Like in general, I'm not against gaming. I love gaming. I consider myself a gamer. But there are times when we can take something that can be potentially beneficial.
Wait, Mike, he does gaming?
And this can happen with anything. I mean, it's really
W
the
gamer.
dose decides the poison. So having an unhealthy relationship with food, with gaming, all of this can contribute to this ultimate unhealthy lifestyle, which will ultimately decrease lifespan and decrease quality of life. And that quality of life is really what I like to focus on. Because yes, we want to extend lifespan, we want patients to live a long life, but at the same time, I want them to live that life comfortably. I don't want them to be in pain. I don't want them to be in mental anguish because they don't feel like they're connecting with the outside world. And that's what a good doctor, nutritionist, or like I said, any other health professional looks at when addressing these types of problems.
I got your food. Okay. He'll tell me what to get him, and I come right back a lot of times in case that's too much food. But I'll get it for him and bring it to the house and put it right in front of him.
I don't want to call him an enabler, but I mean, sometimes it's really the way it seems that it is. I'm not buying the groceries. I'm not buying the frozen pizzas. I'm not buying the chicken wings.
But you are, right?
There's someone facilitating the food coming in, and it's not me.
I mean, there's partial truth in that. I don't think that's a valid excuse for someone to make. If my patient told me, hey, look, it's not about me, I'm not the one doing the shopping. At the end of the day, there's a level of personal responsibility involved in all this, but to solely place the blame at the foot of others is not a healthy pattern. Not because it's right or wrong, but because it takes away control from you. And when you take away control from you, you actually create more of a problem where you feel like you're helpless, you have to do it, and there's nothing you can do to change it. When that is not, in fact, reality, there are things you can do to change it. There are conversations to be had with your quote-unquote enablers, because the foods that are being consumed are A, unhealthy foods, B, there's salt being added to already very salty foods. The portion sizes are tremendous.
This is
And,
disgusting.
I saw the father mention tea. That tea has so much excess calories from the added refined sugars. Like, that's even worse than eating a huge amount of food. Because at least when you eat the food, you can feel satiated and there's some fiber and other nutrients in there. But when you're just drinking sugar water, which is essentially what these sweet teas are, in mega amounts, you're just adding weight.
So I bathe outside this trough currently because I cannot physically bathe in a sit-down bathtub or stand-up shower area. Because I'm a bigger guy with like folds and flaps, and I have to move around.
Folds and flaps.
Almost like a pig in a way, and wallow and roll over to get like the back of my leg. I have to lift up literal like pieces of skin. It's just a super difficult process.
There's a lot of adjustments that are needed to be made in someone's home when they are of this excessive weight. There's also adjustments that need to be made in the hospital. I've had patients who are morbidly obese who unfortunately did not fit in our CAT scan machines and our MRI machines. And in those scenarios, A, you try and look at the facilities around you.
Oh my, I'm actually close to 1 bit bank.
Someone does have
Dude,
a larger piece of equipment.
I'm actually getting close to 1 bit bank. 1 bit bank close soon.
Local zoo who have really large machinery for some of their larger animals.
Your zoo?
It's not a pleasant conversation to have with patients, but it goes to show how there's a lot that needs to be done in order to make sure that we're keeping folks like this healthy.
This is an icebreaker. We do have to take your weight first.
This is coming. When I weigh myself in my house, I do it butt naked, just use the bathroom, number 1, number 2. And I've like tried to throw up the last meal I ate so I can lose any pounds. Now I'm there wearing clothes. I'm kicking off my flip-flops. Anything I can get off of my body to lower the number because I know it's going to be shockingly big.
It's 711.8.
Now I know some bariatric offices
What the fuck?
try and save this step for later in the visit. Reason being is whether this patient is approximately 500, 600, 700 pounds, we know that there's going to be a benefit to doing the procedure. So we can already leave with that assumption. A lot of times it's traumatic to step on this scale and look at the number. So we try and perhaps save it for not the first thing you do when you walk into the office. Because that alone can cause people to not want to come in to see the doctor in the first place.
We're at a critical stage here.
Yeah.
You're going to die pretty soon. Unless something happens here.
Now, I know that's jarring to hear.
But it's true.
Why. I agree with this approach. I think this is the most successful approach because it's honest. Whether you have a patient who's morbidly obese and is over 700 pounds, or you're recommending a do not resuscitate order for a family member. Those are difficult conversations. The truest, most
Mm.
honest, non-judgmental way you could deliver that news is going to be the most successful way you could deliver that news.
With you, the route
That's
we're
true.
going to go down towards is a sleeve gastrectomy.
Okay.
All right. So this is your stomach.
Gotcha.
All right. What we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to remove this outer portion of your stomach right here. There will be a metabolic switch that gets flipped in your body when you have this surgery. Your body will want to lose weight.
Yeah. When Dr. Proctor was going over to surgery, it was pretty scary, only because I fear surgery in general.
Understandable that he's apprehensive.
Yeah.
Surgery comes with legitimate
I
risks, even if it's
I don't
bariatric
like surgery at
That
all.
being said, being 700 plus pounds carries way more risks than the surgery. And that's how we decide whether or not a procedure, a medication, a treatment is good for a patient.
Why don't you tell me what does a normal day of eating look like for you prior to when you saw Dr. Proctor?
So like, we're waking up at like 12.
Okay.
And then probably ordering food from the hot dog house.
What do you usually order?
On like a normal day, it might be like 20 wings or like 10 tenders, and then it would be like a small order of tater tots and a large sweet tea.
This size cup?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're doing 32 ounces of sweet tea.
My lunches were either a taco salad or like tacos.
Okay.
But it was, not a lot of sour cream.
This is insane.
Like dinner.
It could be anything from like a big thing of fried chicken or pizza. We'd have like, not occasionally, but sometimes.
So Dr. Proctor wants you to lose 60 pounds by the time he sees you next.
The reason why all of these guidelines are in place about having patients lose a certain amount of weight before the surgery, having them see a psychologist, running blood tests, is you want to set the patient up for success. If we just
Sure.
did bariatric surgeries on everybody who is obese, it would be problematic. Because what happens is when you do the surgery, there's very specific protocol you have to follow. If you overeat with a smaller stomach, you can actually cause surgical issues. You can rupture your stomach. You can cause vomiting. It can cause mental havoc. It can lead you to going into a dark depression. We really try and select our patients that we think are going to have the best outcome from the bariatric surgery instead of just recommending it for all.
So I've hired a personal trainer for the first time in my life. This is the first time I've been to the gym in a long time, and I am a little bit nervous. Hey, what's up, man?
Casey, right?
Yeah. Dex?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
When I watch programs like this on TLC, my one issue that I have is a lot of this is not reality for most Americans. I don't want someone who is potentially wanting to lose weight to look at this and think that unless I have this, I can't lose weight. It's not true. You don't need the diesel personal trainer in order to lose the weight. Any kind of physical activity when you're going from zero will help. Also, being kind to yourself and not pushing yourself too hard in the beginning is also really
That's
important.
fair.
With someone who is 700 plus pounds, you really want to make sure that you're focusing on injury prevention. It's very easy to overload joints, to pull and hurt muscles, and as a result, you can set someone back. So it's really about starting slow.
We're gonna do arm rotations.
Okay.
15 each way.
All right, gotcha.
Good. Now we go back the opposite way.
All right.
I had Casey move his own body weight so he can establish a correlation between what he's accomplished already and what he can expect himself to do in the future.
See, like someone might look at that and say, that's not exercise. Yes, it is. His heart rate's going up. His breathing rate's going up. This all automatically kicks up the metabolism, helps him prepare to meet the challenge.
Yeah, just any
He's been saying
exercise.
that you
It's
can't
insane.
push too hard, too fast. You can put too much strain on the heart and even cause a heart attack. There's actually a type of heart attack called a type 2 myocardial infarction that happens as a result of not a pure blockage, but simply because there was so much strain on the heart that there wasn't enough circulation going that actual damage has occurred.
It's been 3 months since my surgery, and I feel good. Little things are changing in me that I didn't really expect to change so quickly. As I accomplish more, my self-esteem is rising, so I feel like I can do more. So it's just a good feeling. I started this journey at 711 pounds, and today I'm happy to say that I'm 525.
I think it's great when you start seeing your goals pan out. And that's how motivation happens. It's seeing your hard work be paid off. And it might not be paid off the first, second, or third time, but as you continue, you keep seeing that you're making improvements, whether it's after a week, after a month, or after a year. And even for myself, I had a buddy that was in the ICU recently and had a lot of neurological deficits. And as he was slowly recovering, he would call me each day upset.
I want to see Casey because I think he should have.
Write down what your deficits are today. Do it next week. Do it the following week. And then each time you're upset, look back and see how much you've improved. When you look in every hour by hour, day by day, sometimes it's easy to lose sight of how much you've accomplished. But when you really spread it out and think in scale, which we as humans are not good at doing, you get to see the accomplishment. You get to feel motivated. You get to see that you're making moves in the right direction, even if it's 3 steps forward.
How is he doing now?
I'm Casey King, and I've lost almost 600 pounds. I weighed 823 pounds. Today, I weigh about 245. Lifestyle at my heaviest, kind of non-existent. I would definitely say I had a food addiction. Choosing to have the surgery is by far the best decision of my life.
It's been one hell of a journey. I'm so proud of him.
I mean, I lost all that weight, and I just want my future to feel fulfilled. I would like a family. I would like a wife.
Tell me about the loose skin as a result of your weight loss and how you feel about it.
Oh my days.
Before we do anything, I just want to get some audio tone. So just like wait for about 20 seconds.
I may cry at some point, just to be clear, in some point. And so, like, I'm literally almost crying now thinking about it, but yeah, just it might happen.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So at my heaviest, I weighed 823 pounds.
Oh, so he still has all the skin.
Didn't do anything. I just kind of woke up, ate food, stayed in bed, sat on the couch, played video games all day. Lifestyle at my heaviest was kind of non-existent. Didn't really like people. Didn't like being seen. I didn't like socializing. Felt like a freak show. I didn't shower inside. I showered in a trough tub outside for a while. I didn't drive for probably about 14 years of my life. I would have never been able to do activities like this at that time. I was very sedentary. Hold on, bud. Slow down. Just wait. Come here. My struggles with weight started pretty much from birth. Go. Come on. I was 12 pounds, 6 ounces. My relationship with food growing up was always super toxic.
Ooh.
I would definitely say I had a food addiction. There were 2 things that were like the hugest catalysts. My nephew was born. And I was just like, I'm your only uncle. I love you. I can't be this giant blob of a man. And I was just like, this is not the life that I want for me or this kid. And then also, 9 years ago, I was sitting in my living room. I couldn't get off the ground. I just couldn't get up. So we called my cousin. He brought a friend. They wrapped a sheet around me, lifted me up off the ground, sat on the couch. My other cousin was like, you should just go to the hospital tomorrow and admit yourself into the emergency room. We did that. And then I stayed in the hospital for 4.5 weeks just being overweight. And they were like, you're going to die. If you stay on this course, you will die soon. I came home, started going to the gym, lost weight, dropped down, but that stopped. So then I gained some weight back, enter a friend, the possibility of being on the show comes in for TLC, and then I had sleeve surgery on my stomach. I had a surgery in September of 2018, bariatric sleeve surgery.
Who?
I weighed 823 pounds. Today, I weigh about 245. I've lost over 550 pounds.
That's
Choosing
insane.
to have the surgery is by far the best decision of my life. I would do it again to this day.
Will he remain to the skin?
On a liquid diet, and then you move into pureed foods. And then as I got smaller, I got more active, and I was able to do more things. And then I would eat healthier. I would do more. And then I noticed that, like, if I just ate a couple more salads, if I ate, you know, a little less carbs and not so much fried food and more grilled vegetables and like meat, I just lost, you know, weight. Yeah, that's a huge lifestyle change from where I was now. Okay, so these were a pair of shorts. So I wore them basically as underwear, a bathing suit, and or shorts.
Holy shit.
Shirt. It's pretty enormous. At my heaviest, my dad was like an extension of me. He was my cook, my transportation, my only friend. I didn't go anywhere without him.
I guess in a way I was part of the cause of him gaining so much weight. But at the time, I was just trying to be a good father and take care of him, and I was scared he was going to die. Really. He was real ill and grouchy when he was bigger. Because deep down inside, he was just frustrated the way he was.
I don't blame you for me getting like big. Like, it's not your fault. You were just trying to take care of me. I mean, I was huge. I wasn't the nicest because I was just addicted to food. I did it. I ate the food.
I never in my wildest dreams would have thought he would have got down to what he is now. It's been one hell of a journey.
Let's go.
And I tell you what, I'm so proud of him. We really went through a lot together. That's what made it so great. We did it together.
I mean, I lost all that weight and I just have I have all these things that like I want for me, but I want him around to like see him. Just so I want him to see me fully fulfilled and not pass before any of those things happen. I love him and I owe him my whole life.
I love you too, man.
Thanks, man. My mom doesn't get enough credit either. She's great. She hates being on camera, but she's a lovely little lady that I love.
Tell me about the loose skin as a result of your weight loss and how you feel about it.
So, because of weight loss, I feel a lot better about who I am. I'm a more confident person, but it's more so I'm now more critical of just different things. Like the loose skin is something that I just, like it's there. I hate it. Like it's literally like a suit. Like it's everywhere. It's sides. I mean,
Oh my days.
circumstances that I'm living within right now. So we've talked about or planned to have skin removal for a long time. People don't understand how expensive it is. I've posted pictures of this on Instagram, and this is the one where people are like, they give their most unfiltered, ignorant, not sparing my feelings. People think they're gonna tell you things like, just lose weight, everything will be okay. Well, guess what? I lost weight. Everything's not perfect. I'm not done with my transformation here or here. I'm not perfect. I'm pretty. I'm not perfect. I'm going to Ashley's now. Good. Love you, bye. Love you, be careful. Okay. Cousin.
Hi,
hello,
cousin.
hi. How's it going? How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
So do you have anything planned in the near future as far as dates, or are you dating someone consistently?
I mean, I'm seeing someone, but we haven't made like the full of like, you're mine, I'm yours, it's an official thing. Happy with the way things are going right now. It's the closest I've ever been to a relationship, I guess. It's just this whole other area of life that I never thought was really going to be possible. And for it to be is just really nice. It's scary.
That dating is scary in general. I mean, I'm glad you're putting yourself out there. It's a huge thing for you. Take your time. Date multiple people. Don't tie yourself down so soon. You have a lot of time to make up for. Ultimately, you want the relationship, you want the family, you want the kids.
Yeah.
You have all that. Just take your time. You'll get it. So I'm super proud of you.
There's just so much more out there for this world that I've never experienced. Now that I've gotten like a taste of it, I just don't want to stop. Good to see you. Love to talk.
Love you.
I'm pretty proud of myself. I really am just a normal dude that wanted more from his own life. I don't regret being that big. I appreciate the person I am today because of what I went through. It's made me very empathetic. I just want my future to feel fulfilled. I would like a family. I would like a wife. So yeah, just all that.
Anything else you want to say?
Love you. Mom, I love you. All my family.
Donald
Okay.
Trump's
constant taunting of Iran has backfired as a major escalation event just took place.
What?
Iran has officially struck a port area in the United Arab Emirates, also after striking a South Korean ship as well as a UAE ship. Now, this follows Donald Trump saying that the United States was entering the Strait of Hormuz to escort ships. CENTCOM posted that 2 U.S.-based ships had been transiting the Strait of Hormuz. This followed Donald Trump's social media post saying that the U.S. Navy was going to head in and escort ships, to which some members of the United States military at a leadership level tried to pull those statements back and say, no, we're just going to be providing some guidance and logistical support to ships already in the Strait of Hormuz to help coordinate when the Strait of Hormuz opens. According to Iran, they saw certain moves that were happening in the Strait of Hormuz that signaled that the U.S. was working with the United Arab Emirates to bring some of these ships out of the Strait of Hormuz. And then the UAE took action by striking this port city, which I'll talk about in a second. It holds a lot of significance, and I'll explain why. And Donald Trump's constant taunting of Iran has backfired as a major escalation event just took place. Iran has officially struck a port area in the United Arab Emirates, also after striking a South Korean ship as well as a UAE ship. Now, this follows Donald Trump saying that the United States was entering the Strait of Hormuz to escort ships. CENTCOM posted that 2 U.S.-based ships had been transiting the Strait of Hormuz. This followed Donald Trump's social media post saying that the U.S. Navy was going to head in and escort ships, to which some members of the United States military at a leadership level tried to pull those statements back and say, no, we're just going to be providing some guidance and logistical support to ships already in the Strait of Hormuz to help coordinate when the Strait of Hormuz opens. According to Iran, they saw certain moves that were happening in the Strait of Hormuz that signaled that the U.S. was working with the United Arab Emirates to bring some of these ships out of the Strait of Hormuz. And then the UAE took action by striking this port city, which I'll talk about in a second. It holds a lot of significance, and I'll explain why. And also it hit 2 ships that Iran said was trying to exit the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this specific port city that was just struck by Iran is the Fujairah port. You see it right here on fire. There's no dispute that this port was struck, and it's been the only remaining UAE oil export outlet, an endpoint of a pipeline that the UAE built to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And so Iran striking this area so that you couldn't have the oil bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Here's additional photos of that port in Fujairah on fire. There's also a petrochemical plant there as well. So as I noted at the outset, the South Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed to their news agency that a South Korean vessel was struck in the Strait of Hormuz. Its engine room on the port, the left side of the ship, on fire. Fortunately, no casualties there. Similarly, the United Arab Emirates confirmed that one of its ships associated with its ANDOC tankers, ANDOC, ANDOC, that's their big, state-run kind of oil company. Their tanker was hit as well, and Iran said that these ships were working with the U.S. in order to test Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran fired on those ships, blocked it. There are no ships leaving the Strait of Hormuz right now, and there's also no indication of any U.S. Navy activity in the Strait of Hormuz, but that port city of Fujairah is burning. Major escalation, and now we're going to see if the war with respect to open hostilities has resumed. As I mentioned, this followed Donald Trump making social media posts holding Uno cards, saying, "I have all the cards," when the purpose of Uno is to have less cards. You had Donald Trump making social media posts about something called Project Freedom, which Trump described as U.S. Navy ships heading into the Strait of Hormuz. You had Professor Pape, very well-known professor here in the United States in international affairs. He said, look, Trump's announced escort of ships through Hormuz recalls the famous 1964 Tonkin Gulf incident, a manufactured pretext for the United States to massively escalate its military involvement in the Vietnam War, prepare for major escalation versus Iran. I think Iran interpreted it the same way. This morning, Donald Trump was making bizarre posts like this. In a galaxy that demands strength, America stands ready. This is the way. May the 4th be with you. Some additional notes. U.S. CENTCOM this morning posted the following, and this preceded Iran doing its strikes. But when U.S. CENTCOM speaks, that's authority. I mean, and it better speak with clarity, especially in situations of war and peace. So CENTCOM posted the following early this morning. U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers are currently operating in the Arabian Gulf after transiting the Strait of Hormuz in support of Project Freedom. American forces are actively assisting efforts to restore transit for commercial shipping. As a first step, 2 U.S.-flagged merchant vessels have successfully transited through the Strait of Hormuz
That's
and
false.
safely headed on their journey. So maps and satellites don't lie. We were looking. Are we aware of any of these ships that went through the Strait of Hormuz? Were there ships that may have turned off their transponders that are now resurfacing outside the Strait of Hormuz? But CENTCOM was basically saying, we're heading in. And that's how Iran interpreted it, even though now we seem to know no ships have passed the Strait of Hormuz. We don't see any transponders turning off or back on or any activity like that at all. We do know that Iran is believed to have fired warning shots at U.S. naval ships that were getting close to the Strait of Hormuz, and apparently the U.S. naval ships didn't proceed any further. We do know what I said at the outset, that Iran did indeed strike the South Korean ship as well as the UAE ship. And here's what CENTCOM's posting again, and it pains me to say that CENTCOM has no credibility right now. I used to be like, look, you know, Trump's a liar, everything out of the White House is propaganda and BS. But look, CENTCOM is at least being responsible with its social media posts, and they're giving accurate No, they're not. Here's what CENTCOM posted. Claim. Iranian state media claims that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps hit a U.S. warship with 2 missiles. Truth. No U.S. Navy ships have been struck. U.S. forces are supporting Project Freedom and enforcing the naval blockade on Iranian ports. And by the way, Iran never said they hit 2 U.S. Navy ships, nor did they say the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps did it. What they did say is that their Army and Navy, which is different. We have to use the correct language. What's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps? What's the Iranian Army? What they did say is that their Army Navy sent warning shots, which is true. Not that we hit 2 U.S. naval ships. And then they said that they did indeed strike a South Korean ship and a UAE ship, which has been demonstrated to be accurate. Now the UAE is warning its citizens to hide and run and shelter in place. And
Did you see what I just got?
Place. This is the first time since the ceasefire began where a message like that has come out. By the way, we have the audio right here of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and this time declaring the Strait of Hormuz closed. Let's just show you what this audio says right here. Let's play this clip.
As a failure of the United States government to fulfill its commitment in the negotiation, Islamic Republic of Iran declares the Strait of Hormuz completely closed again. No vessel of any type or nationality is allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Any vessel intending to exit the info report will be met with a severe response from the IRGC Navy and will be destroyed. This is Sepah Navy. Out.
We also have footage from Iran firing its missiles today. This was released through Iran's state media. I'll show you this right here. You can see some of the missiles being fired. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was on the morning shows, and again, just spewing lie after lie after lie. So you
Well,
have
no.
Bessent saying that, look, we're controlling the Strait of Hormuz. We're calling on China to come and help us. China and the U.S. are going to form a strong alliance in the Strait of Hormuz. Dude, what are you talking about? China's not your ally in this. I know that Donald Trump thinks that Xi Jinping loves him. Xi Jinping is laughing at all of you right now. Do you see what's actually happening? Watch what Besson says here. This is from this morning. Play this clip.
Attacks from Iran has closed the strait. We are reopening it. So I would urge the Chinese to join us in supporting this international operation. There are things moving through the UN.
Why does this look like it's from 2005? What is this trash camera?
Global citizens joined at the UN.
When this summit was originally scheduled, we were not at war with Iran, and now we are, and it was punted about a month's time. What would be your expectation from a summit in Beijing next week?
I think the expectation is it will be a chance for President Trump and Xi Jinping to exchange views in person. The strength of the relationship is the relationship between the two leaders. In Busan,
They have
South
none.
Korea, in October, we established a consensus, and the Vice Premier, He Feng, and I are charged with implementing that on the economic side. The Secretary Rubio and their Foreign Secretary, on the political side. So I think we would push forward the consensus from Korea.
Is he lagging out?
Also keep the relationship stable. We've had great stability in the relationship, and again, that comes from the two leaders having great respect for each other.
If I could ask.
And then Besson's like, oh, the Iranians are believing their own propaganda. They're all in bunkers. They're all the leadership. They're in bunkers. They're not. No, they're not. They're not in bunkers. Okay. They're out and about. We see them. We know who they are. I know who their parliament leader. I know their leadership structure around the Ayatollah. I know their foreign minister. I know their negotiating team. Frankly, I see them more than Trump regime officials in official capacities. I see the Trump regime officials DJing weddings or going golfing. But anyway, here's what he says. Play it.
Yeah, so let's level set here. I think the Iranians are starting to believe their own propaganda. And just to be clear, the leadership is hunkered down in bunkers all over the country. And
That's
I don't
not
think
true.
they know what's going on. But what is going on is that they're reduced. Their navy is not a navy anymore. It's a band of pirates. They are trying to cut off international freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz.
This was never an issue
Is
before.
opening that up.
This was
This
never
is
an
a
issue before.
humanitarian effort.
And this was more from Bessent this morning saying, we've got control. We control everything right here.
Let's level set here. I think the Iranians are starting to believe their own propaganda. And just to be clear, the leadership is hunkered down in bunkers all over the country. And I don't think they know what's going on. But what is going on is that they're reduced. Their navy is not a navy anymore. It's a band of pirates. They are trying to cut off international freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. And
What?
the U.S. is opening that up. This is a humanitarian effort. I can tell you, 2 weeks ago was IMF World Bank Week in Washington, and I had numerous countries come up to me, some of the poorest, some of the most vulnerable, and ask us to do this because it's not only energy that's in there, it's fertilizer, it's food transport, it's LPG for the more than the billion plus people in India use to cook. So we are saying the Iranians do not have control of the strait. We have absolute control of the strait. We
Well, you don't.
blockaded the ships going into or out of Iranian ports. Their economy is in free fall, and everyone says they have the high tolerance for pain. Well, their soldiers will not have a high tolerance for not getting paid.
Okay, here I think is a strong analysis of what actually is going down as well. We heard from Hamradriza Azizi a scholar in this area, in Middle East studies, he explains Iran's announcement of an expanded control envelope in the Strait of Hormuz, coupled with strikes on oil facilities in Fujairah and strikes on oil tankers, points to a deliberate escalation toward the United Arab Emirates oil bypass routes. The objective is to keep alternative export channels at risk, sustained elevated
Let
oil
me
prices,
go and upgrade my
and block
talents.
any perception of normalization. In other words, the message is that Donald Trump's mission in the Strait will not be cost-free. Instead, it will generate greater complexity and sustain pressure on the energy market. So while
Let me
Donald
see.
Trump
Where's
shoots
the
from
guy?
the hip, quite literally, making up contradictory statements every day, Iran's plan is, if you are indeed doing ship escorts, or if that's your intention, we are going to slap you down the moment you do that. You make any move, we're going to show you in a escalatory way how we can escalate this further and further and further. So your choices remain the same, Donald. You do a deal with us where we control the Strait of Hormuz and we can figure out all of the other terms, but we control the Strait of Hormuz. Or don't do a deal with us. Try your hand at a ground invasion, restart the war, have a global depression, crash everything, and we'll see how that goes and cost tens of thousands of American soldiers their lives. It's your choice. If you don't want to negotiate, invade. If you don't want to invade, negotiate. But you're going to make these weird social media posts that create
That's a good point.
escalatory ambiguity. Well, we're going to
It's actually a
demonstrate
pretty
what
good
the
point he's making there.
escalator ladder looks like. That's what this is all about. Make sure you hit subscribe. We need to get to 7 million subscribers, folks. If the open hostilities of this war begins, and it looks like it's very close to happening, you know the importance of this network getting out the truth. So please hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million. Thanks for watching.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
I just stranded these 100 people in the middle of the wilderness, and whichever team has the most people here when help arrives splits that $250,000. The people wearing blue are a team of survival experts, and the people wearing red are amateurs who might not be cut out for the wilderness. Blue team, grab your bags.
Donald Trump is having a catastrophic Sunday as Iran Donald Trump looked absolutely horrible as he arrived in Washington, D.C. last night after a disastrous landing in Florida. He was in Florida for a PGA tournament at one of his club's indoor row. It turns out it was the worst PGA tournament in the history of the league. It was the least attended, lowest energy. But the reason Donald Trump looks so horrible, in addition to his cognitive and physical decline we've been talking about, why it looks like he was punched in the face, why it looks like he's seeing ghosts right now, is he got a dire ultimatum from Iran after Donald Trump was making these deranged social media posts aboard Air Force One during this disastrous landing. Donald Trump ranted and raved like a lunatic on his social media platform, making it seem that the United States was going to send naval ships into the Strait of Hormuz and escort some of the tankers that were there. So Iran immediately responded, and one of Iran's top officials, Iran's National Security Commission Chairman Ibrahim Azizi, posted the following warning: any American interference in the new maritime maritime regime of the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf would not be managed by Donald Trump's delusional posts. No one would believe blame game scenarios. Now just look at Donald Trump and Don Jr. walking back to the White House right here. Donald Trump needed Don Jr. to help him walk and carry his bags as Iran was just piling on. You then had Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson post the following: the President of the United States openly describes the unlawful seizure of Iranian vessels as piracy, brazenly boasting that we act like pirates. This was no verbal slip. It was a direct and damning admission of the criminal nature of their actions against international maritime navigation. The international community, UN member states, and the UN Secretary General must firmly reject any normalization of such blatant violations of international law. And that's referring to Donald Trump's deranged speech that he gave in Florida, where he said, I guess the United States has become a bunch of pirates. And it's quite profitable when we steal Iranian cargo ships. Now, when Donald Trump was aboard Air Force One,
That's a good point.
heading into Monday, now today is Monday, but Donald Trump does market manipulation with his outside chief propagandist, a guy by the name of Barack Ravid from Axios.
I've
Every
heard of this
Sunday,
guy.
Donald Trump
Oh
and
no, I
Barack
hate
Ravid
him.
pull this. Every Friday, Donald Trump and Barack Ravid pull this. It is a racket that we call out here on the Midas Touch Network because, in my opinion, it is patently intended to manipulate the markets.
True.
While nothing material has changed in that
Yeah.
the Strait of Hormuz remains closed and firmly under the control of Iran. So Barack Ravid last night, while Donald Trump was aboard Air Force One having this disastrous landing, Donald Trump panics and he goes, it's Monday. I forgot it's market manipulation Monday. I was so caught up in the disastrous low-energy PGA event in Doral. So then Barack Ravid and Trump speak, and here's what speaks, and Barack Ravid posts the following. Trump, the U.S. will begin escorting ships stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. If this process is disrupted, we will deal with it by force. So on that message, the oil future prices started going down. This is part of Donald Trump's jawboning technique, where he manipulates the oil markets and the stock market. Then Donald Trump posted the following social media post.
Well, that's not gonna work.
Countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships, which are locked in the Strait of Hormuz, on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders for the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States. We have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business. Again, these are ships from areas of the world that are not in any way involved with that which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I've told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. So when you would read that, you would say, so is Donald Trump sending Navy ships into the Strait of Hormuz to help escort some of these ships? That's how Iran was taking it at first. That's why you have these Iranian leaders saying the things that I just told you. Also, Iran issues a warning to ships close to the United Arab Emirates, indicating that if the U.S. indeed engages in a Navy mission in the Strait of Hormuz, that the United States, that Iran would strike the United Arab Emirates. Here's a message that just went out. Ships anchored near the Ras Al Khaimah, UAE, were suddenly told over the radio to leave and head toward Dubai, with reports linking the warnings to Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. Iran may be trying to clear the area or assert control, so ships were moving away for safety. And then the Wall Street Journal reported what Donald Trump was saying.
How many ships are there in there right now?
The new initiative Trump
Oh, wait,
announced
how
to
many?
guide
How are you talking about? How many
out
ships
of the
is there in
Strait of
there?
Hormuz doesn't currently involve U.S. Navy warships escorting vessels through the strait, as Donald Trump said, according to senior U.S. officials who then contradict what Donald Trump said. Rather, It is a process through which countries, insurance companies, and shipping organizations can coordinate moving traffic through the strait. So Donald Trump puts that message out, manipulates the markets, then it's determined what he said is just a complete and utter lie. Meanwhile, Iran was basically preparing for open hostilities to resume. Okay, we're ready to fight this war. And then you have a statement coming out, actually, that's not really what Donald Trump meant. I mean, how utterly embarrassing is that? The U.S. CENTCOM had to, like, clean this up for Donald Trump. So CENTCOM right now, which has been utterly compromised by this ridiculous Trump propaganda, in my opinion, which is sad because CENTCOM should be nonpartisan and non-political.
You passed
They
eye
have to
colors
fight
are
this mess that Donald
and the
Trump
moonflower
created.
collection.
And so this is what they write. They go, CENTCOM forces will begin supporting Project Freedom May 4th to restore freedom of navigation. The mission, directed by the president, will support merchant vessels seeking to freely transit through the essential international trade corridor. Our support for this defensive mission is essential to regional security and the global economy, as we also maintain the naval blockade, Admiral Brad Cooper said. Notice the language there. This defensive mission is what they're saying. Okay, defensive mission.
This is not
Then
defensive.
it goes on to say, last week, the U.S. Department of State announced a new initiative in partnership with the Department of War, the Defense Department, to enhance coordination and information sharing among
Bro, just give
international
me copper
partners in
dye. I know
securing
you want to give it to me.
maritime
Please,
security.
just give it to me.
So in other words, you're saying you're just re-announcing what was already announced last week, but now Donald Trump is pretending that this is a naval mission to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Do you
Give it
realize
to
how
me.
utterly deranged this is? Well, it gets worse because Donald Trump in the White House kept on posting AI photos of himself holding Uno cards, and then it says, I have all the cards. Yes, Donald, that's a bad thing in Uno. You want to have the least amount of cards in Uno. Our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, writes, in Uno, that means you are losing. We posted on the Midas Touch account, bringing Uno cards when your opponent has a straight, to which Iran's social media accounts then posted, yes, we have less cards, because Iran, unlike Donald Trump, understands the way. By the way, when Donald Trump was landing in Washington, D.C., with that disastrous landing, he then had Marine One do a tour, if you will, of the East Potomac Golf Course. Remember back in December of 2025, we reported on the Midas Touch Network that Donald Trump was seizing control of the public golf courses and he wanted to turn them into Trump golf courses. Well,
Hasn't he already
over
done
the
that?
last week or so, Trump's been pushing that plan in addition to the Triumphal Arch and the Golden Ballrooms and the Trump Kennedy Center and all of these things. And the new proposal regarding this East Potomac Park golf course,
Once
it like
all
rips
these
up all
Trump
of this
things just
public
get
land that
removed
was
when
used
he's
for
gone
things
anyway.
like football and running trails and all of these things that people loved about DC, and he wants to turn it into some like bizarre fancy golf course that nobody at all wants right now. Back to some of the warnings though that Iran is giving to Donald Trump. We also see that one of the top advisors to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, a guy by the name of Ali Akbar Valetti, says, whoever tampers with the global lifeline will put themselves in a bind. And I'll just show you, I mean, how deeply
What the fuck
unserious
they're
a
saying?
person Donald Trump is. I mean, we know this, but like, you take a look what was going on in Mar-a-Lago with the guests that were there over this weekend. I mean, take a look right here. I censored out the face, but this is how a lot of the guests were dressed. You had Donald Trump at his Mar-a-Lago patio, and they had like weird singers. I'll just show you what was taking place. I mean, horrible voices. You had this taking place. Let's show you what was going down. And while Donald Trump is involved in that jester activity, that deeply unserious behavior, you have Iran's President Pezeshkian and Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi taking calls with former allies of the United States. I mean, for example, you have Germany's Foreign Minister reaching out to his counterpart, Foreign Minister Araghchi. Foreign Minister Araghchi speaking with the French, speaking with others on a bilateral basis. And meanwhile,
Mm.
meanwhile, you have Iran social media accounts mocking Donald Trump with posts like this. This is 100% on brand. Here's what they posted.
Of everything else, we then land on top of it, and we took over the ship. We took over the cargo. We took over the oil. A very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates.
And then you have like lots of Trump propaganda outlets saying, well, it looks like Iran's planning to send dolphins loaded with
Okay, so
explosives to attack American
where does the ships
ships.
end up?
Iran has a dolphin army, and Iran's just mocking that. CENTCOM update: Persian Gulf dolphins have Trump on their kill list. Next, they'll boycott his yacht parties and demand free Iranian. I mean, they're just mocking the hell out of the United States now. On a very serious note, though, as well, all of this is deeply serious, but it was reported that
Dun, dun,
the
dun,
tanker
dun,
was
dun,
attacked by
dun, dun.
multiple unknown projectiles on the Oman corridor of the Strait of Hormuz, kind of right near some of the area where some of those ships were evacuating. The attack happened just before Donald Trump announced unilateral U.S. Navy operations in the Strait of Hormuz, although it turned out what Donald Trump announced was actually, we made an announcement last week about offering coordination with insurance companies and ships if they want to leave on their own, but the United States is not sending its ships through the Strait of Hormuz. And so the status quo remains unchanged, but it does see, I mean, Iran still controls the Strait of Hormuz. No insurance companies are going to insure ships to leave the Strait of Hormuz, or if they do, it's going to be at an exorbitant price. No ships are going to be leaving. And so this is just more of Donald Trump's market
That's fair.
manipulation for you. That's really what we see over and over again. And, look, go back to mid-March, where Barack Ravid posted, Donald Trump inks deal with international coalition. They're heading into the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, then the oil plummeted. The price of oil plummeted. The futures. It's like, oh, the U.S. Navy's going into the Strait of Hormuz. They pull this it seems like every Sunday now. There's a Friday manipulation right as the markets are getting ready to close to bump it up for the week. Then as the market starts, they do it. They let the market kind of Tuesdays, Wednesdays, the markets go down. Then usually Thursday, Fridays, they pump it back up. I mean, it's the same cycle we've been seeing now, right?
Do people
Let me
the
know if you
forward?
subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks everybody for watching.
New Midas merch. Head to store.midastouch.com today and get yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.midastouch.com.
I've reacted to racing crashes, sports injuries, Summer Olympics, but now it's time for Winter Olympics. And Sam tells me that one of these might even give me applause/laugh. Huge thanks to ZipRecruiter for sponsoring this video. Let's get started.
I think that's the best part about sport. Sport is this bubble that we...
Oh my God. See, this is scary because
This is
you
so
have
good.
the combination of high speed and sharpness. Sharpness and doctor. There's a fear.
The lowest point was this horrific crash in 2018.
How is one supposed to prevent that? Is there a braking system on these sleds?
Emily was on her third and final luge run at her
That's
first
so
Olympic
quick.
Games.
Oh my God, that's so bad. I saw right away the head hit. Luckily, there's a good helmet on. But what happens is you get a compression of the cervical spine there. Remember, there are discs that are fluid-filled in between the vertebrae. But when that compression happens, it could damage that disc that provides that cushioning and can lead to problems as that disc could herniate and actually put pressure against the nerves that come out of the spine.
Emily slammed against the wall, ricocheting herself on the ice.
Woo.
She ended up breaking her neck and back.
Oh my God, that cervical neck fracture. The fact that they couldn't stabilize her right away gives me fear for a second impact injury. But when it comes to
Hello everyone, it is Zigzag here. Welcome back to another GeoGuessr video. If you don't know me, I am a professional GeoGuessr player. I've played at the 2023 and 2024 World Cup for the game.
Yes, sir.
In today's video, I'm going to be reacting to Queso, the famous streamer playing GeoGuessr for the first time. Now, I think I've watched Queso stream once in the past. Pretty funny dude. Doesn't strike me as one who would have a particularly good geographical knowledge, but I'm ready to be surprised if that can be the case. And as always, I'll have the original
Oh, it gets America and everything.
without me pausing it to explain. But let's see how Queso's able to play. Let's get straight into the first duel. All right.
There's a ranked mode? Dude, what is this, bro? Alright, bet. I'm in bronze. Let's get it.
Okay, starting off in the bronze division, 0 elo, and just as always, GeoGuessr has given him the Ice Spice outfit. I don't know why this is always the default, but yeah, let's see how this first duel goes. I'm predicting, like most American players, he will overguess in the US and in Mexico for anything that looks South American, and he'll go Russia whenever he sees Cyrillic, and that's probably about it. So, let's see.
Play.
Barnyard 126.
Barnyard 126. Look at this loser. You're about to get smoked.
Okay, here we go. So first one here, immediately Singapore, driving left-hand side of the road, houses, but we have this green street sign with the really like bold and wide text, which is only in Singapore.
How do you zoom in?
I've never heard anyone ask that before.
Okay, we got a Hyundai. We got a Hyundai.
Actually, using car models can be surprisingly helpful if you know nothing else.
Brighton, Chris. This is London. It's in Brighton, London.
I hope he's trolling. You might actually guess that though. Don't zoom Brazil. If you're trying to go Brighton, London. Okay, I think he's one of these. I don't want to stereotype here. Many of the best GeoGuessr players in the world are American, but I think he's one of these Americans who's not so familiar with the world map. But just the way he's not found the UK gets a big concern. Okay, zooms into Ghana, getting closer, warmer, 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 and United Kingdom, London.
Am I cooking?
Oh no. Let's see what happens here. Okay, he opts to take an extra step. I like this. Maybe he's going to look for some more information.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me relax.
It's the bottom of Bronze League.
Here. Okay.
You don't need to insta-send like KSI.
Maybe this isn't London. This might be Brazil. I'm getting Brazil vibes right here.
It's a bit tropical, yeah.
Are you allowed to just go? Wait, this is America.
The Range Rover and he's liking it.
Everything's in English.
Yeah, that is the
Singapore.
concern here, right? You gotta think about which countries speak English. I guess probably many people don't know that Singapore's main language is English in itself.
This is America.
How is that America? Have you not seen signs in America before?
Recyclables only.
800 super? I don't know. Yo, Tim with the 5.
The Twitch chat. Do we have any correct calls if we pause it? Florida, Georgia, New York. Okay, so yeah, the American chat is not too helpful either.
How much time do I have? I'm about to dox this guy, but I have to for the win.
Is he assuming that it's putting us inside the other guy's like house, like his street? What? I don't understand the meaning of the last sentence you just said. They're driving left-hand side of the road, right? I'm really hoping he's going to notice. Oh, flags! Look, hey, Singapore flag right there.
This is an English chat, which is telling me this is.
Come on, look the other way. Yellow plate.
I'm panicking. What do I get?
Come on. Oh yes, 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 yes. Oh no, the flag disappeared.
This is not America. There's no way this is America.
True.
But it's left side of the road, you dumbass.
This might be the longest round of duels I think I've ever seen.
It's giving Brazil. I think I'm going Brazil here.
What about the English? Not liking Brazil here at all, unfortunately. Oh, hello. Look at a person for the first time.
Where are you?
Can't hear you, bro.
It's giving Brazil. It's literally giving Brazil.
This alleyway does have a certain Brazilianness to it. The white houses, the red roofs. I don't even hate it. Very cool alleyway.
But does Brazil have builds like this though? That's what I don't get.
Australia? Wait, that's cheating if I copy off y'all though, right?
Yeah, we have a bit of a chat reading incident here. XQC would never do that, guys. Remember, XQC has never read the chat and copied their guesses. No. I wonder. Okay. Oh, church, Baptist church. Okay. Oh, another flag. Look at it. Oh, F45 gym. Do you guys have that in your country? We have it in Australia, so I wonder if it's like only Asia Pacific or if it's also American.
Is Australia in Asia?
Wait, hold up though. Let's test y'all. I'm gonna test it just this once and see if y'all are actually like that. What'd y'all say? Singapore, Australia?
He's in northern Canada looking at the islands right now, so will he even be able to find Australia and Singapore? Let's find
I don't know where Australia is. Is Australia in South America?
I think he's trolling. I'm not gonna fall for the rage bait.
I don't know where Australia's even at, bro.
The land down under? He might be trolling. He's looked everywhere that's not Australia right now.
Singapore.
If he can't find Australia, there's no way he's finding Singapore right now.
It's south of China. Okay, I got bad news. I don't know where China's at either.
Oh, that is big China on your screen, my friend. Found it. Okay. This is gonna be less of a GeoGuessr video and more of a reacting to someone who doesn't know where the things on the map are video. This is gonna be the worst start to a GeoGuessr reaction I've ever had. Like, come on, man. Oh, Singapore. Yes. Oh. He's gonna go Indonesia. Maybe he thinks Singapore is like a bigger country than it is. Maybe he thinks this belongs to Singapore too. I do not know. But we're in Riau. It's very close. Let's see where the opponent goes. Barnyard 126. We don't even know if Barnyard 126 is AFK right now because nothing's happened for the first 2 minutes of this game.
What? Why did he guess?
This is something.
What's happening? Wait, does it give him a timer what somebody else guesses?
Ooh, New Zealand from the opponent. Not a terrible guess. Left-hand drive. Similar road markings, but a little bit more tropical there, right on the equator. And look at this. What's the reaction going to be? Does he get it? Does he understand what happened? Yes, he does.
Wait, how did y'all know that?
Okay, next round here. We're in Eastern Europe here. Let's find out. I mean, will you recognize this as Europe? Many Americans...
This is very easy Europe.
Based on, you know, the way the houses look and everything. They're older and smaller and such with the tiled roof.
Isn't it the...
Let's see. Will you get it?
It's giving Brazil.
Okay. I was expecting a bit more than that, but unfortunately... Again, I think the red roofs that are giving him that vibe, but unfortunately not on the list time. Look at the cars. He knows cars.
This is not America.
Skoda, Peugeot, Ford,
Ah.
Apple.
I'm not gonna look at chat. That's cheating if I look. I'm not gonna cheat.
Good. Ooh, it's a Slovakian house number, I think, here with the white and the colored border. I think that should be the Slovakian.
I was gonna guess Czechia, I guess the arrow of... I don't really do see that.
Las Vegas?
I don't think that's what that said. Oh, here we go. Oh, we got domain names. If he doesn't know how to use domain names, then I have very, very, very low hopes for the rest of this video. Let's see if he can get .sk. I just want him to guess in any country that starts with an S, please. Read. This might be a hard one. Guys.
What?
He zoomed into Canada. I can't. Okay, this is actually kind of crazy. Oh my gosh.
Is he looking in Greenland right now?
Look at that. To be fair, he's actually got Russia on his screen right now. To be fair. Oh. Russia. There we go. Oh my gosh, I could not. This is absurd. The opponent's gonna get it correct, I'm pretty sure. Like, there's been plenty of time to go and find a domain now. Oh my gosh. Yup. Look at that. Absolutely destroyed him. 4,000. Oh my gosh. Okay. Next one here. There's no way he gets, I guess, what is this, like, Montevideo correct? There's no way.
Are you cheating? How did he get it within 19 miles? Is he cheating?
Come on. Queso, lock in. I believe in you, my friend. We got the black street signs. We got the Spanish. We got the everything. Calle Galicia. Oh, read it. Most Americans can identify Spanish because there are so many Spanish speakers in the US. Okay?
Oh my god.
Did I not tell you guys that
He
every
did say that.
American who's clueless about geography, no offense, Queso, plays Geography, so they always guess Mexico when they see Spanish. To be fair, Mexico is the biggest Spanish-speaking country in the world, unless I'm mistaken. But come on, man.
I'm him.
I will say, considering he can't find even Europe on the map, the fact that
Yeah.
he identified Spanish correctly is at least a small W for the fella.
Small W for the small fella.
I think I'm him, chat.
Let's see. Oh, the opponent guesses Argentina. Impressive stuff. Kind of surprised at this point that the opponent didn't get the Singapore correct, but that's a really good guess nonetheless.
What? This dude's cheating.
Oh no. The Dunning-Kruger effect in full swing. We'll see what happens on the next duel.
I need to go against an absolute scrub right here, chat.
He was one.
That at least is true. Even if they're bronze 1, most people trying out duels probably at least have some interest in geography. Queso can find Europe on the map if you give him 20 seconds, so I'll just say that.
You got it, come on.
Come on. Let's see. Slava UA9 in Thailand. Okay. He's thinking.
What is he looking at?
Checking the sky, checking the lights. Okay. Interesting tactics. Probably there are more useful things to do on a moving duel than check out the lights, but, you know, we'll see what he cooks.
We have a 6-bulb street light. I heard they only do that in Brazil.
Stop saying Brazil.
Brazil, guys. It gives Brazil. Okay, we've got some writing here. Oh, look at that writing on the bottom line. Will he actually read it? Bit of English and a bit of Thai.
Come on, please. I would be shocked if he actually guesses a single country right.
If he goes Brazil after seeing this script, I'll be annoyed. Oh, Thailand flag. Right there.
Wait, we might be... Why is nothing in English? I don't know!
Ah, I wonder. Oh, flag. Oh, he doesn't care about the flags at all. That's crazy. I don't think he knows them anyway. Oh, he's in the right area. China? Okay, it wouldn't be that bad. Thailand? Wait.
Go like up in here somewhere.
That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that is big. That's just nice play. He's used the language. He's got the vibes. He's in the right country. Man, I'm proud. I'm honestly like a proud father right now. That was some progression, finally.
It's giving Asia.
But it was just Bangkok, of course.
You have to be cheating. Wait, there's no way you're getting it within 4.8 miles. You're cheating.
Or just click on the capital city. Okay, next one here, Malaysia.
There's actually no shot.
Cheetah. Bezel's a cheetah. Okay, let's see what we got here. It looks very similar to the last Singapore, so maybe he can vibe it.
It's giving America.
Okay. Would you ever see a sign that says Jalan Sahaya?
Never mind, no it's not. It's giving Germany.
Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Come on, lock in. Read the language, quickly. Oh, no. You can't remark. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is too funny. I would love to know because I'm actually struggling to perceive how much he's joking. Like, there's no way he actually knows where that was, but he probably knows that Russia is absolutely incorrect. I would at least hope. They both missed it by a mile at least. That's good. That's good. 11 points. He was closer in Yekaterinburg than Israel. Okay. I think the opponent went there because there was a bit of Arabic on the sign, because in Malaysia being a Muslim country, you do see Arabic on some of the signs sometimes. 11 points. Very nice. Okay, next one here we have Utsa. Utsa's Hungarian.
What?
And
Now he's
actually,
gonna give
there
Russia
are
again.
Roman numerals on this street sign, which is only in Budapest. Got the holy poles, we got everything you want here.
Let me cook right now. Let me cook.
I just want him to guess Europe here. I just want him to guess normal Europe. He hasn't got it correct yet.
You can hedge guess and still do better than others.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, it probably says Budapest somewhere here. .hu. Man, if he sees .hu, I'm gonna be so happy. I'm gonna be so happy, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Come on, lock in. .hu. Okay, he's looking at Europe. Yes. Not Greenland. Not Asia. What's he really doing here? I don't understand. Oh.
No!
Come on, he has a cursor just over Hungary. Come on. Not the US, not South America, not Brazil. If he guesses Brazil, I'd laugh so hard. Come on. Just do it.
Turkey!
You know, Turkey's not as bad as it could be. Let's take our small win here. It's not Europe, but it's at least somewhere close, you know? Okay, the other guy's in Czechia. Nice guess, but not going to be 40 points. 2,000, okay.
We're good. I'm still
Down to 2,000.
He's terrible.
Okay,
He's so bad.
I'm probably going to guess US here, because it gives American vibes, but it's just Santiago. It's giving America. That's my prediction for what he's
Is that a gun?
That looks like a Craftsman leaf blower.
Okay, I couldn't have predicted that.
But it's not America.
What? Oh my gosh. Incorrect prediction. Damn it. I mean, to be fair, these street signs would never be in the US, so that's fair play. Gosh damn it.
This is not America, Chad. It's not. See?
Filtro. Come on.
Here.
I believe in you, bro.
That's a new guy.
Think about it for a bit, find some Spanish, and lock in your 5,000 points. Do not miss this location. Am I right? I've not got many puns on this channel, but I thought I'd give one a go. Come on. Well, there's not really much GeoGuessr happening, you know, so I'm trying to liven up the mood a bit. Come on. He does give good reactions. I can see why he's popular. I mean, not everyone's cup of tea, but you know.
The music makes me nervous, man.
That's kind of true. Oh, got a glitch.
Hello?
Okay, we're good. Ooh, look at that. .cl. Come on. Just read it. Read the language. Read the website name. Please.
Ma'am, you own the clock. You ain't supposed to be on your phone while it's work hours.
That's definitely the person who's being, like, having a car serviced, right? Is that just me, or I interpret that as the waiting area? Spa? Guys, it's English. We gotta go England. Okay, finally the Brazil guess maybe here. That would be fine. Oh no. Oh, why is he looking at Australia or Southeast Asia, man? I can't take this.
No, please don't. Guess something.
Come on, .cl. Oh man, he's finally guessing Europe for the first time. But I will give him credit. He's in Spain, a Spanish-speaking country. You know what? I'm not even mad now. I'm mad actually. But yeah, okay, let's see.
He's cheating, man!
What are you gonna do?
Points. I've never heard a accusation on a 200 damage round.
I'm still alive. Wait, am I still alive? Wait, I can do this, chat. Seriously, I can do this. I'm gonna do this. Watch.
Look at the cars, bro. You're good at that. You saw the Hyundai before. Okay, what are we looking at? Like Bulgaria or like actually probably Romania with the language here. I guess it's like Budapest or something. Could be another country though. Could be Czechoslovakia. .ro, yeah, Romania. Come on, come on.
Same day?
Ah, read it, please. He probably hasn't even heard of Romania, to be fair. He's not guessed Europe yet. I just want to see him guess Europe. What's the percent chance that he actually guesses Europe here? I'm going to say he guesses either Russia or Europe here. I hope. Okay, locked in. The opponent definitely found that domain name, so it's over now.
Fast food barn skin. Am I really accepting for that?
You guys ready to see the Romania
A barn
Budapest,
skin?
Bucharest guest, which eliminates Queso and makes him scream? Well, here, I'm going to show you.
A barn skin?
Wait, he got it within 2.2 miles? Wait, there's no way you're not cheating. Wait, chat, what? 2.2 miles? Are we serious? Y'all want me to actually lock in? Alright, last one. I'm actually gonna lock in. Alright, I'm done.
Okay, guys, we have to watch him actually lock in then, guys.
Right here.
Okay, we're against MK. Oh my gosh. World Cup Grand Finalist MK from Bangladesh is in bronze 1. Let's see how it goes. Coastal Horizon 431. Come on, bro. Oh, we start off with a banger location inside the... This gives at least Queso some time, potentially.
Bad seed. What is this?
I love that. Bad seed. True. Yeah. True. We're going to heaven. Nope. Oh, wow. This is actually a fascinating location. Where even is this? Can I get it? Oh,
UAE?
Turkey. Yellow and
Oh,
white
you think so?
with the white.
Alright. My bad, my bad, my bad.
Well, this is actually kind of a cool location, though. I would kind of like to add that to my map. First little surprise. Okay. Could he get Turkey here? He's guessed Turkey before. He might know the Turkey flag. I don't want to give him too much credit here, but it's possible. The I with the capital I with the dot is only in Turkish. Or maybe a couple of other languages, but maybe Ukrainian as well, actually, now that I think of it. But yeah, just Turkish. For non-Cyrillic languages, I think.
Mm. That's fair.
Come on. Queso. Oh! Belediyesi. Antalya. Büyük şehir belediyesi. It means Antalya, what's it like? Provincial region or something like that. Yeah, we're in Antalya. Would Queso have heard of Antalya? I give 0.1% chance. If he can't find Europe on the map, he does not know where Antalya is. Oh, he's in the right area. He's looking, come on, lock in. 2 seconds left. He goes Alaska. There is no way the other guy got it. Oh man. That's an absurd end screen, guys. Just objective. Anchorage on Antalya. It writes itself. It really does. One of the chatters said, "Help me." Ooh, Italian flag. If he sees the Italian flag and goes Italy on this, he's trolling.
Asia!
Okay. I like it. Find Asia. There's Asia. He's in...
I've been to this exact street before.
Am I getting played watching this right now? Is this just a cruel joke? Krasnoyarsk on Japan? Really, bro? Well, yeah, the silver lining is he did guess Asia. If he didn't guess Asia, I think I actually would have gone insane.
It's Japan. Japanas. But I'm confused.
Okay, at least the opponent's in Hong Kong, so that's not that bad this time. He's alive. Wowie. Very lucky. Very lucky.
The comeback starts now.
MK. I would have thought MK could have 5K'd that too, but it's okay. South Africa. This guy, is that part of his backpack? No. I thought this like attached to his backpack, and I was like, that's the most absurd drip I've ever seen. He's got like a little trolley. Okay. 1891. Okay, can potentially use the people here to get an Africa guess, potentially. The exchange. What's that? Little grass pitch. I thought it might be like a soccer field or something. It's not going to be. 22 Solomon Street. You can see English everywhere now, so this should cause him. Well, it's probably not going to be a good thing if he realizes this is English. To be fair, he's going to.
Oh, yeah, true.
Oh, yeah. English language.
This America.
Yeah. That's what I was fearing, guys.
It's English.
Okay, we see 011 area code here. That's in Johannesburg and Pretoria. Actually, no, just Johannesburg and .co.ca. So that's South Africa, Zuid-Afrika in Afrikaans. Yeah.
Oh, please. South Africa is actually kind of beautiful.
Plenty of clues here. None that he's going to be able to use. I'm saying he's not going to get anywhere close here.
It's actually not a bad country.
Unless it literally said South Africa on a huge sign that he couldn't miss, there's just no way. But he's going Africa. He's going Angola. That's so good. He's probably still going to die though. Yeah. I'm proud. Did you know that's probably the best guess of the video? Angola on South Africa. Probably the best one we've had so far. Crazy.
It actually is, dude.
Wait, Chad, is there actually cheaters in this game, or am I just bad? Somebody explain. What's going on?
Just bad. You are so bad.
No, like, seriously, Chad, is there cheaters in this? Be real with me for a minute. One more, Chad, do I do one more? I'm gonna do one more. One more.
Because of the deep
Are
fries.
we going back in, guys? I was going to end it there, but let's watch one more. Why not?
Last one. If you were ever going to believe in me, now's the time. Because I've been bluffing y'all this entire time. I'm actually about to lock in right here.
All right, let's go.
Yo, Sid, with the 50 gifted
Mike Hawk. Okay, let's go.
subs. W Sid with the 50 gifted subs. Chat, W Sid with the 50 gifted.
Let's go. Back in South Africa. Exactly the same as the last one. Let's see if we can get it.
But he's playing against Mike Hawk.
At the spawn point. So if Mike Hawk knows anything here, he'll know where to go. Okay. Should be able to pick up some vibes here. It has a very distinct vibe, South Africa. Ooh, flags everywhere here. Ooh. Not bad. Best guess of the video. Let's go.
Y'all wanted me to lock in? I'm locking in. Yo,
Partially.
Sid with the 50
I guess it was worth watching the last duel. Let's see what happens.
gifted for appreciate you, Sid.
Uh-oh.
W Sid, bro. I appreciate that, man.
I think he guessed actually pretty quickly this time.
He's closer. Let's go. 200 points. Okay, nice. Alright, just returned back from dinner. Let's see how this duel finishes.
Mike Hawk.
We're back to a classic, Singapore. We saw this at the start.
Wait, why is it just the same map all the time?
This looks like Canada.
Oh, the Canada call. I wonder if he says that, because if you go back, you can see it says shopping center. Back here, it says shopping center, spelt with an R-E at the end. So that would be Canadian or
Oh.
British, yeah.
Oh, that's fair. It doesn't really look like Canada to me at all. I don't know how you think that.
Nope. Bit of Chinese there. That should be helpful. Double yellow, no parking lines. Come on.
They speak English and like.
Ooh, Sigma. Come on, read it. Chefs recommend high quality, and then Chinese underneath. Come on. Right, what are we gonna do here? Okay, time's low. Going Australia? Gonna go gonna go Cloncurry. Australia, that's truly a wild guess. They both went Oz. Wow. He is closer. Okay, fair enough. Cooking it. He finally found someone on his own level. I wonder which country they come from.
American, of course.
Chad, I'm him. I told you.
Alright, let's see what happens.
Yeah, I should do duels. This looks kind of fun, but I'm gonna get shit on. I was like, how are you ever gonna accept that visitor? 256 sunflower seeds. And the price? So visitor shopping list, 1.5 billion.
Almost feels like Split or something to me. Let's see.
It's giving like up in here vibes.
Okay, we're seeing him guess Europe on a Europe. That's what I wanted to stay to the video and watch. That's beautiful.
David with the 5W, David.
Please give us 3x secret dial next.
Let's see. There it is. Was it Split or was it a different city? I want him to zoom in.
Let's go!
He's not gonna zoom.
30 damage.
I think I might have been right there. Yeah, I think it might have been Split actually. Let's go. Okay, next round.
It's definitely his best round by far.
Let's see.
She's best round by far already.
Oh, .tr. He's never read a domain though. He's literally never read a domain. Well, we'll see. 212 area code. Maybe Ankara then. Probably Ankara. Oh no, 212. Not sure if it's Istanbul or the other. Oh my gosh. He's going Turkey. I can't believe it. He actually just locked in. There was nothing there. There was nothing actually useful there. What the heck? Bro, let's go. Was Istanbul? That's 202k, bro. He's flawlessing this guy. He finally found a worthy opponent. Okay. We're in the middle of a big city here. Carrer de la
Italy?
Is Carrer Catalan, I think.
Or is it Spain?
Well, this is probably Barcelona. It looks like Barcelona.
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. It's Spain.
Okay. Bro. Maybe he was actually not joking about not trying before. I don't know, because this is a legitimate good guess. I'm kinda... wowie. He's even in the part of Spain where they speak a bit of Catalan. Like, that's such a good guess, bro. It could even be Valencia for all I know. It is Barcelona, of course, though. Oh my gosh, he's cooking, man.
I'm so unbelievably locked in. I told y'all I was bluffing.
Bam. From not guessing Europe at all,
Mhm.
to getting it right twice in a row. Let's go. Yellow plates everywhere.
But you can see Heliantis is dying in price, right?
Oh my gosh, what is happening right now?
So like, do you buy in or not?
What is
Because
going on?
Overbloom kind of kills the price.
Okay, I can tell.
Forever.
Sweden. Could it actually be Sweden? I couldn't actually confirm, but it kind of looks like Sweden. Oh, I think it's Denmark. Okay, but not bad though. He might win here. There's no way, man. Wait. Oh, the other guy's closer in Germany. That's unfortunate.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm still cooking though, right? I'm cooking though.
Okay, we got the snorkel.
In Kenya, right?
The game ends here. The game ends here. There's no way they both get this rad. That's only found in Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
Africa, okay. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, he was looking in the right area. No way he gets this. Somalia. Oh my gosh. This is actually blowing my mind. He's won. There's no way that Mike Hawk 3603 gets this correct. No way. There's just no way. He won. That's insane.
Somalia isn't in the map though, right? But yeah.
Boom.
Oh my goodness, I am here!
Oh my gosh, what a guess. He didn't even click the middle of Africa or anything. He clicked the right area. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have to assume that some of the stuff that was going on earlier in the video was a little bit put on now, don't we? That was a really good game. He actually played like a proper bronze. Like, he actually played like someone who could actually get out of bronze to silver. Anyway, that is it for the video. Let me know what you guys thought of it. Thank you so much for watching all the way to the end. And do let me know who you want me to react to next, because there are many more streamers who've played the game.
It should just be said at this point that the Trump movement is actually hindering the right wing, because as you know, when people like you or I criticize the war in Iran, which is legitimate because the war in Iran is not America first and it's a disaster, any way you cut it, it's the pro-Trump influencers that are being paid under the table by PACs and by other political outfits and organizations.
Well, Israel doesn't hide it. 6 months ago, Netanyahu said we're going to flood the U.S. eight-front war and buy influence.
They did. Netanyahu came to the United Nations in September, you're right, and said exactly that. He said it's an eight-front war, and we're going to go on social media, and it's them, but it's also the Trump movement, too. It's also the Trump organization. They pay all these influencers to then smear people like you and I, and it's never like they're not going to defend the war in itself and defend it on its merits. It always turns into a smear that, me and the Vatican and David Axelrod are plotting to attack Trump, or, you and I sold out and that, we got paid to go against the Republicans. And so it's like, there's something really sick about this whole thing where, and I know you more than me, were willing the good for Trump. I know you wanted it to work, and I wanted it to work too. I was just a bit more pessimistic. But it's like, now to see both of them as the enemies and
Get Moondew. I gotta get that. You gotta get Moondew.
and promoted by Trump. Trump is on True Social just glazing these people, talking them up.
And they admit in polls is killing him, the most unpopular, unsavory people. And I love how Loomer, when I came out and said, I don't think this shooting staged, I think it's real, she said with a screenshot that I was saying it was staged. The level of deception with this woman, like, she has total disrespect for her readers. How would she do that? Like, well, what does that even do?
Something's clearly wrong with her, and I don't say that just to be nasty. I think that clearly something's mentally wrong with her. She has no relationship with the truth at all. The things that she writes, the things she says, they don't make sense. I said something the other day. She's accusing me of working with the Vatican and Barack Obama and Candace Owens to undermine Trump. I posted something. I said, everything Laura Loomer says is a lie. She goes in my replies and says, notice how you didn't say I was lying. I'm like, that's actually precisely what I said. I said exactly that. So she's completely divorced from reality. And
you're saying all of it's a lie, and then she says, oh, notice you don't call me a liar.
Right,
exactly.
yeah,
She's like the anti-truth. She's actually perfection of deceit.
She is, and you and I, we've known her a long time. This is somebody who's just totally unhinged and a broken individual, but now she's kind of been dealt back into the game because she's one of the only people that's going to be one of these mercenary attack dogs for the Trump movement. She was basically auditioning for that role during the campaign, and now she's got it. And we all know she's being paid. We all know that she's getting fed information. And I think that's the role, is she's on
Yeah, and I
Twitter
hate to
now.
talk about her, but how does Trump think hitching himself one of the most unsavory people, and his numbers are the lowest, 32% plunging? How did he go from jumping for people that supported him but warned him he was doing wrong for our overall agenda to like jumping in bed with his enemies that hated his guts? I mean, Trump is definitely degenerated.
Yeah, that's right. And like Trump is, in my opinion, just a lunatic, and he is surrounding himself with lunatics. So we shouldn't be surprised that our whole country is becoming one big mess. Like I said this multiple times. Like if you're gonna put a cloud
Yeah, that's a good point.
you shouldn't be surprised that our country is becoming a circus. And sadly, this is what we see now day after day. But what else did you expect? If Trump is literally gonna surround himself with Mark Levin and Laura Loomer, yeah, no shit, we're fighting a war on behalf of Israel. No shit, like our whole country is becoming one big joke. Just take a look at Laura Loomer and thinks what she is saying. She is like Laura Lunatic Loomer. She is crazy, and then Trump is listening to her, and then Trump is attacking people like Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. I really believe that like Laura Loomer is just there just to try to like, it's all distraction. It's all distraction. As long as they're fighting with each other, no one is talking about the Epstein files anymore. No one is talking about the fact that Trump campaigned with no more wars, but but we're fighting now a war on behalf of Israel. That's not really America first, right? It's all distraction.
Yo, this ref partnership is
All
huge.
this nonsense. Meanwhile, he's creating
Massive,
problems
massive,
every
massive,
day,
huge.
and he's not solving the problems he created yesterday. This is what is going on, and people are so tired of this. Just put America first, put America's first, stop fighting each other over and over again, and start to fix some actual problems in our country.
That's all he's got left. I mean, that's the saddest thing, is when you or him or anybody looks around, that's all that's left in his camp. Anybody else that's sensible, all the grassroots, from the very beginning. I mean, you were one of the first big interviews when people started to pay attention to Trump, when he went on your show in 2015. We're all gone. Nobody from the original movement is still hanging on because the principles are not there. The rhetoric's not there. It's just not the same movement. And so with the approval rating favorability collapsing, you look around at the bench, who do you really have left in the MAGA movement? Yeah, it's Sean Hannity, it's Mark Levin, it's Loomer, and I guess he's just going to take what he can get. So it's a pretty grim and sad situation.
Yeah, I anoint these people, and then, because listen, I talk to Trump supporters everywhere. I don't go off what my listeners want. I wanted to salvage Trump because he was overall better than the Democrats. So I kind of held back, not wanting to be precipitous, even though I'd be super popular attacking him. I'd say 80% of my listeners are pissed at me that I haven't attacked Trump more. I love Trump like, oh, I don't talk to you, and that's why you do this for clicks. I don't care about CNN playing a clip of me. No, I want to fix the country and the world. I don't know how much danger we're in, but just this idea that you're not at the cool kid table anymore. It's like sophomoric.
It's ridiculous. And I've known you, and my audience knows you too. And this has been an ongoing conversation between you and I for years. And I know that you had reservations and concerns and skepticism, but literally for no reason
conversations
other
we
than...
put on air. I'm like, Nick, I know it's going bad, but think about the Democrats. If we totally leave him, then we'll have no influence. We need to not influence to get contact with him. No, influence to get him to not go sideways. But now I've just given up. I mean, you were right. I was wrong. I mean, there's no doubt now this is a runaway train.
Well, but even Nick, though, be that as it may.
Do we?
Can you hear me?
Mute Nick.
Test.
We lost Nick's connection. I think Netanyahu has activated the space laser. I think that's
Can you hear me?
Joking. Every time it's technical, people say it's a staged event. Well, let's reconnect. Oh, it's my earpiece? Oh, Nick, my earpiece went out. You go ahead and talk.
All right. Well, anyway, so I was just going to pick up where he left off and basically say that, even in spite of the fact that I turned out to be right, the pessimist sort of won with regard to the Trump movement, regardless of that fact, Alex was always on the money in the sense that he was willing the good for the country. I don't think there's anything actually necessarily wrong with hoping that Trump was going to succeed, wanting the best from the Trump movement, wanting the best from the Trump administration. And I think, and it's true, that was out of pure selflessness. Because it is true that for the past 2 or 3 years,
Fair enough, I guess.
it became
But
more and more popular, at least since the inauguration, to attack Trump and really to be as negative as possible about Trump, to play up the war in Iran, or even for that matter, the war in Gaza. Some of the other things like the big, beautiful bill, the lack of mass deportations. And I think that it was always a valid position, even though it
Bro,
turned
who
out maybe
calls a
not to be
bell
true.
a big,
It was a
beautiful
valid
bell?
position to want Trump to eventually get it together and get back on track. But now Trump goes out and just throws everybody under the bus. Even the people that believed in him, even the people that maybe wanted to believe in him, were hopeful for him, willing the good in spite of himself, in spite of his own betrayal of his own movement. And so I suppose that's really the saddest thing. But I just have to say,
stay there. It wasn't my earpiece. This happens like every 2 years. The soundboard crashed. But what a circus. I'm not going to say it's the CIA or whatever, but it's just interesting coincidence that we shut down tomorrow at midnight and start the Alex Jones Network and craziness like this happens. So thanks for sitting there for 25 minutes. While you were sitting there on hold, what were you thinking about, Nick Fuentes?
oh, well, there's a lot to cover, right? I mean, there's a lot to go over maybe on the other side. I think where we left off, we're talking a little bit about the SPLC and everything that's being talked about over the past couple of weeks, and talking a little bit about your support for Trump, him throwing you under the bus, and so on. But I guess, the big thing we're going to have to get into during the show, the other big thing is the situation in Iran. Maybe you want to get into that on the other side in the next hour.
That's exactly where I want to go is you called it 2 years ago. I got upset there in Midnight Hammer. The Pentagon told him don't do it. Now, fuel's exploding. Interest rates are going to go up. Inflation. It destroys his plan, and he just gets more pig-headed by the minute.
Yeah, well, and I don't even know what the plan is right now.
There is
the
none.
big development over the past week is this big blockade they put in place last Tuesday when they extended the deadline indefinitely, or the ceasefire. And now it looks like it could really go in either direction. I'm hearing some reports, they say that Trump may just declare victory and unilaterally end the conflict and leave. Just broke moments ago while we were experiencing technical difficulties that they're actually bringing one of the carrier strike groups back home. So the Gerald Ford is actually on its way back to the United States.
Well, that's actually what Joe Kent advised Trump when he resigned a month ago and again last week. Just leave. Sure, it's not a victory, but at least you can say it is. And
So what was the point of this stupid, useless war? Because we didn't accomplish anything. Fellow Americans died. Innocent people in Iran died. We wasted so much money. Trump made a complete fool of himself. That's not even a hard job. He always does this. But he also made a fool of our country. What was the point of this stupid war? Seriously, I have so many questions still. And I really believe, am I like the only one who feels like we completely lost this war? Trump is always like talking like we won this war and we are still like in a better position than Iran. We lost. We lost. Look, Iran is literally holding Trump almost hostage with like the Strait of Hormuz. Trump cannot do anything. He's only like talking like a big guy. He's almost like their little dog. Like, do you know what maybe annoys me like the most? That even until today we still have like this old clown named Donnie J. Trumpstein who is posting day after day that like starting this war was the best decision ever. This war was like the definition of America first. Are you kidding me? This guy lost all touch with reality. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He just doesn't want to recognize that he completely lost this war. And also, by the way, this whole war is
Goofy Blizzard.
the Strait of Hormuz. Like, does Donnie J. Trumpstein not know that if he would have never ever started this war, the Strait of Hormuz would still be open? Like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Why do we still listen to this guy who literally, he himself doesn't even know where he is talking about? And this guy is the president of the most powerful country in the world. Let that sink in. It's actually crazy. You would expect that this is like a comedy movie or something. This is reality, this sad reality.
Nick, this is a short segment. A bunch of radio stations don't carry it, but you've got the floor. Let's get into Iran. You were the guy that called it. I'm not kissing your ass. It's true. You like prophetically. How did you do that? And now it's obviously a fiasco. What a disaster. Yeah, aircraft carriers leaving. But Trump is so erratic. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, it's really difficult to say at this point. I think it honestly could go either way. And I predicted a lot of this from the very beginning about, how we would get here and when we would get here. But right now, and I said this on my show last night, we're in this state during the conflict where there is no clear plan. We were very clear about what the plan was at the very beginning. At the end of February,
Now the plan is just open straight for Moose.
Started, the goal apparently was to hit Iran as hard as possible and collapse the government. We were going to hit them with everything we had, something like shock and awe, and the regime was supposed to utterly collapse and bring about regime change. And initially they said this would take about 4 days. Trump even said in his statement, he said, and then once this operation is over, the people of Iran should emerge from their homes when we've done our work, effectively when we've defeated their military and collapsed the regime, and they could take back their country. Obviously, that didn't happen. And so those 4 days came and went. It became days, weeks, few weeks. And it became clear the Iranian regime was not only not going to collapse, but it actually consolidated. And it became clear at that point that there was no plan B. We had no idea actually what we were going to do if, one, the Strait of Hormuz had been closed, two, the regime did not collapse, and three, that more bombing was not going to increase Iran's compliance or extract concessions. And so we've been in this period now with all these extending deadlines. You might remember it was the first 48-hour deadline, and then it got extended by 5
Grand
days, 10 days,
Camaraderie
24 hours,
Throw
ceasefire.
dude.
Last week, the ceasefire was extended indefinitely, and it seems that Trump administration is pursuing a dual track, where at once they are seriously engaging Iran in diplomacy through mediators like Pakistan, potentially Qatar. At the same time, we're increasing the force posture in the Middle East to carry on this bluff, this bluster, that we're going to escalate the attacks against civilian infrastructure, that we're going to restart the war at some point, that we might carry out more assassination strikes. And so these two things are happening in parallel, pursuing peace, but also mobilizing more
I feel like it's, for some reason, I feel like Israel is gonna attack Arigachi or wherever.
be a diplomatic breakthrough, or if the United States is going to have to go in hard again. And like we talked about before that short break, it was just announced that one of the carriers is leaving the region. You got 3 carriers there, the Ford, the Lincoln, and the Bush. The Ford is now headed back to the United States. So that might seem to indicate that maybe we're drawing down the force posture. At the same time, they say CENTCOM is drawing up plans to attack Iran all over again, this time their civilian infrastructure, and Trump is on Truth Social saying, no more Mr. Nice Guy. So really, it could go either way. I think a resumption of hostilities is inevitable, and it might not happen in days or weeks, but it is going to happen at some point. The core issues remain unresolved, and that's the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and it's a nuclear issue. There's going to have to be a confrontation. Iran won't budge. The United States is simply not able to come off of its red lines, and we're also not able to retreat in a way that doesn't save face in some way. So I think that a return to arms, it's definitely going to happen. I don't know that it's going to happen in this round of fighting. It's conceivable that we find a way to live with Iran charging a toll on the Strait. It's also possible that we find that unacceptable, and Trump doesn't want to be humiliated, and we go back in really hard and we give it another go before we wrap it up. So that's kind of
But nothing will change.
that's where we are in the war. As far as where it goes next, totally unpredictable. I think only
Nick,
Trump.
I totally agree with you. Back in 60 seconds, this is hurting long-term the petrodollar. It's hurting America. Trump knows that, but he doesn't have an exit ramp. And so I have to ask you the question, Nick, other facets of this, but the big question, obviously, the Epstein files. And people get mad when I say this. It's just a fact. I've never seen evidence of Trump doing something wrong, but he told MTG and others, this embarrasses my friends. He said publicly, this hurts a lot of innocent people. Well, why did innocents fear the truth coming out? So about 8-9 months ago when Elon left, that's when everything started to change. From your research, from what you know, obviously Trump is a different Trump, worse, in his bad aspects. Is it compromise? Is it frontal lobe dementia? And then what do you predict is going to happen? What are the different scenarios now? Because he does seem to be degenerating quickly. And then we get into the different camps now of the insane. You had a term on your show for what it was. It's not MAGA now. It's not Israel first now. It's you had a great term. I forget what it is, but now it's morphed into this minority of people, mainly weren't Trump supporters before, that are now these slavish supporters. And then you've got the majority of Trump supporters that are totally freaked out but don't like the Democrats. And the poll numbers are plunging. It's a total disaster. And I know for people inside the White House, 6 months ago they were doing alarm bells, but he just doesn't listen. Has he made a secret deal to give the Democrats the House and Senate?
No, to be honest, I don't think that Trump would make a secret deal with the Democrats. I mean, that could be the case, but I don't think that's true. I really believe that Trump just doesn't care what people actually think about him, and he will just do whatever he wants because he really believes that he is like this emperor and who can do whatever he wants. By the way, the same goes exactly for the Epstein files, by the way. Why is no one freaking out if our own president is literally saying, I can't release the rest of the Epstein files because it will maybe hurt my friends? Then people should ask himself, who are your friends then? Why is no one freaking out about it? Because I don't have friends who are part of the Epstein files. I don't have friends who went
Exactly.
younger girls. What is going on? They should release all these files. And this is just another example. We had already way too much examples that, in my opinion, Trump should like be impeached. Campaigning with no more wars, starting a war, impeached. Campaigning with I'm gonna be more transparent and then covering up the Epstein files, impeached. Campaigning with the fact that you were gonna say that you were gonna lower the prices, everything is crazy expensive now as well because of this stupid war. And then you campaigned with Make America Great Again. How are we making America great again? Now, day after day, I can literally see the collapse of the United States of America, and it's so sad. And almost everyone can see this, but not our own administration, because it looks like they're just busy with destroying our country more day after day, and it's so frustrating. And for this reason, I really believe that Trump should be impeached. This is not our guy. He literally tricked us. He fooled us. But I think, again, to make my point, I think he doesn't care because he's 80 years old. He knows that he will probably live maybe like 5, 6 more years. So what? He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all at the state of our country. He doesn't care of like the
That's
state
true.
of you and me, because as long as he's making his billions, but also with his crypto, also another thing is crypto meme coin scam. This guy is just one big. I have to watch my words a little bit, but I hope you get the point. That a person like this who is like a little bit crazy in his head, who is doing almost everything what he wants to do,
And still some of his president.
the people want, then you should ask yourself, why is this man still in power? Why is this man not impeached? Because this guy he's not working in favor of our country. He's not working in favor of you and me. So for who is he literally in office? For who is he in office? For his Epstein friends? For his own family to steal billions of his own base to like give it to like his family? It's just frustrating. I have so many questions, and we are not even 2 years in. Let me remind you this. We're not even 2 years in, and look what a complete disaster this whole administration is
Oh,
already.
he's not halfway done yet.
Yeah, we have 2 more years to go, but I really believe Trump just doesn't care about everything what is going on, because he knows exactly what the people think about him. He knows exactly what the people think about him. So, or maybe, okay, two options. Or there is blackmail about him that he just have to do what some other people want him to do. That could be the case. Or he just doesn't care, and he is just acting like an emperor because he believes that he can do whatever he wants. And in both ways, it's disgusting. Someone like that should
True.
not be in power of our country, in my opinion.
And maybe he thinks
That's a good point.
alone. Does he believe that deal's going to work? I mean, a lot of this is speculation, but you seem to be over the horizon with your predictions. Nick Fuentes.
Well, it's funny you say that about Epstein, and I'm a little bit skeptical of how much that's related to this. But here's what I will say about it, and this is just not ignorable. You're right. You're 100% right that the timeline is incredibly conspicuous. So it was only a week before Rising Lion. That was Israel's original operation against Iran last year that precipitated Midnight Hammer. When Israel attacked Iran, by the way, what day did they attack Iran last year? June 13. June 13, 613. There's 613 commandments in the Mishnah. So in the Old Testament, the Jews believe they're people of the book, they're people of the law. There's the 10 commandments, but throughout the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, there's actually 613 commandments. They compile them in the Mishnah. That's the basis of Rabbinic Judaism. So sort of interesting numerology. Before Israel attacked Iran, just a week before, like you said, Elon made his last visit to the Oval Office. And if you remember, he went to the Oval Office with a black eye. And they said at the time, well, Elon was playing with his kids and little X hit him in the face with a toy or something like that. That's why he had a black eye. Trump actually commented on that. He said, I offered to give Elon makeup, but he refused because he wanted everybody to see. That's a sort of a weird statement. So that was the
Wait,
last
what?
time Elon was in the Oval. He had the black eye. And Trump said, I told him to cover it up, but he wanted everybody to know he had the black eye. It was then a week after this, you might remember, that when Trump and Elon had their falling out,
What?
Elon
No,
said,
not really.
the reason Trump
I
won't
started
release the
the
files is
stream
because
a few hours
he's in
ago.
them. Then you get the war. Then the war goes on for 12 days. They call it the 12-day war. It ends with Midnight Hammer, and then a couple days later, Trump brokers the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. A month later, Netanyahu makes his third visit to the White House up to that point on what day? July 7th. 7-7. More news. So 613, 7-7. These are the bookends. And it was the day before Netanyahu's third visit to commemorate and celebrate the victory of
Yeah.
the war, where Netanyahu presents Trump with a gift celebrating the victory over Iran. It was the day before
Alla kanske kör så.
DOJ promulgated the memo from Pam Bondi, which buried the Epstein files. So you bookend the Iran war with the weird numerology, but also then the Epstein files. Elon brings it up. He's got the black eye. And then Pam Bondi puts out the memo saying
Neighbor.
there's no
The
black
fuck?
book, there's no client list, and we're not investigating anybody any further. Fast forward to now. It was a week before this second war with Iran broke out that you had Congress release the files. And it was in January it broke out. That you had Congress release the files. There's no black book, there's no client list, and we're not investigating
Oh,
any
nice.
further. Fast forward to now.
Wait, is Denmark a neighbor? Or maybe. I guess it's just a boat.
Release the files. And it was in January, everybody remembers, that's when all the files came out and flooded the internet. Not a few weeks after this, you get the second Iran war, and then, and this is something which didn't get enough attention, it was a couple weeks ago that Melania Trump, out of nowhere, out of a clear blue sky, this was after the ceasefire was...
Trump said he didn't know she was going to do it. She comes out and says it's real, it should be investigated, contradicting him getting ahead of something. That was huge talk about that. And then I forget the name of it, but when they launched this new
No, bro. Bro, what do you mean little water? You can go swim that if you want.
killed the Persians. It's called Purim or something. Remember that? So it's not even cryptic. They're not even hiding it. They said, Netanyahu said we do this on the day where we rose up and killed all of the Persians. So they're saying they're liberating Persians, but now we're killing you all.
Yeah, so February 28th was the day when they launched the war. That was a Friday. I believe Purim was that following Monday. And you're exactly right. It does commemorate the Jewish defeat over the Persians. And when the Israelis win, when they slaughter 70,000 Persians. This is
I
in
just
the Old
take the
Testament.
fair.
That's what that holiday commemorates. And that is what started.
Doesn't it take multiple? Doesn't it take a while?
Roaring lion this year. And then, like you said,
Isn't the boat slow?
ceasefire gets announced 3 weeks ago to the day yesterday. It's a week after this that Melania Trump goes out there, like you said, unannounced press conference, contradicting her husband and says, oh yeah, the Epstein files are legitimate and I knew nothing and I had nothing to do with that, seemingly like she's getting ahead of something. And so I honest to God, I'm one of the less conspiratorial people about the Epstein files.
Criticized because I know you study.
You don't like Sweden?
That's why I respect you. Sometimes I disagree, but I always know from data why you're saying it. I never saw any Trump stuff with Epstein. But his Ludwig lying, going to the island, he said it publicly. MTG first told me before she resigned a week before. She said, no, he told me it'll embarrass my friends. He said this is going to hurt innocent people. What do you mean?
And this is also something what can make me so mad. Imagine you're Donald Trump himself and you are responsible for covering up the Epstein files, and then you're using the excuse that you can't release the rest
They
of
are
the
just there.
It may hurt the
You don't like Swedes?
Are you kidding me? We all know with covering up the files,
You don't like the gang violence in Sweden?
the innocent people, you're defending the suspect. The victims, we could see already what happened with many of these victims because they cover these files up for so long. Their lives has been destroyed. And then how dare you to say these kind of things? And I really believe, but again, I could be wrong about this, Trump, why would he not release all the files if he had nothing to hide? I really believe that he is in these files by himself. We know this now. His name was mentioned multiple times in these files, but I think it's even more in like a disgusting way than we all think, because I could not give you one other argument why he would like not release the rest of the files, because he's also using the excuse, yeah, I'm trying to like defend my friends, I don't want to hurt my friends. Trump throws almost everyone under the bus, so he doesn't care about his friends, his well, like we saw this so many times already, that he's just
I guess.
about other people, or that's the vibe he gives me. He always throws other people under the bus, so I really believe that there's
I don't
only
know.
one thing behind this. He is
I don't really care.
because Trump is a big narcissist, we all know this. And again, I could be wrong about this, but I couldn't.
But yeah, there's a lot of annoying Swedish people.
Release the files. Everyone is demanding to release demanding him to like release the files, and he's still not doing it. That says already enough. And I think maybe in 10 years, 15 years after his death, we will probably find out what really happened. But then it's already too late. We cannot hold him accountable anymore. So we need all the files now. I feel like everything is a distraction now, so we won't talk about the files anymore. But as long
Bro,
as I live,
I'm just watching people who supported Trump for like 10 years, who switched up on him, and it's fucking hilarious to watch because they kept defending him for so many years, and now they're like attacking him, and I think it's just funny.
Some evidence where they would try to cover these kind of things up, I could understand that. But that this is happening in our country and no one is freaking out about, I could understand that. But that this is happening in our country and no one is freaking out about it, I just don't understand that. It's crazy, it's ridiculous. But Melania Trump was out of the blue. She suddenly started to talk about the Epstein files. Meanwhile, her husband tried to cover this up for so long. So I wouldn't be surprised in the near future something will come out about the Epstein files, and then we will finally see what actually happened, or at least I hope so.
So yeah. So again, did he make a deal? Is he using the Epstein file to blackmail them? What do you think's happening?
I'm not sure exactly. I would imagine, though, the leverage goes against him. I would imagine potentially the leverage goes against him. Maybe there's something in the files because, again, the DOJ still has half the files. There's supposed to be 6 million files. That's not a joke or something. Not that 6 million is funny in any way, but they only released 3 million. That's half of the total. Who knows what could be in the other? And you got to understand what was in the files already embarrassed Trump. There's documents in there saying that he was like,
The party I can join.
and obviously these are things that
party.
are just
I'm
tips
farming.
the FBI
I'm not
received.
doing
They're not
anything.
corroborated.
Party.
It's not evidence. It wasn't proven in court. But it's like this stuff is
They came to him and showed him all this, and he just said it's a new Russia. That's what I think it is. They showed a bunch of crap. He just said, forget that. I'm not facing that. Which then he, by extension, made himself guilty in.
Right. And it's possible they could be threatening him. There could be other things going on. It's hard to, we can only speculate what the real situation is because there's no evidence. But I will say, and this is where I'm not an Epstein maximalist, but you just cannot ignore the way that timeline maps onto this one. You just wouldn't be a good investigator if you didn't put all those things together, and you're not necessarily sure exactly where that leads, but clearly there's something going on here. And what we know about Epstein and the whole thing,
You can add me though and just message me. I don't know.
through the Israeli deep state. All of that ran through all these various former prime ministers, defense ministers of Israel, like Ehud Barak. It all runs through Unit 8200, Israeli intelligence. And what is Unit 8200 and Israeli intelligence deeply embedded in? Well, Silicon Valley. Because it was in the year 2010 that Netanyahu and Ehud Barak and all these different Israeli ministers, they basically told Unit 8200 in the IDF, go to the United States and start a bunch of tech startups, get in at the ground floor at all these different unicorn Silicon Valley companies. And now they're deeply embedded in all these different companies. You have to look at people like a Joe Lonsdale, like an Alex Karp, a Sean McGuire. Sean McGuire's a spy. Sean McGuire, well, allegedly, I'm using that loosely speaking, obviously. Sean McGuire's a partner at Sequoia Capital. It's like the #1 venture capital firm in Silicon Valley. They approve so much of the money that goes into these startups, these tech startups over there in El Segundo and even further north.
El Segundo.
Produced by the Israeli government, the U.S. government, and others. They then sheep dip them and claim it's a private company, and then they own them and run them.
Well, and Sean McGuire, his wife is Israeli, his kids are Israeli. He's like a nationalist. All these guys are like that. Joe Lonsdale's like that. Joe Lonsdale.
Bro, I don't want to type in game though. Like I'm farming.
The Gentile Jewish
What can I
Messiah in the
answer?
Bible. They're all like this, and so
Well, I don't. Let me say this. Then I don't think there's any doubt
Right.
that's happening. Israel sees the weakness of Democrats. They're making their move, not to control foreign policy, but domestic, saying 8-front war. Why did Israel make its move right now to take over the U.S.?
Well, I think that Israel
My Iron Man since I started last year, which is this account.
They're recognizing that they're losing control of America, losing control of the conversation.
So if they beat us up like a wife trying to leave, it'll make us come back.
Well, I think it's more like they're trying to swipe our credit card as much as they can before we get the divorce.
But if you think all profiles, it's like 2021 or something.
Screw them. They've said that. We're getting exactly. So yeah, swipe the credit card as fast as possible.
Right. This is their go for broke. They're really going all the way. I will also
say, know they're cornered. They know the world's turned against them. Most unfavored nation in the world in Gallup. Exactly.
Dude, have you seen this new Visitor, bro? It gives you a
But it's
barn
not
skin.
just that. That's a huge
And look
part
how
of
much it
it, which
costs.
is they anticipate that the
1.4
progressive left
billion
might take
coins
power, and they're,
for a
you
barn
know,
skin.
they're skeptical of Israel's expansionist
What's
agenda. But the other part
what
of it
is
has a
this?
lot to do with the timeline of the Iran nuclear deal. This really, the countdown started when Trump withdrew the United States from the
I don't know.
JCPOA
He
in
just spawned on
2018.
my island, or is
Because
he?
Obama brokered with John Kerry
You
the
probably have it unlocked
JCPOA,
too.
the original deal in 2015, sunsetted in 10 years. Trump gets elected with the help of the Israelis. You know, that it wasn't a Russian connection, it was an Israeli connection. And one of the things they wanted was for him to tank the deal, which he did in 2018. Now, the Iranians continued to
I actually
abide
checked
by the
something.
deal for about a year, up until
I was thinking of
2020. That's when
checking.
they finally stopped carrying out all their obligations
Not
for the
doing a
deal.
bazaar
Joe
order.
Biden gets elected, and nobody knows this, but immediately in 2021, Biden tried to resurrect the
Then
deal.
you just need to speak
Biden
to it.
immediately, in the first year in 21, tried to go to the Iranians and put the deal back together, and the Iranians weren't into it. Well, he kept trying, and for a couple of years, it looked like maybe he was going to get it, because in 2023, Beijing brokered a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which is a huge deal. I mean, for you, I mean, you know this, and everybody else maybe knows this too. Saudi
Look at
Arabia
this,
and
bro.
Iran were in
50
a
billion
proxy
bit.
war for many, many years. China brought an end to that in 23. In August of 23, just a couple months before October 7th, Biden had a prisoner swap with the Iranians. We gave them their Iranian prisoners. We got American prisoners. And then we unfroze that $6 billion that was frozen in South Korea in Iranian funds. It was on its way to Qatar and then to Iran. 2 months later, you get October 7th and spoils all of this. So it was looking like maybe, and maybe this is
Roof roofs are
far-fetched,
so
but
expensive now. What
certainly
the fuck
Biden
happened?
was
Israel's
trying to get...
continued to sabotage peace deals.
Well, and that's just it. I mean, Biden was trying to get the Iranian nuclear deal back together. October 7th shut
There's
that all
two set,
down, and then they got
two
Trump
celeste
elected.
boots
And
on
this has
Oxnard.
just been one rolling campaign ever since October 7th, taking that pretext, using it for a war in Gaza, using it to expand the war into Lebanon, into Yemen,
chest plate.
Iraq, Syria, and then ultimately into Iran itself, which they consider to be the head of the snake. And so, you know, yes, it's like they anticipate the progressive left will take over and curb Israeli influence, but also the countdown started when Trump
Derpy
pulled
is
us out,
next,
and then
right?
they
So,
and we had to act.
okay.
Yeah,
So
this
it's
is not
dungeons.
something new. Like, this is happening for so long already. It's actually crazy. And Nick just explained almost our whole government in a nutshell, because that's just how it works. And isn't it kind of crazy and ironic that we have now an administration who campaigned with no more wars and America first, and
What
at
do you
the
mean?
same time, as we speak,
There's my
we're
other
fighting a
profile.
war on behalf
I'm
of
shaking
Israel.
his
Like,
eye.
how is that even possible? And the craziest part is that people are almost used to this, that we have an administration who does completely the opposite of what they promised to the people. But that's not okay. In any other country, again, like, if a government would do this, they should be impeached. They should be impeached. But it almost looks like it's impossible, and everyone has to accept what this government is doing, because otherwise they are wrong. Trump is always saying that all these other people are wrong and that he is right. This has to stop. It's actually crazy, and it smells like corruption to me, because if a foreign country, like for example, if Israel is doing this, if they are like influencing these kind of deals, if they
Well,
are like influencing our
I've been
president so
selling
they
that.
can work in
I
favor of
sold
them,
one
or
for
can
1.3
like
bill
remove deals or like make deals what is in favor of Israel,
yesterday.
then it's all fine. We just have to
People keep
accept this.
undercutting.
We should not even worry about it, and don't you dare to say anything about it, because then you are wrong. That's literally what they say.
What I
But
actually
imagine
went
if
on this
another
account
country
for
did this. Imagine if
was
like
this.
Russia had so much influence in our own government that they even like influence our own president. Or imagine like China would do this, that they could influence our president, that our president could make deals in favor of China. People would freak out. They would not allow this. The whole Congress, everyone would ask questions. Everyone would like be like, this is not okay. Like, they are like influencing our government. But when
I have
another
to do this, right?
country is doing this,
Or will it
you
actually
cannot
just keep
criticize
dropping?
it. You cannot say anything about it, because then you are wrong. And
Because
it's
overblue.
just like this double standard. I'm getting so annoyed by this. This has to stop. We are an independent country. Not any country in the world could tell us what we should do, could tell our president what he should do, if he should like work in favor of them. Do you know the President of the United States of America should work in favor of us, should work in favor of you, should work in favor of me, should work in favor of the United States of America and not any other country? Is that too much to ask for? Because it almost looks like it. We just need one president now who puts America first instead of Israel first, who wants to actually make America great again instead of like making Israel great again. Because this happened now for so
But
long,
what
people are
happens
so
if I
tired
fill
of
my
this, people are
inventory?
so done by this. And luckily, people are more aware of
Oh,
this now.
it
And I
actually
feel like
does stack.
we are now on the right
I
track.
didn't
And
know.
maybe we can change this in the future that we finally have a guy or a woman who will put America first and Americans first. But as long as we have this clown administration and they're still like fighting wars on behalf of Israel, I think we have a long way to go. But I hope you get the point. This is just my opinion. I'm very curious about your opinion. Do you agree with Alex? Do you agree with Nick? What do you think about this? What do you think about like the whole situation in Iran now? Do you think we lost this war? Do you think it was like a stupid idea to start this war? I'm very, very curious about your opinion. Also, like, isn't it kind of weird that no one is talking about the Epstein files anymore? What is your opinion about that? I'm very, very curious. Please let me know in the comments. It's very important to say I read all comments. I even try to reply to some of your comments. So please let me know. I'm very, very curious. As well, guys, if you like this video, please hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. If you really like these kind of videos, consider subscribing. I would appreciate it even more. And then you make sure you don't miss anything.
Paleontologist.
Thank you
What's
guys
this
for
looking like?
watching. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I'll see you in the next
Look
one.
at this.
Ciao.
Profile. Not
One of the
really.
most highly requested episodes of The Good Doctor.
I think. Kinda really, cause I don't play this on anyone that much. What do you mean? It's useful. Where did my bazaar order go? What the fuck happened? Where did my bazaar order go? Oh my god, it's actually running out of supply. Yes. Finally. There's only 3,000 supply of that, and I have 60,000. The stars, you don't need to worry about those. That's the biggest flop of all time. One day, dude. One day they will rise again. Not today, though. This nether source is actually such a tragedy. One day, sure, they will rise. Uh, I need a new Helianthus order. I think I need to put up for more coins. Actually, maybe not. How much did I put up? I put up an order of 4.2 billion for Helianthus. How about other garden stuff? Remember, I see that you got 1, 2, 1 in 10. What? No. Why would I give out an alloy? Okay, so I need to put bioder here too. Should I? It's not any big profit margins, to be honest. The issue is, won't people just keep farming? I feel like people will just keep farming anyway. You do skins, what? No. Okay. I really regret putting so many paleontologists. Okay, carrots. Is there? I need to see. Is there anything else I'm missing? Garden chips. Vermin. I can mecha mind. Wait, how do you get mecha mind? Wait, how do you get mecha mind? The fuck? Is it the gold medals? These gifts are so old, bro. They will never ever go up. You can never get rid of it. I still gotta cope with this somehow. Yeah, so I don't have enough space to do bazaar orders. Wait. I need to put in more orders here. Fuck you, game. Yeah. Okay, I'll go more loss because trust me, it's gonna be worth it. Okay. Ships. Six. Okay, and then send to. Wait, what actually has to say this button if I. What? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what happens if I do this? Wait, what? No, what? Wait, I thought it would set a confirmation. I thought it would set a confirmation thing. Yes, it's because everyone has been up for 35 days. I'm not gonna kick. Wait, no. I wasn't even. Wait, I didn't actually mean to kick him. I thought it would set confirmation. No, he's not getting invited back. Yeah, I'm not gonna kick anyone else. He plays another profile anyways. So it doesn't really matter. Because I can literally do a quote takeover. Why would I do salvage? Why? He has nothing. Obviously, I'm not gonna do that. But yeah. I don't know why they're all being off actually. Salvage. What the fuck does that do? Yo. Bro, but the thing is, in my sack is worth more than my stash is worth more than he can give me. Okay. I want to see what happens. That's all I got. That's all I got, bro. 10 coins. 10 coins. Oh. Alright. Yo, I'm stacked. Oh man. Ooh. So stacked. Ooh. Because he literally had nothing, to be fair. Yeah. Pretty broke fella. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Sax is kind of good, you know. His pets also post up in here. Please tell me he has some good pets. Yes, I can level that. Yes, I can level that. Yes, I can level that. They actually make Hope Savage pretty working right now. Actually normally works. No, it doesn't work like this, I think. But yeah, he was pretty not stacked, basically. I didn't actually think it would instantly kick him though. Like, that was not smart of me. I didn't. I thought it would show up like the thingy. Like you need to confirm to do this, then that. But no, it just boom. Da. Yes. So basically, that is the worst salvage of all time. I'm not gonna lie. That's the worst salvage of all time. I just regret salvaging him, bro. Because first of all, you gain off it. Never mind. It was worth it. Four horseman candles. Yes, sir. Some Titanics. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it. It was worth it. Not bad. Yeah, 100% worth it. Mm, 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 mm.
I need some medical legal assistance, so I...
Donald Trump continues to try to block the deposition of Pam Bondi. Trump has been working with House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer, and they are now saying that Pam Bondi will not sit for a video deposition. What she will sit for is a, quote, transcribed interview, but she doesn't want to be on camera. She just wants to sit for a transcribed interview. And get this, the Trump regime is going to utilize a top DOJ lawyer who's going to now pretend she's working in her personal capacity, not as the top DOJ lawyer, to represent Pam Bondi. Yep, they're saying that Harmeet Dillon, who is the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights within the DOJ. It's like the number 3 position in the entire DOJ. She says that she's basically going to transition for purposes of this transcribed interview to her role as a private lawyer. She still has a law firm in California, and she will be utilizing the Harmeet Dillon law firm, and she will be the lawyer in a private capacity, she says. And that's who will be representing Pam Bondi at a transcribed interview. But they do not want this on video. They're trying to set terms to keep this very short. They are running scared. And it's frankly unprecedented in the entire history of the DOJ to have a top DOJ official saying that they're going to be representing somebody in their capacity as a private lawyer while they're a top DOJ official, yet alone the fact that it's the former attorney general and the former head of the DOJ. Are there any conflicts that this Trump regime is not willing not only to engage in, but embrace and tear down the complete credibility of the DOJ, which, face it, was frankly destroyed a long time ago? Democrats are calling out this stunt, and Democrats are calling out Trump in public for what they're doing. What the hell is this? So here's what we learned this morning, that House Oversight Democrats revealed in this new letter that the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, again, the number 3 person at the entire DOJ, who basically sits directly under Todd Blanche right now, Harmeet Dillon, is representing Pam Bondi in a proceeding before the committee in her personal capacity, not as a DOJ rep, because the DOJ can't represent her, and the DOJ should be focused on exposing the criminals in the sex trafficking ring, revealing what happened, not continuing this damn cover-up. And of course this raises ethics concerns, and not only does it raise ethics concerns, they don't want Bondi to be videotaped either. Folks, red flag, red flag, red flag, right? I mean, everything this Trump regime does is transparently crooked. This is the most crooked regime ever. Okay, here's the letter from earlier today from the Democrats calling out James Comer, Trump, Bondi, Harmeet, this whole crew. Dear Chairman Comer, as you know, on April 29, 2026, over 2 weeks after former Attorney General Pam Bondi failed to appear at her April 14, 2026 deposition, Oversight Democrats introduced a resolution to enforce the committee's bipartisan subpoena. In response, your staff announced to the press that you had secured an agreement for Ms. Bondi to appear on May 29, 2026. Just pause for a second. I will show you where the House Oversight Committee and James Comer says, the Democrats are just a bunch of drama, because Democrats introduced a contempt motion, not drama, to hold somebody damn accountable who's covering up a child sex trafficking ring. That's what the Democrats were doing. And so Republicans like, we already secured her appearance May 29th. So you would think that would mean an appearance for a public hearing so we can all see Pam Bondi squirm, so she can be deposed on a sicko cover-up of a child sex trafficking ring. But they're like, okay, you want to do a video deposition, then do a deposition under oath. We'll publish that video right here on the Midas Touch Network, and millions of people will watch it as soon as it's done. But now we learn they don't want to do video. The letter goes on to say, committee Democrats welcome the opportunity to question Miss Bondi on the record and seek answers about the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as the Department of Justice's ongoing failure to produce the Epstein files pursuant to this committee's subpoena to DOJ and the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We understand that you have agreed to hold
I'm
this
so
as a
close
transcribed
to one
interview
Belarus.
rather than a deposition. While we believe a deposition is the best available forum, as chairman, this is your decision. However, if you choose to move forward with a transcribed interview, I am concerned with three aspects. One, the videotaping of Miss Bondi's testimony. Miss Bondi's testimony must be filmed and made available to the American people. Damn right it must be filmed and available. This Trump regime, they use their state regime media, which calls itself Fox. They want to get out all their lies. Now sit under oath and answer damn questions or invoke the Fifth Amendment like the mob does, okay? Do what you want. Who said that? Number two, Miss Bondi's willingness to provide substantive and complete testimony. If Miss Bondi refuses to answer questions, we must compel her testimony. Miss Bondi has been subpoenaed and all questions posed by members must be answered. In other words, Bondi doesn't want to answer questions. Goes on to say, Harmie Dillon's participation as Miss Bondi's attorney. Miss Dillon is a current DOJ employee and her representation raises serious ethical concerns and conflicts of interest. A failure to film and release a video of Miss Bondi's testimony would present a grave injustice to the American people and survivors of Epstein crimes, all of whom are calling upon Congress for transparency.
Well, they
Filming and
don't give a
releasing
fifth.
a
That's the
recording
issue.
are critical to providing the public with an unvarnished, candid view of Miss Bondi's testimony and capturing
See,
aspects
this
that
is
a
a funny
transcript
thing.
simply
This is
cannot,
really
such as
serious.
her demeanor, expression, and conduct. Allowing Miss Bondi to testify without being filmed is also a sharp departure from your practice with other prominent witnesses who have appeared before this committee related to the Epstein investigation. This includes Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Ghislaine Maxwell, Darren Indyke, Richard Kahn, and Les Wexner, whose videotaped testimony were quickly released for the American people. You have agreed to permit former Attorney General Bondi to appear before this committee in a transcribed interview rather than a sworn deposition, which he is required to do pursuant to the subpoena that this committee duly issued to her on March 17, 2026. Ms. Bondi has already demonstrated a disregard for this committee's subpoena and its investigative authority, having refused to acknowledge her legal obligation to comply with the subpoena and to appear for a deposition on the date that the subpoena set forth. In other words, she's doing a transcribed interview, not a sworn deposition, because she doesn't want to go under oath. She doesn't want to testify under oath in a deposition.
Yo, what's
Already,
up?
this entire thing is a sham then, right? Why would we even want to do this? You want a transcribed interview? Remember when we reported a few weeks back that
Sup,
this was
Ankh?
going to be the Trump DOJ plan and all the MAGA people were like, oh, Midas touch, they're just being hyperbolic. Midas touch, da, da, da. We said, no, we have heard from our sources that the plan is that they're going to be doing these interviews. They're not going to be doing hearings anymore or sworn depositions. This was the plan. That's exactly what's going on right here. She's going to show up and think she's going to just roll over the committee. No, the American people need to see this damn video. That's what we need to see. As you know, transcribed interview is purely a voluntary proceeding that enables the witness to decline to answer any question without specifying a valid ground for doing so. Indeed, you rejected the offers of Bill Clinton and Secretary Hillary Clinton earlier this year to provide transcribed interviews rather than depositions to the committee precisely for this reason, emphasizing that a transcribed interview is voluntary,
Exactly.
meaning that the subject may
Well.
refuse to answer questions absent any assertion of privilege or constitutional right. In other words, you rejected the Clintons' offer to do a transcribed interview. They wanted to do a transcribed interview because, one, Hillary Clinton's not even in the Epstein files. Two, Bill Clinton's like, you're just going to drag me in here to try to waste my time. I'm happy to answer questions. Why don't we start with a transcribed interview? And if you want to do a deposition after, do a deposition after. But the Clintons were forced to sit for they finally said, okay, we'll sit for a deposition, fine. But the heart of this matter is Pam Bondi. She's the one, not Hillary Clinton, not Bill Clinton, frankly, not any of these other people. Pam Bondi's at the heart of the cover-up. That's who the American people want to see. And you're doing transcribed interview, no video. It's utterly pathetic. The letter goes on to say, these extraordinary accommodations of Miss Bondi to avoid a formal deposition also appear, at least in part, to be designed to avoid the rules of the committee by
Of course
permitting
it
her to
is.
be represented in this proceeding by Harmeet Dillon, the sitting assistant
And
attorney
it's
general
fucking
for civil
stupid.
rights at the DOJ and reportedly a leading candidate to succeed Bondi as attorney general. Assistant Attorney General Dillon's attendance at a deposition on behalf of Miss Bondi would plainly violate this committee's Rule 15E, which limits the attendance of attorneys on behalf of witnesses at depositions to 2 designated non-governmental attorneys and specifies that other persons, including government agency, may not attend. Although Assistant Attorney General has refused to engage with the committee, Democratic staff, her, and the DOJ's
I
actions
will
to
not
date
see this on me and
suggest that she is acting in an
That's
official
cool.
capacity in her apparent representation of Bondi. DOJ staff provided her official DOJ cell phone number when it referred Democratic oversight staff to her as counsel for Miss Bondi, and the Assistant Attorney General has posted on X in connection with Miss Bondi's appearance before the committee from the handle at Harmeet Dillon. If Assistant Attorney General Dillon purports to represent Bondi in a personal capacity, contrary to appearances, then her engagement raises troubling ethical concerns. In that case, there would be a clear conflict of interest between Miss Dillon's duties to the
Indeed.
DOJ and to Miss Bondi's individually. Such an engagement would also quite clearly violate DOJ policy, which provides unambiguously that absent a waiver by the Deputy Attorney General on specific grounds, no employee may engage in the practice of law unless it is uncompensated and in the nature of community service, unless it is on behalf of himself, his parents, spouse, or children. By no reasonable interpretation does Assistant Attorney General Dillon's representation of Bondi in this matter fall within these limitations. In the interest of ensuring that Miss Bondi provides truthful and complete answers to the numerous outstanding and urgent factual questions surrounding Epstein and Maxwell, as well as providing a complete transparent window into her testimony, I urge you to ensure that Miss Bondi's testimony is consistent with her obligations under the committee's subpoena and film the proceeding. The demands of justice transparency for Jeffrey Epstein survivors require no less. So they're already saying no deposition, the Republicans. Informal transcribe
What
no
the
video,
fuck?
which is complete and utter BS. And then finally, I'll just share this with you from this weekend when Todd Blanche
Is this actually
was
gonna go
on
through?
the weekend morning shows, Meet the Press. He was asked about Bondi's communications with Donald Trump and how Trump posted, "Bondi, I need you to go after my political opponents." And Kristen Welker, to her credit, at least in this part, says, you know, that was all Donald Trump meant to send private messages to Bondi about that. Like that was supposed to be a private, direct message. And watch Todd Blanche swarm. But here's the thing, too, we need to learn from Bondi's deposition. Well, or I guess it's a transcribed interview now. The way Donald Trump would communicate. We should look at her documents, her messages, her email. Does he send these messages on Truth Social? Anyway, here, let's play this clip so you can see for yourself.
What
Let's
happened?
talk big picture. Back on September 20th, President Trump publicly posted a private message to
That
then
woman,
Attorney
I see
General
her
Pam
so
Bondi,
often, and she's
pressuring
so
her
beautiful.
to prosecute Senator Adam Schiff, James Comey, and Letitia James, writing, quote, "They're all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done. They impeached me twice. They indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now." Why should the public believe that any case brought against the individuals listed there is an independent law enforcement decision and not retribution?
Well, because you have investigations and you have indictments and you have the result. I mean, listen, if years later you're judged by a simple note from President Trump, by the way, that wasn't a private message. That was a message delivered to the entire world.
Right.
And so this is not being done behind closed
But it
doors.
was meant to be private initially, based on
How
my
do you know it was meant to be
conversation.
private?
Based on my conversations, it was meant to
Well,
be
I'm not
with
aware of
top
those conversations, but
administration officials. It was meant to
President
be
Trump-
private and
President-
posted by mistake.
President Trump is very clear with the American people what he expects as president of the United States. That is not something he hides from the American people. He wants justice. He wants full investigations where appropriate. And by the way, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Everybody in this country should want that. And so, no, I don't operate based upon concern or fear. The American people will know exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it.
And yet,
And then we should take Todd Blanche's deposition. Scott McFarlane at the Midas Touch Network
Wait,
caught up with
I just
Massey
took
last
all my
week, a
potatoes?
Republican Congress member. Here's what
No,
Massey
no,
told
I
him.
just
Let's play this
clicked
clip.
No.
Next, trying to get Pam Bondi in here.
You know, the guy that's
pulling the levers is now the guy in the hot seat, which is Todd Blanche. I don't think she was ever in the loop. When she released the binders full of nothing,
Well, I
I
fully could.
don't think anybody told her it had nothingness in it.
You might be more interested in talking to Mr. Blanche then, as a committee.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, but he will eventually come to the Judiciary Committee. It's incumbent on the Attorney General to show up at least once a year in front of the committee that I serve on. So I'm not on the Oversight Committee, which is talking about doing behind closed doors interviews, depositions. But I am on the Judiciary Committee, and I look forward to having Todd Blanche in front of us sometime soon. I think it should be soon because he's now the Attorney General, and he's never been in front of the Judiciary Committee in that capacity.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you all think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
We're about to watch and react and learn from some police body cams, rescue body cams, first responder body cams. Let's get started. Huge thanks
What?
to ZipRecruiter for
Sure.
sponsoring this video.
It's a race against time to rescue a toddler. The 14-month-old boy has fallen down a pipe after he apparently stepped on the unsecured cover. He's trapped. A surveillance camera captures the dad running to the front yard after being alerted by his wife's screams. When first responders get there, they try to figure out their next step.
He's like 15 feet down.
15 feet down? How do you get him out? Where's that pipe going? Like, if it's a drain, why is it going 15 feet down?
The pipe is very narrow, just a foot wide, and the little guy is too young to grab the rope. Then, an amazing moment. Straight out of the TV show MacGyver.
I try to make a catch pole kind of rig here.
They fashion a catch pole using a long plastic tube and some rope.
See if you can't get that around his shoulders or something.
First, they lower the ingenious gadget and then maneuver the rope around Bentley's body.
How?
It works.
Wow, that's so impressive that they literally fished him out of there.
Bentley is rushed to the hospital in his mother's embrace.
Definitely mother's embrace and potentially some imaging to rule out fractures, bones, making sure everything's safe there.
Well done, love.
Just look at that muddy face.
What a cutie.
The heart-pounding moment, a 12-year-old boy desperately flags down a police officer. His mother trapped in her car.
Oh my God, that's the scariest thing ever. You know, I always wondered why American cars don't, and I don't know if all countries even have them, but I have seen some countries do, where they have the emergency glass break thing, where you literally press it against a window and just shatters the glass. Because when you're underwater, the ability to open the window is drastically reduced. The pressure to even open a door is drastically reduced.
This newly released body camera video showing West Orange officer Charles Cobb running to help after 39-year-old Jonquetta Winbush had a seizure.
I actually just had a patient the other day who experienced a seizure
Mm.
and needed some forms filled out from the DMV. And it's important that
I'm actually super upset that I gave 200 mil worth of potatoes by accident to this guy.
a 6-month seizure-free threshold before you get your license reinstated, because it could be quite dangerous for you to drive, not just for yourself, but for other people on the road as motorists or pedestrians just walking on the sidewalk.
The officer running to his cruiser to grab a window punch to break into the car.
There you go. Here, I got a punch. Yeah, why don't we have that in our cars?
The men were able to break the back window. But then the car began to sink.
And then as soon as we were opening the door, the front door, I heard I got her. And I felt like I won the lottery.
Get her up here. The men pulling Winbush out of the water. She was unconscious, had no pulse, and was not breathing.
Instant 911, instant 2 rescue breaths, starting CPR, chest compressions, chest compressions, chest compressions, until first responders get there.
Watch as Officer Cobb begins several frantic minutes of CPR.
I remember grabbing her hand and I could feel the pulse in her wrist.
Oh.
I really don't know how to describe it to you other than just life started coming back into her.
Oh, after starting CPR. Well, that's good. I hope they weren't feeling the pulse and then doing CPR, because you only need CPR if someone is pulseless. So if someone is kind of talking or coming to, that means that they do not need CPR.
After more than 3 weeks on a ventilator, Winbush's sister telling ABC News she is now breathing on her own and getting stronger day by day.
That's amazing. The human body has a tremendous capacity to heal. And what I tell people quite often, as my role in being their doctor, is that unlike a car, when it breaks down, you need to replace its parts, you need to make changes, you need to basically operate on the car. For a human, there are times where we do need to
Dang, she actually survived. That's awesome.
repair. But in the majority of instances, we want your body to heal, and we want to optimize your body in that healing process.
On September 7th, 2024, Corporal Ty Simcox from the Colorado State Patrol pulled in between two barriers on the median of US 36, just outside of Denver. With no time to react, Simcox was shot at by the driver of this slow-moving truck.
What?
One bullet hits the dash camera, disabling it. A bullet also strikes Simcox in his right forearm. Acting quickly, Simcox calls for backup, wields his pistol, and swings behind his F-150 patrol truck for cover. However, using visual indications, the shooter appears to have pulled over roughly 75 yards down the road.
Why is this person just randomly attacking a police officer?
And reports share he continued to fire at the officer from that distance, using a handgun.
Why?
This prompted Simcox to run back to the inside of his vehicle to receive his rifle, which would be more accurate for shooting long distances. Notably, Simcox also flipped his sirens and lights on. This action automatically triggered the rear, dash, and body cameras to begin recording.
Is it safe that they're shooting on an active highway like that? Because remember, bullets that don't hit their target just keep going.
An apparent citizen who was driving by pulls over to assist.
I'm shot! What can I help you with? Tighten that lamp.
Here, the civilian helps Simcox apply a tourniquet.
I can't believe this is all on camera. This is wild. So yeah, putting on a tourniquet is of utmost importance to prevent him from bleeding out. And remember, you want to apply the tourniquet proximally, meaning closer and leaving the wound more distally, further away from the body. So you want to move closer to the heart, create a tourniquet there. And usually it's not enough to just tie it off. You need to create a ratchet mechanism. Sometimes you could use a stick, and there are some commercial grade ones that you could use as well.
My wife has got a gun. Son of a ambush! My wife has got a gun.
The suspect lays on the ground, excessively bleeding and seemingly unconscious. Simcox's return fire hit its target. While there are plenty of rumors circulating around the shooter, now deceased 32-year-old Victor Anthony DeSantiago,
What the fuck is wrong with him?
Many confirmed facts that surround his motives behind the shooting.
Yeah, wow, what an unbelievable story. The fact that this officer had the quick thinking to get the rifle and to shoot accurately without harming any passerbys. And then you have this person that's having his wife stand guard and help with the tourniquet application. Wow.
I've got a 9-year-old female who tripped and fell on an arrow. And she has
9-year-old female don't we say 9-year-old daughter?
Oh my God, is that bow and arrow?
Police releasing the 911 call that came in after an arrow pierced a 9-year-old archer's neck. An incredible body cam video showing the rescue crews on the scene. It happened at Usury Park in February when the little girl slipped and fell onto the knock, which is the side opposite of the tip.
That's so scary. I mean, the neck has so many vital structures. You're thinking about the jugular vein, the carotid artery, even vital hormone structure like the thyroid gland. Plus you have the trachea in there, which allows you to bring oxygen to your lungs. So any one of those getting injured is literally a life or death moment.
Rescuers took her to Maricopa County Medical Center and she survived. Firefighters say the back end of the arrow punctured her neck, narrowly missing vital arteries.
If your carotid artery is severed, I mean, we're talking about seconds of how fast you're losing consciousness and then dying, because there's massive blood supply that goes through the carotid artery in order to supply the brain. And if that's gone, not only is the brain experiencing hypoxia, not enough blood flow, and therefore not enough oxygen, but you're also losing that blood out of your body. So just amazing that this turned out this way.
Breathe it all.
Oh.
Now move. Those men were working nearby when they came across the man unconscious in his pool. HQ India 336.
You got to keep doing the chest compressions. Chest compressions are a bit low. I'd like to move them a little bit higher.
Get my AED
at the trunk.
So this is good that he's delegating like this, because in a situation that is emergent, it's easy to yell, someone get the AED, and then no one gets it. So the fact that he's nominating one person to go get it is wise. The fact that he's not stopping CPR is the most important part of this, because the CPR is circulating blood that was still within the heart, and as you're squeezing the heart by literally pushing the chest up and down, you're continuing to pump that blood throughout the body. In a situation like this where it feels like it's drowning related, you want to give the rescue breaths in order to refill the lungs with oxygen, and then from there being able to continue doing CPR.
A second officer races to get an automatic defibrillator to help restart the victim's heart.
What's interesting about the automatic defibrillators is that they give you all the instructions. You put them on the chest, and they literally tell you hands off, evaluating rhythm.
Do not touch the patient. Analyzing heart rhythm. Shock advised.
They'll tell you if it's a shockable rhythm. If it is in fact a shockable rhythm, you'd want to press the shock. It'll say 1, 2, 3, clear, deliver the shock given, continue CPR. And then you'd recheck ultimately if the person has recovered their pulse. Now, there are instances where someone is asystole or flatline. In those situations, the AED will actually tell you that shock is not advisable and to continue CPR because asystole is not a shockable rhythm.
They've been performing CPR for nearly 5 minutes by the time EMS arrives.
Vomiting blood right now. Possible electrocution. He was in the water. I can't tell. No, they don't speak English.
Electrocution? Why are we thinking that it's electrocution related? Another reason why potentially there's bleeding coming from the mouth is because when you do chest compressions, one of the unfortunate side effects of it is breaking ribs, and sometimes those ribs can penetrate and create trauma. But that is, again, you're trying to buy the person time to survive. That is a fair trade-off there.
Everyone steps back for the defibrillator to deliver its initial shock.
So basically, after the shock is done, right away you jump back on, do CPR, and then in 2 minutes you can check if there's a pulse.
The shock was a success.
Is he breathing? Yeah, he's breathing on his own, but we're back and breathing for him. All right, good. I did what I could, Cap. No, you did. Yeah.
The man was taken to a nearby hospital. Amazingly, he went on to make a full recovery. It was later determined the man had been electrocuted by a loose ground wire.
Oh my God, that is so scary, because in a pool, in a body of water like that, it's gonna spread and it's gonna impact your body right away. Electrocutions are really dangerous because remember, your heart works through an electrical rhythm. And if that rhythm is thrown off, it could lead to an unstable arrhythmia. It can lead to your heart fully stopping. And as a result, it can cost one their life, in addition to burns and all the other things that come as a result of electrical shocks.
The doctors who treated the victim said without the early efforts of the officers and Good Samaritans, the man would not have survived.
For sure, CPR saves lives. Being a first responder is an incredibly intense job, and it's definitely not for everybody. Finding the right person for that career is pretty difficult. In fact, finding good people for any job can truly be a headache. But hiring doesn't have to be so hard with ZipRecruiter, who finds amazing candidates for you fast. Right now, you could try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Dr. Mike. Some people are surprised to learn that it's not just me making these videos. That's right. I may know the medicine and can appear on camera, but I've got a whole team of people to make sure the videos look like this and not like this. Shout out to the bomb editors. I've spent years looking for top talent to help me grow the channel, but with ZipRecruiter, your hiring process can be much, much easier. Immediately after posting your job, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds you the best possible candidates. From there, you can use ZipRecruiter's Invite to Apply feature, which lets you court the talent that is most appealing to you. Ditch the other hiring sites and ZipRecruiter, find what you're looking for, that needle in the haystack. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at my exclusive link, ZipRecruiter.com/Dr. Mike. ZipRecruiter, the smarter way to hire. All right, back to the body cams.
Can you open your mouth?
Oh my God. Oh my God, is it a child that's choking? Back taps are the correct thing to do in a situation like this, but this is so dangerous.
Can you see the scoop?
The fact that the child is speaking is very reassuring. I would again keep the child leaning forward so that anything will fall out as opposed to fall back in.
He's talking. Are you okay? Okay. Can you open your mouth for me, buddy?
Given the fact that he's talking, which likely means he's able to breathe, I would not try to intervene with the object until EMS arrives for the fact that they can do an endotracheal intubation if need be, or intervene with another airway.
Spit it out if you can, okay? There it goes. There it is. There it is.
Man, that's so scary. You just gotta be a little cautious here, because in a situation like that, he spit it out. You don't know if he spit all of it out, a part of it out. By picking him up, is it gonna fall back into the throat? You gotta be very careful here.
You all right? Okay.
Poor kid's just getting beat in the back, doesn't know what's going on.
Okay. Good. It was a little tomato.
You got to be aware of choking hazards for children. That's why, for example, in children that are 4 to 6 months of age, we talk about an introduction of solid foods. You always have to be careful
blueberries,
with the size of the solid food that you're giving. For example, doctors talk about early introduction of allergenic foods like peanut-based products. You're not supposed to give your child peanuts because they're a choking hazard, but giving them those peanut puffs, for example, like the Bomba snacks, that could be a way to introduce the peanut allergen to the child so that they're less likely to develop a peanut allergy. And just remember, for infants less than 7 months of age, ideally you'd soften the Bomba with a few teaspoons of water. But again, you're not giving peanuts to someone who can't control their airway well.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Actually, I'm not an emergency.
Oh, that's actually really smart.
We went kayaking on the Great Lakes, and then we all got separated because the wind and the waves got too intense. I just really managed to handle a pilot, but I'm a far more experienced kayaker than them. I'm about positive that they probably both capsized and they're out in the water somewhere.
How many
Damn.
other kayakers are there?
2.
You got to be careful with this type of whitewater rapids. A, if you capsize, you can drown. B, if you're in the water, you got to be careful to not stand up, because
Yeah,
if you stand
I have
up,
one
you
bit
stick
bank.
your foot
GG,
into
guys.
something where it gets stuck, and then the current pulls
Let's
you
go.
forward. You're gonna end up essentially drowning while being trapped and held down by that current. Remember, these river rock beds are very uneven, and it's very easy for your foot to get tangled in something. In addition, when you're floating, you want to keep the raft in front of you, downstream, or to the side of you, so it's never going to hit you. And you also want to essentially be floating face forward with your legs in front of you in order to brace in case there's a rock coming at you.
Rescuers
rock?
have been searching for nearly 3
What?
hours when finally they spot something in the water.
You see this? Oh yeah, what's that? What is that? Looks like a dude in a tube. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
The kayakers had been pulling inner tubes behind them, filled with food and supplies.
It's interesting. It looks like it's pretty steady water, though.
The kayaker lost his boat and supplies. All he had left was this inner tube. 20-mile-an-hour winds created 7-foot waves on the lake, causing the kayakers to capsize.
You also want to make sure whenever you're doing these activities, helmet, life jacket is so important. Will literally save your life.
Helmet?
And not just because, like, A, you don't want to damage your head. True. But if you get knocked unconscious because you don't have a helmet, you could drown because you're unconscious.
A second kayaker was spotted and rescued a short time later. The kayakers were transported to a local
Wait,
hospital
people
and treated for
kayak with a
hypothermia and dehydration.
helmet?
Oh, hypothermia really depends on how bad that hypothermia is. We have active and passive rewarming protocols. Passive meaning just giving someone a blanket. Active meaning you can give my bear, and it actually blows hot air underneath a blanket. And there are ways to give warmed IV fluids. There's also warm irrigations that we can do in order to speed up that rewarming process. But you can die simply because of the temperature falling too low. And dehydration, goes without saying, harms your kidney, harms your cardiac system, electrolytes, all of the above start suffering when you're dehydrated. And remember, you can go multiple days in a survival setting without food, weeks potentially. Water, not so much.
It was the night of January 15th when Arapahoe County deputies descended on the Taco Bell. What else going? CBS News Colorado obtained sheriff's body cam video.
You can only go 3 days without water.
Every single employee here is being detained, and nobody is free to go.
I've never heard of cops arresting an entire Taco Bell.
It's got 3 soft tacos and a freeze. I upgrade to a freeze. They don't have it.
Restaurant workers said their drink machine was broken. The 63-year-old customer demanded free food in place of the drink. Employees initially refused, leading to a confrontation between Detloff, restaurant workers, and other customers. Sheriff's deputies were called.
So I says, just give me a bean burrito in lieu of it.
deputies did not arrest anyone, and Detloff left with his food and with this statement.
They're going to get a lawsuit, I guarantee you.
6 hours after leaving the Taco Bell, Detloff said he ate a few bites of the restaurant food, became ill, and was hospitalized. In these newly released police reports, a poison control expert said each taco had a fatal amount of rat poison.
What?
Ooh.
I've heard of people spitting in food, but rat poison? Warfarin? Did they give him warfarin? I wonder if it was warfarin. Warfarin, interestingly enough, is what we use to make sure patients are not forming clots. So it's a type of blood thinning
so they tried
medication
poisoning
that we
him.
use, and it needs to be very carefully administered, so much so that we have regular screenings for patients on the medication to check their INR in order to make sure that they're not getting too much or too little of the medication. Too little, they can form clots. Too much, they can bleed out. So it needs to be carefully managed. There are certain things that can impact your body's ability to metabolize or not metabolize the medication. And it used to be given in rat poison. I don't know what's the main ingredient in rat poison these days.
A manager at the restaurant initially told CBS News Colorado they had no rat traps or rat poison. But when deputies looked inside the restaurant, they found empty rat traps and outside of the building.
That's that is a rat trap.
And then another.
And there's another.
One of the traps contained a large block of poison, according to the deputy. And there were marks on the poison, consistent with a person scraping off large chunks. Not something an animal would create, wrote the investigators. Some of the poison found at Taco Bell appeared to match that found in one of the tacos, wrote deputies.
What the fuck?
Deputies also searched Detloff's home and reported finding 2 bags of rat poison, one bag factory sealed, and while the second was open, investigators said the poison appeared different than what was found in the tacos.
Everyone has rat poison in this town. There's a rat problem going around. Wait, that's the rat poison? These giant green globs?
The Arapahoe County Sheriff ultimately closed the case, saying surveillance cameras in the restaurant cleared employees of any wrongdoing.
So how did the rat poison get into the...
Taco Bell has fully cooperated with the investigation, but to
What?
this day, still unknown how rat poison ended up in this man's food.
We need Sherlock Holmes. Oh my
This incident was captured on the skydiving instructor's helmet cam.
Oh no. Skydiving freaks me out. I could never do this. I know everyone's like, Mike, face your fear, do it for the views. I can't.
Everything seems to be going smoothly until the student jumper suddenly rolls over on his back, spinning out of control. In a nightmare scenario, the student is having an epileptic seizure.
What in air? A seizure mid-air.
Rendering him unable to control his free fall or operate his chute. The instructor tries to catch up to the plummeting student, who has now fallen 5,000 feet in just 30 seconds. Amazingly, the instructor is able to get hold of the student's ripcord and releases the parachute.
Wow, unbelievable rescue. How
That's
clutch.
awesome.
The quick-thinking instructor makes it safely to the ground, and we're happy to report that after regaining consciousness at 3,000 feet, his student landed safely as well. The student had been seizure-free for 4 years and had medical clearance to skydive.
Wow, my God. I don't know if I would ever skydive if I knew I had a seizure disorder, just on the off chance of that happening. Or I would have some sort of backup plan. You know, like someone else is able to open the chute or some kind. Although if you're in free fall like that spinning, you probably don't want to open a chute because it'll tangle in you.
It's dramatic body cam video of a deputy sheriff collapsing to the ground. He and his partner were making a drug arrest when he suddenly has trouble breathing.
Oh no.
I got you, okay? I'm not gonna let you die.
Why is he having, I mean, if he's having trouble breathing and his pulseless, we need to right away start CPR.
The deputy was believed to be suffering from an accidental overdose after being exposed to the deadly opioid fentanyl.
Oh, well, if that's true, fentanyl is an opioid medication that we use in obviously severe pain. It's 50 times stronger than heroin, 100 times stronger than morphine. It's dosed in mcg instead of mgs. You need to be really careful with the substance. It can be absorbed transdermally, but it needs to be done with a transdermal patch.
Yo,
usually.
fentanyl
So
is
I'm curious how this
dangerous.
officer was exposed to it. I need Narcan. So Narcan is a reversal agent that we have now. First responders have. We have it in hospitals. It's over the counter in many states. I think maybe across the United States as well. In order to be able to combat an opioid overdose, because tens of thousands of lives are lost every year in the United States due to opioid overdoses.
Yeah.
And Narcan immediately removes the opioid in the brain, replaces it with this agent, blocks that receptor from opioid being able to bind to it, and therefore allows you to restart breathing, because that's generally what happens during an opioid overdose. You suppress the respiratory drive that much.
Well, but the Narcan doesn't always save you though.
His eyes rolled back in his head, and he started to OD again.
I don't know if this is a fentanyl overdose. It feels like there might be a seizure component here, just because if you were given Narcan, how much fentanyl could he possibly have been exposed to?
He was ODing the whole way to the hospital.
The San Diego Sheriff's Department released the footage to warn against the dangers of fentanyl. Fortunately, the deputies survived and made a full recovery.
Is this the case that Ryan Marino and I covered, where he believes that this has nothing to do with fentanyl? I could see why he believes that, because unless there's very clear indication of why fentanyl was involved, it doesn't seem likely that fentanyl caused this situation.
It is that case.
But now the video is being met with skepticism by some medical experts who say it is impossible to overdose on fentanyl simply through airborne exposure.
Oh, so he didn't even touch it?
Essentially 100% with surety that this was not fentanyl poisoning.
Okay, I'm glad we're all on the same page.
He says the deputy's reaction was likely caused by stress.
Okay, I mean, that's also aggressive to just make a call like that. It could have been caused by stress. It could have been like a vasovagal reaction, but there could have been a whole host of other scenarios. Was he dehydrated? Did he have pre-existing medical conditions? Was his sugar out of whack? Does he have neurologic conditions like disorder? So
there's so much stuff it could be.
Be one of those doctors who's like, oh, it's probably just stress. These were some amazing first responders, but here are some bad doctors caught on camera. Click here and check that out. And as always, stay happy and healthy.
Yo, what's good everyone, it's Zigzag here, welcome back to another GeoGuessr video. Today we are doing another reaction to the Sidemen playing GeoGuessr. They recently released this video, Sidemen GeoGuessr Max HP versus 1 HP. It is an hour-long video here, guys. This is pretty extreme, but let's get into it here and see what happens in the video. Look at the starting frame, absolutely crazy.
Welcome to Sidemen GeoGuessr, where...
By the way, we had Harry and Zerka on the thumbnail. That's very pleasing. I always like it when those two are in, because they're probably the two best and two most interesting players to watch.
Me and Harry are facing off against Toby and Josh.
No bears. That's sad. That is a bit sad, I will admit. But given what was possible, I'll take it.
See who can win a game first with only 1 HP.
Here's how this works. Both teams will be starting with 6,000 HP, and for every game that a team wins, their health is reduced, whilst the losing team's health stays the same.
Okay, so it's going to reduce and reduce on the winning team. Okay.
The first team to reach 1 HP and go on to beat the other team wins.
And we've got to be at our best today, lads. This is our last chance before we're on the big stage.
The Sidemen show match happening at the World Cup.
That's right. At the end of August, Simon, Josh, Harry, and I are going to be at the GeoGuessr World Championship Finals in Copenhagen. Meeting some of you guys, playing some duels, and competing on the main stage.
Another feature by your boy inside a Sidemen video. Did you catch that, guys? Oh, let's go.
Against a mystery opponent.
And if you want to join them, you can get tickets through the link in the description below. You can use the code SIDEMEN to get 15% off.
And don't forget, it's not too late to play against us in our exclusive Sidemen GeoGuessr game mode.
Or play as us, because our avatars are in the store right now. Right, let the games begin.
Okay, well, this one's another sponsored video, clearly, based on that intro. And it would appear, based on what they just said, is the last one before the World Cup. Okay, makes sense that they've been posting so many GeoGuessr videos. Let's get into it.
Seeing you as a weakling here, mate.
I'm not trying to hear that one. Oh, UK?
Oh man, Toby's screen is still such low resolution.
Okay, isn't it?
It is UK, 100% UK.
But whereabouts should we
so pixelated.
Hebble something, Hebble.
It's
we got Zerka and Toby.
The Slug Pez.
Zerka's been practicing again, if you didn't realise.
I know it's UK, but that's...
So Europe the Wish and Brand V signed it. I just have to be firing. Europe the Wish has to wait.
Metro have here to get you there. It's definitely not near us. It's definitely not anywhere.
Something road.
Not London. Bro, where's that big street
What
sign?
kind of bus stops are these?
Where did you go? We should in smart. Oh, shop.
Ramsden Street. Yeah, we're on the same thing. wymetro.com.
Halifax. Where's
WY? It might be the county name.
Halifax?
Halifax. Bro, I don't know where Halifax
North somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be north.
Thing is,
between. I know where Halifax is.
when I get to
I'm not
Sunset
sure where this
to
location is. I do
on
like kind of like maybe
HP,
the
so I don't
Leeds
know.
area here. It does kind of feel like northern
It's worth
England,
to
if
keep
not
going.
even further north. But yeah, not too sure on this one.
Kind of have more.
Should we just go halfway up north? If I go like near Doncaster, Scunthorpe area, do you want to come more south, like Northampton, Cambridge area, and we just cover it that way?
Sure.
Yeah. Just play it. Just hedge.
Just go in between Northampton and Cambridge.
Yeah, like we go left slightly maybe just to hedge. In case it's
gone
left.
in the middle
That's
of
fine.
Northampton and Cambridge, bro.
All right. Come on.
Okay, we'll see how the other team does.
You know what? It's personal between me and Josh. He really makes me upset on this.
Yeah, he's got a lot better now. All right, here we go.
Demon. It's looking English.
Yeah, it does kind of, but does it? What side of the road? Are we on the right side of the road?
It's the kind of questions to be asking.
We're on the. Well, no, we are. Yeah, we are driving the UK side of the road. It could be Ireland. What does that say? Calderdale Council. Do you know where Calderdale is?
Let me see what's my car tracker looking like.
Could be, couldn't it? Metro.
The Dale ending, is that more
What's
common
my
in
test
England
tracker looking
or
like?
Ireland or what? I'm not sure.
I have
I'm trying to
first
think of
kills.
places
Are we
with
close to
Dale in the
30?
game. Can't really think of any off the top of my head.
30k?
Yeah.
30 grand.
If young Metro don't trust you, what's he gonna do?
He might shoot you, to be honest, mate, and you don't want that.
So true.
Century 21 estate agent 01422 number. Does that mean anything?
It's probably a mobile number, I imagine.
No, I'm trying to see. Oh, there's signs here.
Racewell Drive leading to field close and field view. It could be anywhere in England.
I mean, it looks.
Oh, hold
Oh.
up.
What you got?
What have I found? I've got Shrogs Park.
Shrogs Park. That's an interesting word. Shrogs.
Load up that plate.
I mean, it could actually be Scotland. I think some of these plants feel a bit too southern, though. I would say so. It's probably England, I think.
But I'm going away from civilization, though. What does that say? I can't.
Can't
read
you
the
split?
bus thing.
Split guess.
Feels like it's north. It either feels like it's on its way to Bath.
.co.uk.
Yeah, it's like southwest or north.
Yeah.
Everyone's locked in on this one. They're sweating this round.
Are they already locked in?
No, I'm just saying, like.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, here they go.
Mount Club.
Do you want to go north? I'll go like Welsh way. Like I'll go Bath,
How bad
Bristol.
can it be?
I think that's actually possible as well, to be honest. But I still think it's a bit further up.
Going up by
you go up.
Leeds.
Yeah. Did I say Leeds? I think that's next to Leeds, isn't it?
It was a northern one.
Nice. Yeah, the architecture there, it almost reminds you of Scotland, but obviously it feels a bit too warm.
You win, Harry. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll take that.
122.
We'll take that.
Oh, up in Leeds.
4,900 points.
Points on board. Points on bloody board.
Oh,
Some British
Leeds.
references.
It's outside Leeds. It's tiny.
Oh, it was Halifax? Indeed. Then we had it.
They did the same thing as us, by the way. They hedged. Just north and south. We need good teamwork on our racing where we go. Right, it's Southeast Asia.
What? We say Indonesia?
Southeast Asia. Look at the writing.
Where you going, north or south?
I'm gonna go north. We're driving on the left, so it's not.
Okay, good tactics. It's really good if you play 2v2s. One person drives towards the north, one to the south, or east-west, whatever.
Cambodia. It could be Thailand. The plates say, I feel it's not Malaysia and not.
It looks like Thailand, though, the
Yeah,
text.
Malaysia and Indonesia tend to use black number plates, so it is really good to know.
The plates are white. They're black plates.
I just saw, and maybe my editor can flash up a clip, but apparently, I think it was Malaysia, is switching to European-style plates, but with a green strip. That is kind of crazy. I'm looking forward to seeing that for the first time on Street View.
Thailand is springing to mind right now.
Hin Lek something station. I don't know what these languages are, Josh.
I think it's. Oh.
What?
I want to go Thailand because of plate.
You say it's not Cambodia?
Yeah, because they drive on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Thailand drives on the left.
So where do you want to go then?
I want to go Thailand.
I'm not talking about your holidays. Where do you want to go now?
Thailand.
Yeah, but what side?
I'm going just near Bangkok to be safe, but
I'll go like northeast then.
you know what? You could go.
I think I like Toby's idea of going northeast much more than going to the south, because the south, the soil's less red and it's less flat. This is probably too flat to be the south in general.
I'd be safer if I was you. See, like that bit above Malaysia.
Yeah.
That's all Thailand, and it means if we're wrong and it's Malaysia or Indo.
Do you want me to go Malaysia, Josh?
Just go.
I'm back, baby.
Above it. Just above it.
Just above it here.
That's too much above it. Look how far above
Where?
you are.
There.
Yeah.
Right, what is that?
Okay,
This is one of
I mean, Toby clearly not following the borders there very well, but that's okay.
Southeast Asia kind of vibe's gotta be.
I'm down bad for this dung die, and it's just not gonna happen, is it?
We should know these languages by now, but I don't.
Just not gonna happen.
Flags on the van?
No, not country
at all.
Yeah, to be fair, we played this enough. We should be more. We don't play it frequently enough, do we?
I'm okay, I think. I don't know. I like watching it though.
I feel like it is a game you kind of have to play regularly, right? To get those repetitions, to learn your mistakes. These guys have probably been making the same mistakes like... Wait, let's see if Victor actually mentions Lesotho and Eswatini. He does that every episode. But those kind of mistakes where you just like, you have a vague idea, but you never really check to see whether you're right or wrong. Those ones really can be troublesome.
Yeah, I'm
and
trying to
stick
get
around.
a pick of these signs. They're not... CCTV.
Performance tire. It does have English on it.
Side the road.
Is it Southeast Asia? Or... Yeah.
I don't know. I don't recognise them at all.
This is knackered. We should be able to tell.
Are they gonna get it?
Are we on the?
Oh, put thy song. It's gotta be Thailand.
Yeah. That is a very Thai-sounding word, to be fair. It even has Thai in the word, so...
Yeah.
If you want to go around there, I'll go Sri Lanka.
I'll go lower. Yeah, if you want.
I think it's a...
I mean, Harry does love guessing Sri Lanka, to be fair.
Risky one, but might be.
Sure.
Cover our bases a little bit. We're not in danger territory.
It says
Let's
Thai.
see.
Oh, well.
There we go.
Oh, you banged it, mate. Well done.
Have that.
Well done.
And that was Josh by... Why does he know?
61 points. Wow,
No,
so much damage.
We're doing well.
61 damage, bro. What the fuck? That's insane.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, that's my call. That's my call. It's fine.
Wait, so where was that? Sorry, I wasn't even paying attention.
It was Thailand. I was right on that front. I just was too scared to commit to it.
Right, I'm going southwest here.
Different issue for me. You're going southwest. I'll go north. Yeah, good call. Like that.
So wait, if I had gone where I said to go,
we might have pipped him, but probably not. Yavas with a little dot underneath the S. I can't see a sun or anything.
I hoped you might recognize that as Turkish, but yeah, I mean, if you have a few words, if you have like a whole sentence or a whole paragraph, then it's easy to tell the language, because they just have so many unique diacritics above and below the letter.
That's true. The Turkish is really
like
distinct.
I'm not sure what the poles are. It feels like it could be South America.
Is it the O or something?
Yeah, confusingly enough, you do get these yellow center lines in Turkey sometimes, and that's why it can feel like South America, because the infrastructure is more similar to there.
I feel like this is the lower part of Turkey.
Works, but yeah, like Turkey can be pretty random.
not even like Turkey or something.
I do agree with you massively there. Yes.
I've got.
There we go. Okay, nice work from Toby. Toby does occasionally just make really good guesses, I've noticed. And Isparta is a bigger city. I'm pretty sure it's a bigger city in Turkey as well.
Glendost and Isparta.
Isparta.
Yeah.
Like a Z in there.
Glendost. Huh?
Is there a Z in that or?
No.
Rakim, Yellowball, Jessedi. Yeah, you know what? Turkey would be a good shout, I'd say. There's flags up there.
That's a Turkish flag, baby.
Okay.
Where's Isparta, though? I'm trying to remember. Is it on the north coast or the west coast?
Where though?
I'm gonna go near.
I'm gonna go Armenia side then.
Yeah, not too far over. Go down more and left more.
Yeah.
Left more.
Left more.
Yeah, I do.
Right.
I'm going...
We had pine trees, so it should be in the west of Turkey somewhere. Vaguely speaking, you'd get the pine trees much more in the west.
I think it's further down.
Okay. I was going to... Okay, yeah, sure. Good point. We should coordinate that as well. Good point, yeah.
Yeah, 100%, because we could see twice as much of the world.
Right. Yava. Okay, what is that? So that is...
Oh, so
Yavas. What language is Yavas?
I've got a road sign. It says...
Well, okay, will they recognize Isparta as Turkish? That's my question. I think not.
It's Ölandurst and Isparta, so Nordic vibe, I think.
Nordic, yeah?
Yeah, Ölandurst.
If it's Turkish, you fucking idiot.
It's giving Nordic.
So where's really...
He somehow recognized the G as an O. That's kind of strange.
Mountainous.
Norway is pretty mountainous.
Yeah.
So is Upper Sweden.
This is not Norway, bro. You're dissing
I'm
us.
just slamming Norway.
That's so
Before
toxic.
we do that, I got a vine drawing pass. What did that say?
I've slapped it on.
Well, we know that Vic has a certain countries he likes to guess. Eswatini, Lesotho. Norway is also one. He does guess Norway probably at least twice an episode, so there's one of the two.
Slapped it on. Applying pressure.
I rate that. I'm maybe gonna go up here.
Anywhere in Nordic.
It is difficult because this was like, I guess, what's the season here? It's a colder day. It's kind of a colder day. Maybe it's like August, September, I want to say. Like it's getting towards the autumn time. I'm not really sure, but it does kind of feel cold today. And I that's why they're going so far north. But I think if it was a hot day or the grass was drier, they would not be guessing all the way in Estonia or Norway.
I don't know.
And Norway is nowhere near
I've gone in Russia by mistake. I meant to go like Estonia.
That's okay.
Oh shit! It was Turkey.
Oh, there's a Sparta, yeah, southwest, yeah.
563.
Oh, that's big trouble. That's me.
Oh, that's me. I'll hold my hands up. I've made a mistake. I've made a terrible mistake.
Oh.
How did I know?
Yes, good shit, son. Look at that.
Hey.
So it was the lower parts of Turkey. I was right.
Hell, bro. I called Turkey straight away. You said I'm a weak link.
There's actually a
Ooh, mountainous.
Hang on, yellow poles, but
gosh, the signs right here.
Yeah, this is going to be.
I'm actually convinced Toby is playing on a toaster.
Iceland meta, no?
So funny.
German or something.
No, it's Sweden or Norway.
Neferholt, Spreng.
Okay, I think he's thinking Norway here because we do have quite a lot of trees, or at least big bushes. Iceland, you don't normally have even this much vegetation. Normally you have like no trees, so this is a bit more of a difficult Iceland, but we do have Icelandic bollards everywhere. I thought Zerka should know those.
Yeah, even I knew this.
I'm not gonna lie, when I saw it, I thought Iceland.
It might be Iceland. Yellow. See the yellow poles on the side of the road.
I'm
gonna go Iceland.
I think it's Iceland. Let's do it.
So Toby is actually cooking right now. This is a new arc, guys.
If we're wrong though.
I'm trying to wait. We got time though. We got time. I'm trying to find this place.
This is free.
Let's see. Yeah.
Sprengsander.
The dotted lines on the side. No, the dotted lines on the side make me think of Sweden because that's what it is on the roads.
Josh is defo Iceland, by the way.
he's just ignoring Zerka now. No, this is Iceland.
I'm looking at all the places in there. It's Iceland.
Yeah. Do it.
Oh, bro,
no, it's
I
the
can't find Sprengsander.
So it should be like in this kind of vicinity here, like kind of the west part of the country, because we have 200s roads. So this is the name of the road, the 26, and this is the name of how far away, or this is the kilometers away that it is. So the 26s, they should be clumped up in the kind of northwest or /west region. It goes the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, clockwise, like a clock, honestly, in Iceland. It's very simple.
It's
and
like
you can
the
just
clock.
check the map to see where they are. So yeah, very good country for getting a sign.
I'm gonna go West Iceland. You go East.
Oh, he's actually clicking on it.
Oh, you're going there? Okay, I'm gonna go here then.
Now Zerka keeps taking him away from good guesses, man. Wait, alone, Toby would have had an insane game so far, basically. Damn.
Sorry. I got after 2 good guesses.
Oh, it's not guess.
No, it's alright. I should have spotted that as well. I saw right in, to be fair, which should have given it away. But
okay. I'm going northeast, by the way, but we ain't got shit.
I'm going northeast as well. Yeah, this looks like it could be like Lesotho or something, but like also it could be anywhere.
The Lesotho call is pretty funny here.
Oh wait, we got some road signs the other way.
I mean, to be fair, Lesotho is cold and it does not have many trees, so there is a similarity.
Okay, we've got Neferholt. We've
It's
got
Iceland. That's fuck.
Sprengisandur and Hella.
Fuck.
Sprengisandur.
This could be anywhere.
There are a
This road
lot of
just goes on
trees.
forever.
Yeah. There are a lot of trees.
Huh.
Neferholt. Where is Neferholt?
Are you gonna say this is Scandi as well?
I'm going Iceland.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
I've gone there. If you go anywhere, bro.
That's always good.
I'm throwing ourselves into the fucking bin here. Josh is gonna know.
Yeah, I like the Iceland play. Like, yes!
There we go. Not too bad.
It's alright. It's still good. It's still good.
Okay, I was actually wrong about where the two roads were, but yeah, it does work like I said.
Well done.
Nice.
Come on, the jizzle.
Hey, I'm not bad at this,
vibe
you know.
shots. So, yeah, you're good for going vibes right now. I'm just trying to do metas only. And sometimes metas.
But it's all about the vibes, Zerka. Come on, man.
Yeah, vibe voting is just
I'll
better.
go northwest, you go southeast.
I'll go south. Yeah.
That's some metas too.
Techers, I'm enjoying that.
That's better from us. It's nice being with you and not JJ. It's near. It's
Where's
Tunisia.
JJ?
It's Tunisia. It's near Tunis. You head southeast, you'll get to
Across the
Tunis. So I'm
That's
gonna go.
good
up
logic.
there.
Oh, excellent.
PE.
This is where a little bit more experience from Zerka comes in clutch. Finds the place name, realizes it has to be to the south because the sign clearly is pointing that direction, which is the south, and then boom, you just get a great score.
EAGE. Oh, who's
me.
just gone Tunisia?
Yeah, it is because there's literally a sign that says Tunis, and it's an Arabic above it,
and it's
Okay,
in the
I'm
south.
just gonna go
so
here, Josh.
just anywhere to cover us.
He just knows, man. He just knows
yeah.
that. Alright, I'm going southeast. You go the other way.
Okay, this looks like it's like Jordan kind of vibe is what I'm getting.
Jordan and Tunisia do look pretty similar. I mean, this would be too many trees for Jordan, but especially down in the south, Tunisia can look a lot like Jordan.
Tunisia.
Yeah.
Tunis?
Wait, is that? Did it say Tunisia?
It says Tunis. Ultras don't know. Yeah, Tunisia. Alright,
Yeah.
lock in Tunisia.
Lock it, lock it, lock it, lock
Where
it.
is it? Where is it? On the
Where
map?
is Tunisia, actually?
Oh yeah, Tunisia. Okay, I'm going up.
Oh, it's at the top there. I actually didn't
There's
know.
not going to be many points here, obviously, even though the multipliers have begun.
And yeah, Tunis. Bang.
I'm just going Jordan, mate. I know it's
No,
probably
go
Tunisia.
top. No, it's Tunisia.
Doesn't matter anyway.
I couldn't find it. I couldn't
How
find
do you
it.
know what road it is? He's a neek.
He's a nerd geek.
He's a neek.
I don't know where Tunisia is, to be honest.
It's north of Africa.
Right.
Right.
How many?
Josh is a
He's
neek.
been playing GeoGuess for as long as I have, and he doesn't know where Tunisia is. Come on, man.
Hey, Vic's doing alright.
I've not seen Harry
I
anywhere.
haven't
every
seen a
time.
Harry guess. Alright, I'll go northeast again.
Bro, I feel like Harry's a bit too stubborn when he plays. You know what I'm saying, guys?
There's a
going
sign
south.
right here.
What's it say?
Hang on.
Plates are
Hanaton.
yellow, aren't they?
It's Arabic. There's Arabic there as well.
We got Hebrew, Arabic, and then Latin.
It's Arabic.
I'm seeing Arabic.
Plates are yellow,
Hey.
which means
Hanaton in Arabic.
And now Zucker will
Oh
know.
yeah, little boy.
Israel.
Is that
Israel.
you?
Israel. It's not me. It's Israel.
Echo site. Is it Israel? Yeah.
Definitely
Oh,
Israel.
no.
Yeah. How do I go in Israel?
Yeah, I mean, I think Hebrew is like one of the easiest languages to recognize. They got tons of this one that looks like the pi symbol everywhere. Also, these black and white striped signposts, specifically on like the poles and lamps, are very, very common in Israel.
Just guess wherever you want. Yeah. Try and spread it.
All right, let's see if we got road signs.
I'm
though.
going southwest. You go the other
Nazareth. We're in Nazareth. We're in Jerusalem.
way. Okay, just smack it in real
Alright.
quick. I'm gonna look for more intel. Hanaton. We're near Hanaton in Jerusalem. Slap it in there.
Hanaton.
Harry said Jerusalem after he said Nazareth, just as an association, and now Vic thinks it's actually near Jerusalem. Oh my gosh.
just you guess. You just guess.
Oh, it's the 784. If you can find a 784.
784. Go
Maybe
north.
more north. It looks more
I've got
northern.
north, yeah,
Yeah,
I've got
it's
north,
way
I've
more
got
north.
Yeah. Can we see Nazareth? There it is on the map. It's in the north of Israel.
Oh.
So go north of it if you can, or is it too late?
Oh. Well, yeah, he didn't put it down. Very silly.
Oh well, you know what? Close enough. Close enough. Close
Do
enough.
so.
Only
We're
400
bleeding,
points, I
man,
guess.
we're bleeding
Yeah,
out.
we're in big trouble
We're
here.
bleeding out. But it's alright, one big 2.5er.
Yeah.
To dispatch these nerds, man.
Let's
Come
go.
on. It's actually been like a.
He's
It's
not
actually been
getting
like
cooked, you know.
No, it's been a solid game though all round, and we're on 2.5x damage, so be
That's true.
careful.
I'm not gonna
Don't
use
roll
plant
once.
matter, I think.
Alright.
I'm
Again,
heading
you go
east.
where it's already facing. I'm going southwest. 85 yellow sign with arrows.
It is going to be New Zealand.
UK. New Zealand?
I think it's New
I'm seeing a
Zealand
blue
based off
sign.
this.
Robertson Road. Is this
think
what
it's
New
New
Zealand gives?
I think it's. This isn't if it is. I doubt myself, right?
Well, doubting Toby has proved costly in the past, but this time Toby is indeed wrong to doubt. This is New Zealand.
Because
Don't
in my
doubt
own, I'll
yourself.
just
Go
send
with
it.
your gut, bro.
The poles are New
Yellow
Zealand
lines
poles.
in the middle of the
The
road.
poles are New Zealand poles, exactly.
They
Just
drive
trust
on the
yourself
same
a
side
bit,
as
bro.
us.
I thought it was in Sintia, but
Alright,
the
cool.
way he was being
Where
quiet,
else in New
I was
I reckon
confused.
let's
Like,
knock 'em
what?
out,
Is it
because
not?
I feel like Vic and Harry get New Zealand wrong sometimes.
How mountainous is it for you? It's
Shall I go
a bit
other
hilly.
island?
Yeah, I'll go South Island somewhere. You
This
go
is
North
fine.
Island.
Just gonna
Yeah,
slap
this
it
is
here.
fine.
And I'll slap it there.
This is
Hopefully my knowledge is correct on the poles.
The Poles? You said New Zealand, not Poland.
I'm going west.
Why does Toby love terrible puns? I've only just noticed that about him, but he's made like 3 this video so far.
Okay, I'm going east. East is for the beast.
Getting like Bulgarian vibes.
Oh, but west is for the best, bro. Come on.
Somewhat.
Bulgarian.
Pardon. Getting like
Is that the right
Bulgarian
side?
What is this guy saying, bro?
vibes. Somewhat. But I don't know why.
Does this look anything like? I'm just trying to see. I'm trying to justify the guess in my head. I don't think this looks like at all like Bulgaria, guys. The fence is wrong. The background landscape is pretty wrong. The road lines are most certainly wrong. The driving direction. There's a lot wrong with that guess, man. I can't lie.
You could do with a van that says something on it. Oh, mate, I've fallen off on Giga so much. I used to be on this game. I literally I'm hopeless nowadays.
Nah, it's alright. You're gonna hit something.
Yeah, well, I reckon something will rejog my memory soon.
I found a sign finally, and the sign says nothing.
Sound. Yeah, not a lot of road signs.
I've got a truck. The truck says Dines Transport.
I wish Circa hadn't given them so much time. They've actually been traveling for so long now.
Blue Lightning.
Dines.
Oh, we're cooked. We're cooked.
Oh, they're both.
Do you want to go to Austria kind of way? Like, oh no, I don't fucking know. I'm going
America.
Oh my gosh, I told you guys this would happen. The basic skills, like checking the driving direction, are just not there on these two at least. They've got good logic sometimes, but this is no good.
America?
I don't know why.
Oh, it was New Zealand. Oh, we're done. That's it. That's over.
It's alright. It's
That's
alright.
so over. It's 10,000 points.
We did it to knock their health down for the next round for the comeback.
Okie dokie.
What happened?
You've got a Neek on your team. That's what happens, man.
Hey! Listen, I made a lot of correct calls.
Let's give some respect to Toby, man. Facts.
He's been cooking.
That wasn't the game we were gonna play, right?
That's the first one, so now we get nerfed.
We got 4,000 health now.
Oh, we're just getting started then. That's fine.
Right, let's go.
Wait, isn't Harry good? I'm
Mr.
confused.
Meta himself.
Right, I'm going where it's facing, like you said before.
This is extremely bushfire-ish coverage. If you see extremely bushfire-ish coverage, and you think you might be Russia, you're probably in Siberia.
So.
Oh.
Rough one, this one. I'm not even sure.
It's gonna be a hard round for Zerka.
What 5 do you get?
What's the
bar? I don't know what bar means, but looks like you can get speeding tickets here, maybe.
B with the line at the top. It looks like a Greek letter, basically.
The Greek letter.
Do they have that one in Greek?
Could be Russian.
The line at the top. Oh, it's really language.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, Josh.
Well, there's a crazy ass line in the middle.
Oh yeah, that's real language. Right.
What language is that? Yeah,
so,
is it Russian?
So Russia and Eastern, like the whole of it, like bottom right of Eastern Europe and stuff, you know. If you look at your card,
right now I'm feeling like
car.
a Ukraine. I can't lie.
No, Ukraine has a red car. Like you can see a little bit.
Almost every single frame in Ukraine has the red car visible. So, well, not almost every, but the.
There's some white and north. He told me so.
Alright, so what else would that be then? Russia and what?
Probably a really weak point of mine. I'm not entirely sure. See if you see any English anywhere with it, it could be Bulgaria.
I don't think Circa's trained up on Russia at all.
No, I'm seeing purely Russian right now. White lorry. Can I get anything from the lorry? Oh, hello.
It might just be Russia, you know.
Macedonia, logistics, transport, air and sea freight warehousing.
Ooh, yeah, that just shows you how far trucks travel and why they're so untrustworthy, man. This truck has come a long way, probably from the UK or at least Europe. No, I guess that might be... I think it's probably at least somewhere from Europe, and that is probably about almost 10,000 kilometers away over here in Siberia.
Massoy Song. Should I just run a Russia?
We could just like hedge Russia like left and right and just be like
huge,
left and middle.
It would actually probably work. I don't think it says where they are anywhere here. They're just gonna have to.
Is basically when it comes to trucks, the bigger trucks you cannot rely on that, but the smaller trucks you can kind of rely on them being within the country.
Yeah, I've locked in. Shall I moved over a bit, right?
Okay.
Yeah, he should have, but that's okay.
Down but not out. I'm going north.
Sure, I will go south.
We've lost the battle, but not the war.
Yeah, 100%. Are these signs like we said like XPA? What does that mean? Oh, I'm so washed at this game now. I have no idea where we are.
Sorry, I've got a road.
I ain't even got like a Scooby.
It's like Cyrillic or Russian on the.
What is this goofy song in the background, by the way?
Road sign, you know, I don't know, you know.
I'm about to go past the van. We've got to. Oh my god, it's gonna have something on it. Please tell me what it is. Oh, my song, Massy song. It's got English on it. Logistics, transport, car hanging out the back of it.
It's actually hanging out the back. Wow.
CUX.
CUX. Rush.
Or Rush. It could be. But why is it in English then? Russian truck. Why would it be written in English?
I wish I had the answers, my friend.
Oh, more trucks.
I wonder how many of these ones will have English written on as well. Maybe a few.
Come on.
Civilization.
You found it?
I found a bit of civilization.
Perfect. That looks. Yeah, that looks more Russian to me. So where would it?
Thinking Russian. Yeah, I don't see a lick of English.
Could it be like Ukraine? It's got to be near the that border.
.ru,
Here we go.
Should we go near the
Hang on a minute.
.at.
.at.
Yep. Austrian truck. How is it out here, man? You guys are gonna see how far out east this is, and you're gonna be surprised.
Is that Austria?
If you want, sure.
.at. I swear that's Austria. One sec.
Come near. I'm locking in Lower Russia.
That's .ru. Okay. .at. Yeah, okay, I like that. 80.
Oh my gosh, they're both gonna go to Europe because of the Austrian truck here. Oh, he's even gonna go Ukraine. Okay.
Yeah, I've gone Ukraine.
Why does Harry always look so concerned after his guesses? But to be fair, I guess he should be concerned because they suck. Yeah, Toby.
It was that far.
Look at that, all the way out near Mongolia, that Austrian truck. This is just a perfect example of why you can't trust trucks, guys. You just can't.
That far right.
Why is it that side of Russia?
Unless you're in Australia or New Zealand or something like that.
We're losing again.
It had English writing on it. How was that there?
I'm crashing out, man.
You tried too far, bro.
That was good from Toby.
No, you shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have. You really should have, mate. Yeah. We have more health than them already, by the way.
Huh? Oh yeah, I forgot about the disadvantage because they started on 4,000.
We have more health than them now. They're on 3,500 health.
Okay.
Restaurant, liquor and pasta.
Austria.
All in red. Doesn't really matter too much. Language.
Switzerland, I mean.
Restauratia.
It's given Polish.
Pensions on that. It could be like a.
Pilsner Liquorel.
Not Austria.
Slovakian. We'll see that.
It's Russia, bro. It's Poland, bro.
Do you think so? I don't think. No, it's got mountains. It's got mountains. It's got mountains.
Does Poland?
I mean, mountains are possible in Poland, but they're always going to be to the south, basically.
Have any mountains?
No, it's very flat country.
Penzion Cameo.
I think of like
Yeah, Poland has no countries.
All that vibe.
What, little Slovakia?
Oh, come on, Toby. Why is Toby cooking this hard, bro?
The Alps area.
I'm going Slovakia, Josh.
Oh my gosh, he's cooking so hard, man. This is insane.
And Slovenia. I don't hate that at all.
But it looks Polish.
He's carrying. He's actually playing better than Zerka. That is pretty wild. Also, I just realized something. We have a striped house here. Black and white striped house like that. I'm pretty sure that's more common in Czechia. But definitely Czechoslovak architecture here.
Just to me, oh mate, honestly,
I thought this was Swiss.
Wow, yellow outer lines in Slovakia. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
It's right. Let's not capitulate.
I think we are. I think that's exactly what's happening. Sona, Penzion, Privat. This has got to be.
Tell us, Harry.
Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, that kind of vibe. Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Not as bad. Not as bad.
Come on, give me somewhere I know. Oh, I don't know that. Oh, Slovakia. Oh, is that the Hungary flag as well? Just go Slovakia. Just go Slovakia. We've got to send it.
Okay, yeah, do it. You go first.
All right,
follow.
Or Slovenia, maybe. Try Slovenia.
Okay, yeah.
Well, they're gonna end up with the same spread, aren't they? Well,
that's also like a Hungarian or like I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Apparently Slovakia and Slovenia. Maybe you guys in the same geography algorithm got recommended it too, but Slovakia and Slovenia, they mean the same thing. Land of the Slavs. There you go.
I'll just guess a little low down, and we're scoring points here.
Okay.
We're scoring points here.
Yeah, is that
Come
true?
on.
Please.
Come on, flag.
Are they scoring points? What's my prediction? I think they are. I'm trying to remember where Toby exactly went. I think they're not scoring points.
No.
They're dead on top of each other, but I was right. Let's go.
No.
How does he put it in the same
How
How does this keep happening?
I mean, they clicked on the dead center of the country, so I don't think it's that surprising.
Even if we've got a flag, we can't do it.
Fucking hell,
Is
Toby.
it Slovakia?
Yeah.
On the Polish border, by the way. This guy's actually good.
Slovakia. And your Poland shout was right as well, by the way, because it's bordering Poland. Because the mountain range that really threw me off.
Oh man.
Indeed, will do. Love that. Where'd you go? East.
Germany.
I always go the opposite way.
Yeah, I should know what these poles are. But I've forgotten them.
Nothing right now. Hella trees.
Bro, Zerka needs that coaching, bro. Zerka needs that coaching.
This looks kind of flat.
I won't coach him again.
White pole with like a red dot.
Wait, this is weird road.
Ends in G. I know this one, and I forgot.
Gatve.
On it.
Finland?
No, it ends in G. What does that mean?
Can you see the poles on the side of the road?
Yeah,
Like
it feels
white
like
with an orange reflective thing on it.
like yellow. Would you say, or is it orange?
It's like an orangey.
Is it on its own, one singular one? I like Lithuania.
Okay, that's awakened something in him that is the Lithuanian bollard.
But I might go Lithuania and you just then go somewhere else just to like balance it out.
Oh,
I don't know where
that is
else I've got
Lithuania, huh?
to go off right now.
Anything you'd
That
fly
one
off of.
thing on the
Like, if I
road
go
there
Lithuania
was
on the map,
confusing.
Well, let's hear the Toby vibe, bro. We want to hear the Toby vibe.
What do you vibe for in your head? It's
Let's
flat.
have
So a
a
lot
look.
of Northern Europe's flat.
I don't mind the Latvia.
Well, you go Poland.
Okay, bro. Toby is just so good, bro. What the heck? I did not know this.
To be fair, if you lock off all of Poland,
Bro, he's actually mogging Harry so hard right now.
Lock off Poland?
Poland has different poles.
Like
It's not
here?
Poland. It's not Poland. It's not Poland. It can't be.
Estonia?
Honestly, just go. Yeah, go top of Latvia somewhere. Honestly.
I'm gonna go Estonia.
If it's Latvia, you'll be fuming at yourself. By the way.
I'm gonna be fuming if it's Latvia.
I'm going west, northwest. Lock it. Fly.
I'm
Fly
just
down
going.
this road. We've got to find it. Whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
we got to find it.
Yeah, I'm spamming.
Please,
I'm going.
just,
I'm not even looking for a
just
sign that
gay,
tells me where
get
I am.
gay.
These signposts must mean something.
Stay gay.
I'd say nothing else. Volkswagen. Oh, there's no. How's there no signs? Oh, shit.
We're cooked.
They both go for the guess at the same time. I love it. And then the other
They're
team,
pretty
they know their fate.
They're
I'll
pretty-
just go Europe.
Yeah, go northern. Go like Norway or something. Oh,
The
I don't think it's
fuck?
Canada.
Well, I swear this is the worst we've ever seen Vic and Harry. Am I wrong?
And now I'm
I think we're dead. I think we're dead.
Oh,
Oh my
cooked.
word.
And he's Lithuania and he's got it as well.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Harry used to recognize the Baltics, bro.
We're hanging on
My God, we're
Dude, the fame got to him, I'm telling you guys.
finished.
Oh, we are finished.
How's he got Lithuania?
Lithuania. Let's go, my boy.
Ooh, we might go
That was
back to
serious.
back on the wins.
Yes, ski.
That was serious.
This is so unfair.
Okay, I'm going southwest though. Couple signs up here straight away.
I followed you southwest, which is stupid, but I saw those signs
Nice
too.
fine.
I think Harry with Toby would have been more fair.
Decide into Zusa, drum forest. Yeah, it feels again.
It says, yeah, it's got that
Romanian, doesn't it feel like Romanian? I think so.
S on it again. Turkey.
Ah, pretty sure Toby's even recognizing patterns. I'm pretty sure that is also, one of the ones that you get in Turkish, but this is Romania.
Not sure. Maybe though.
Okulos Silvic Babeni. I'm feeling a Turkey.
What?
You know.
I wouldn't go fully on it.
What other countries have that kind of lettering?
Okay, I'm hoping Zucker recognizes the Poles here. I think that's what he's about to say, though.
Oh, hello.
Where did the kebab originate from?
These Poles.
Turkey, I believe.
Romania.
Yeah.
Right, I like Romania, Hungary, or Poland. Is those Poles? They're called holy Poles.
The holy
Poles.
So I think Romania would be
Hungary.
Romania's Let's go Romania. Let's go Romania. Fuck it.
Both of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Let me know when where you're going. I'll go other side.
I'm thinking.
Actually, yeah, you're right. This has the S's on it as well. Yeah, you're right.
I love Toby, bro. All of a sudden, bro, he's doing it so well, bro. He's playing and actually paying attention to the game and doing a good job. This is insane.
What did that sign say again?
I'll go near Cluj, by the way. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, Cluj, no focus.
Near Cluj.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Alright, I'm going northeast.
I'm Beletta.
Okay,
I know that guy.
Going up the hill. Alright, I found something immediately.
Okay.
Get
Harry,
gapped,
lock
buddy.
in. Recognize language, and I'll start to forgive you.
Get gapped, Beletta.
Drum Forester. Publica. Buperia. Valenci. It's got them weird. It's got the little like things on top of it. Little
What, like the
like little like flicky things on the left.
Austria?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like I've gone out. I'm going too high now.
I'm going down the hill and I've not yet found.
I've seen someone.
What are they?
Where are you from? White man.
Oh, I see some somewhat civilization.
I think this could be like another like. What was the one? What was this first one we didn't get? Turkey. Now it's not Turkey, but it could be like them. One of them.
Giving like Macedonia, Greece kind of.
Yeah.
That's good vibes. That's good vibes.
Yeah, I like your thinking there. Little North Macedonia jobby.
Oh, here we go. I found a big old sign.
Okay.
Slaviesti.
What?
RM Balsea Hozu Ladesti.
Julia Dusty.
Oh, wait.
What is he even saying?
Constructi. Is that Italian?
Nah, this can't be Italian. Not from the letters I saw before.
Yeah, Romanian is very related to Italian. It's a Romance language. And when I've heard them both spoken in videos previously, when I tried to guess languages, I could not tell the two apart. They sound very similar when they're spoken.
But it could be near. It could be like Albania. Montenegro would work, I think, somewhere like that. Oh man, I'm taking
Ladoi Passi.
the bookiest route. All right, I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go Eastern Europe.
I'm gonna go like Montenegro.
I've gone further.
Where are the rifts, bro?
Oh, but I fear we may be cooked.
We're
just hanging in, but it's not good enough.
Oh.
I guess it was Romanian.
Shit. We're still. They haven't lost any points yet. They haven't lost any points.
We're only on 1.5 damage. We are fried.
Yeah, we're donezo.
Mate, we are like on a fucking mission today.
Yes.
We are. They must be fuming. They'll be calling me a neek and all sorts.
I'm going other side. Petrol station. Gasolina.
Gasolina. South America.
Ooh, this is fun.
Yeah,
this is fun.
Gasolina.
Okay, so Zerka, I feel like he's gonna get it right. He can probably find one of those octagonal poles that you get in Mexico, for example, that one right there. But also, guys, we do have these palms, which are really common on like the Texas border. You get all kinds
I cannot
of
believe
palms
it.
around
I
Mexico,
actually
but this specific one that's super tall, shaggy, has like a bit of dead leaves hanging down from it as well.
I'm
really
building a
common
bench.
in
Alright.
Texas.
I need to piss and I cannot wait to be done with farming this.
Wow.
Just